Imagine your front door doesn't lead outside anymore, but instead opens into a dungeon teeming with monsters. A timer pops up with a system message: clear the dungeon before you run out of time. But leaving your own house is a death sentence. But staying cooped up could be even worse. So running on pure desperation with that clock ticking down, he dives into the dungeon over and over. And that's how a guy who was just trying not to die somehow leveled up into a necromancer commanding a whole army of skeletons. One day, deep inside a dark cave, torches suddenly flared to life, as a huge boom echoed with nasty purple slime dripping from the cavern walls. Goblin blood was everywhere. A monster with razor-sharp claws raised its arm and lunged at its prey, sparking a massive battle right there in the dungeon. It was a chaotic brawl between these creatures and a mysterious hero in a cloak with the monsters roaring as they attacked with lightning-fast moves. Then all of a sudden everything just stopped. The hero whipped out his sword and wiped out several goblins in a single fluid motion. He spun around and his partner asked if the main guy was ready yet. He stomped the ground, telling him not to rush the process. The fight raged on until only a single monster was left standing. This last goblin, decked out in armor, charged the knight, but it was over in seconds. The two friends started chatting, admitting they seriously didn't think this clear would take them so damn long. They'd taken out all the goblins enchanted by the Lord, but the big boss was nowhere to be found. One of them said he'd go check it out, but his buddy was like, "Bruh, why? We can just message him." Kai was worried that something bad had happened to him, but his friend shot back that he was tripping over nothing. Suddenly, Kai felt a strange vibration. Why was the entire cave shaking? That's when a way bigger, meaner-looking orc just appeared out of thin air right beside them. The sight of it made them freeze up in pure terror. The orc let out a deafening roar and charged at them, and the guys knew they had to bail. They needed to retreat and find their master, ASAP. Kai screamed for Castle to wait up, but his partner was already charging into the fight. Castle yelled back that he was pretty sure he could solo this overgrown orc. A second later, the orc's axe slammed into him, making Castle grunt out in pain. He was completely stunned as the orc loomed over him, and before he could react, it smashed him again. Kai was freaking out, screaming his friend's name because he was about to get himself killed. At that moment, the orc just kept on roaring. Then out of nowhere, bright blue magic beams slammed into the creature. It bellowed in agony as our main character finally showed up to help his crew. He called out to his teammates by name, telling them to fall back because he could handle this beast himself. The guys then noticed their commander was holding a wild-looking card. It had this glowing golden seal, and as he started to activate it, his eyes began to shine a brilliant yellow, leaving his men completely dumbfounded. Imbak raised his hand into the air, and a massive fireball began to form right above him. His men could only stare at the insane attack, as our protagonist took aim and launched it directly at the orc's face. The beast instinctively threw its hands up to shield itself from the incoming inferno. A moment later, a massive explosion rocked the dungeon. The guys were just in awe. Their boss was no cap one hell of a mage. Another guy in a cloak rushed over to the master asking if he was all right. Hanbok clutched his head, his voice shaky. He explained that he had dumped every last drop of his mana into that single attack on the orc. His assistant reassured him that he still did an amazing job. But our MC just asked again, "You really think so? That I'm actually doing great?" He thought it was ridiculous, even though back in the day he could have only dreamed of reaching this level of power. Back then he did absolutely nothing. He just sat huddled under a blanket, shivering and hiding from the entire world. Just 3 months ago, 2 of his apartment's doors suddenly transformed into dungeon portals, effectively trapping him inside his own home. He actually found it kind of interesting at first. When he stepped into the dungeon, he low-key felt like the hero in some fantasy story. But that feeling didn't last very long. Not after a goblin tried to murder him for the first time. He bolted from the monsters absolutely terrified. But their venom had already seeped into his wounds, and for several days he was just teetering on the brink of death. He tore through every box he had. He was looking for any medical supplies he could find, and soon all his bandages were soaked in blood. After what felt like an eternity lying on the floor, the system pinged, telling him he'd survived and earned the rank of Dungeon Explorer, but after that whole ordeal, he never had the guts to step foot in the dungeon again. He even tried asking for help on the internet, but of course, no one believed his story. He posted that his front door had turned into a dungeon entrance and asked what he should do, but he only got troll answers. Calling the cops was obviously a pointless idea. But luckily, after some digging, he found others just like him when he stumbled upon a specific website. This site wasn't just for discussion boards and party finders. It also listed all sorts of quests from the system. For instance, one quest offered a reward for clearing F-rank dungeons within a set time, and there were 30 participants signed up. The time remaining was 365 days, and the reward for clearing the quest was 1,000,001 and a single F-rank item. Dungeon number 0795 was the one in his apartment, and all he had to do was clear it with other players, but he was just too damn scared. He hoped he could just wait it out, but that was never gonna happen. Eventually, he had no choice but to start hunting. He desperately needed cash just to survive, and soon enough he started getting notifications on his phone about new funds being deposited. So, our MC was making bank-slaying monsters and copping all the essential gear from the dungeon web store. But then one day things took a turn. He stumbled across a forum post that basically warned the deeper you go into the dungeon, the more nightmare fuel the monsters get, so he made the smart play and just kept farming regular goblins. 3 whole months went by like this. And our dude is still just shaking under his blankets, glued to his computer screen, totally bugging out about whether there are really only 5 people left. He's spiraling, wondering why there are so few. Like, did they all actually die? What's he supposed to do now? Just grind goblins for the rest of his life. What if they come for him next? Terrified, he glances at his own apartment number and shouts that they have to do something and do it now. After that, he found someone who got the same quest as him. This dude wanted to raid the boss tomorrow. He put out a call for the rest of the players to squad up. When Hunbok saw this, a massive grin spread across his face, and he threw his hands up in pure joy. He's yelling that he's not gonna die. There were still people who could fight, which meant there was hope. But then the next day hit. Hunbok clutched his head, his brain completely blue-screening from the shock. Turns out only one other person showed up. He was beyond scared, and there were still 274 days left on the quest timer. He let out a massive scream of pure fear, and after a hot minute, he found himself back in a dungeon surrounded by goblins. He watched them on the down low, then suddenly whipped out his club. With a look of pure confidence, he lets the goblins roar their heads off before he starts absolutely bodying them one by one. He's just bashing them over the head with his club, sending the little green guys scattering in every direction. Hunbok realized there was only one left he needed to take down. He charged at the thing leading with his shield. He smacked the last goblin, which got knocked out cold and just flopped to the ground. While the other goblins just stood there, totally confused, staring at their downed buddy, our protagonist let out a huge sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his face, then pulled out a box cutter and sliced his finger until it was bleeding. He silently prayed this would work, as a single drop of blood landed on a seal on one of the goblins' bodies. A second later, a bright light lit up the entire cave. Hunbok knew he'd nailed it. A magical bond had just formed between him and the goblin. He grabbed his head, wondering what the heck was going on with him. Bruh, why was he feeling so dizzy all of a sudden? The goblins just stared at his body completely bewildered. Eventually, they just left him alone. He tried to ignore what was happening and frantically searched the website for anything that could help, but found nothing. He clutched his head in absolute terror. He muttered that he had absolutely no choice. If he couldn't clear this dungeon by himself, he was going to be stuck here forever. Out of nowhere, he got a notification on his phone. But before checking it, he needed to take a look at his skills. It hit him that he had actually pulled it off. His mana and concentration were now listed as stats, which pretty much meant he was a wizard. Using a special app from the site, he was able to check out his info. Thanks to his newly developed teamwork skills and his concentration stat, he learned how to tame and control the goblins. It worked on one at first, and then a couple more, but then he couldn't do it anymore. His mana was totally gassed. Beads of sweat were trickling down his face from pure exhaustion, when suddenly an idea popped into his head, and he jumped to his feet. He stared silently into the back of the cave, thinking about how he needed to get back. The goblins all turned to look at him. They looked surprised when he yelled at them to help him out, and fast. Sometime later, Hunbok was finally home, trying to catch his breath. He couldn't believe he was actually home. If he couldn't make it then. But before he could finish that thought, he noticed a weird glow near his window. Thanks to the website, he realized something crazy magical skills are super rare and are especially sought after for group raids. But he was the only person left in his group. At that moment, he screamed in horror, realizing that if he hadn't chickened out before, then together they would have had a real shot. If only he'd made a different choice back then, everything would have turned out differently. He collapsed right there on the floor and started sobbing, pounding his fists on the ground. This just made the goblins stare at him completely baffled. He wouldn't be in this mess if he hadn't been such a coward. The goblins just watched the whole scene, giving each other confused looks. A system message popped up reporting the dungeon class as 0795 with 272 days left before the raid fails. It had now been 3 days since Kim Hunbok started trying to clear the dungeon. At the moment he was fast asleep. He'd fallen face first onto the ground and was lying there completely still. Then he suddenly shot up, realizing something was off. He immediately grabbed his club. He found himself posted up by the door, listening hard to the sounds and wondering if he was just imagining things. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto something even more terrifying, and he froze, bracing himself for whatever was about to happen. When he finally grabs the door handle and swings it open, he and the goblin behind him both jump, but inside there's just one single box. This totally throws him for a loop. He walks over to it, and after a closer look, realizes it's some kind of package. After a beat, the scene cuts to the guys who sent it. Mike, one of the guys, turns to the chairman, clearly confused. He asks him if he really sent another package, and the chairman just says, "Of course, we have to invest in our future talent." He adds that realistically most of them will probably die within a year anyway, but the ones who survive, they're going to be built different. Mike flips out, yelling that it's all just a wild guess, which makes the chairman turn back to him. The chairman, with zero chill, says nothing serious happened and that it was only $3,000. Mike is furious, reminding him he's already burned through $900,000 doing this. He demands to know how many people he's helped this way, calling it an insane amount of money. The other guy, Richard, admits he's right, but he argues that investing in people is the best use of money, especially if you help them when they've hit rock bottom. He says they'll never forget what you did for them, and even if only 1% of them make it through, it's an investment that pays for itself. Mike just grabs his head, saying he gets the logic, but he still couldn't bring himself to do something so risky. Richard just tells him that as long as he understands, that's what matters. So he just needs Mike to back him up. Mike agrees, and the chairman wonders to himself, "I'm curious to see how this little experiment turns out." Back in the dungeon, our hero grabs the package and thinks out loud. No way. Is this really from the chairman of the Wizards? He sees a message inside, and when Hyunbak finally opens the box, he finds a book called The Theory of Deception. He figures the chairman knows he's in a seriously tough spot, so he sent him these 2 books to give him a leg up. The chairman's note says he hopes they'll be useful. As Hyunbak looks over the books, he realizes they're valued at 200,000 won each. But then the system hits him with a notification that the Mana Theory book he got was a fake. He's totally stunned. A fake. It seems like tons of people have gotten scammed by this exact book. He reaches out and touches it. The book erupts in a brilliant magical glow, leaving him speechless. Hyunbak realizes this thing is 100% genuine. He has no idea who this chairman dude is, but he thanks him from the bottom of his heart with actual tears of gratitude in his eyes. Meanwhile, his little goblin crew is just passed out on the floor, completely relaxed. Hyunbak notes that using magic feels a lot like programming. You have to build a framework and visualize the final product in your head. It's a bummer he never got the chance to really study back in school. Now just reading this book gives him a massive headache. It takes him a full 30 minutes to correctly draw a single magic circle. But hey, after 4 days of grinding, he feels like he's finally getting the hang of it. He knows he'll get used to these complex texts eventually. First things first, though, he's got to deal with today's objectives. He opens the system window and sees he's got 19 hours left on the clock. If he doesn't show up for the next dungeon run, he's getting hit with a penalty. The punishment for repeatedly ghosting missions is pretty severe. They'll actually nerf his level and skills. With that thought, he decides it's time to move out, leaving the room with his goblin posse. The whole crew peeks out from behind a massive rock, spotting another group of goblins approaching. Hyunbak points forward, giving the signal to rush them. His goblins immediately charge into the fight. A moment later, his crew is cheering. They made short work of the enemies, and Hyunbak pulls up his status. He notes that controlling his mana feels way easier now, which is a huge win. He thinks about taming another goblin to add to his squad, but then he spots them. A group of skeletons just standing there with their eyes glowing an intense, terrifying red. Hyunbak wonders if he should try his taming skill on them. He's feeling pretty confident, thinking they're just a bunch of bones and should be an easy clap. He actually lets out a little chuckle, thinking they'll see what happens. One of his goblins tries to get his attention. It points back to the other goblins trying to warn him, but Hyunbak is completely in his own world, thinking they've got no blood, just bones. He figures killing them won't even be satisfying. He opens the system window to inspect them and sees their dexterity is rank E. Swordsmanship is E, but their magic concentration is a C. The second he realizes they have actual skills, he freaks out and yells that they have to catch them. He orders his goblins to attack, pointing them straight at the skeletons. A few moments later, he's crouching on the ground. His goblins turn the skeletons into a pile of dust. He starts thinking he should have tried taming one, but he doesn't remember seeing anything about that on the forums. Then it hits him. The system itself said that your emotions and intuition play a huge role in your magic. It even said you have to actively integrate those feelings into your studies. Okay then, he thinks. In that case, he just decided to roll with his gut and follow his instincts. He whipped out the magic circle and did the exact same thing he did with the goblin, slapping the seal right onto the skeleton's dome. He decided to pump his mana into the creature, a skeleton completely tied up with ropes. All of a sudden, the creature's body starts shaking like a leaf, and Himbok realizes, holy crap, it actually worked. The skeleton's eyes flare up with a sick blue glow, a sign that he can now depend on it to help him grind dungeons. He was totally hyped about this development, but damn, it burned through way too much of his mana. In that case, they had to bounce. So, now he's heading home with his new skeleton buddy, and plot twist, it turns out the skeleton is a girl. Her stats were low-key garbage, though strength was a measly 2 out of 35, dexterity was 1 out of 39, fitness was 4 out of 30, and magic was just 3 with a mastery of 6. And to top it all off, with 0 remaining points to spend, Kimbok just clutched his head like, bruh, are you serious? Just one girl. He figured she deserved a name, so he decided to call her Christina. The instant he says her name, the girl's eyes glow a bright blue, and the system dings with a new notification: 268 days until the quest fails. No pressure. A whole week has passed since Himbok started his dungeon-crawling journey. Our protagonist went to bed and was completely knocked out. Christina sat right next to him, just watching him sleep, when a memory suddenly hits her, a flash from when she was human. She saw herself defending the dungeon with her comrades, but in the blink of an eye, they all got wiped out, and she suddenly became a skeleton. She stared at her own bony hands, totally shocked. Our boy sits up and asks what's wrong, saying it's still super early. Christina was just sitting on the floor, smiling, all wrapped up in a blanket, and our MC was looking at her completely baffled. He was like, oh yeah, I totally tamed this skeleton yesterday, but as he got closer to her, something felt different. He gently touched her head, asking what was up with her. She just smiled and said, good morning, master. Our guy was absolutely floored that she could actually talk. Christina told him not to be so surprised, claiming it was all because of his mana. Himbok and the goblin were just frozen, completely stunned. They literally started trembling from the shock of it all. She clearly wasn't just some run-of-the-mill skeleton. Christina explained again that it was all thanks to him. Ever since he gave her a name, she was able to recall her past life. And now she could even speak. Himbok, still trying to process everything, asked if she could explain more, since she was obviously not a normal skeleton. He asked if her feelings and her ability to talk were all because of his mana. Christina lowered her gaze before answering him. She told him it was all because of the name he'd given her. He was like, the name? He just said it, but Christina shouted back at him. She yelled that nothing happens without a reason, slamming her hand on the floor for emphasis. The guys listening to her were shocked. They were totally blindsided by this, and Christina straight up yelled that a name is what makes you an actual person. It's what separates you from every other creature in their world. So, Hyunbok quickly apologized for the oversight. He admitted he was wrong and tried to calm her down. She exclaimed and apologized back, explaining that it's a massive deal for nameless beings. He asked again, creatures without a name? She raised a finger and confirmed it with a yes. Those who lose their identity and their soul end up in the dungeon. That's what happened to me. He replied that it all made sense to him now. But did she know exactly what happened to her? Christina told him no, that her memories hadn't fully returned just yet. But she remembered one thing with terrifying clarity: a horrifying monster with glowing red eyes, a creature that was absolutely nightmarish. It was so scary it made her tremble. Our protagonist was dumbfounded and started shaking too, wondering if he could actually sense her fear. He stared at his own trembling hands and thought, was it really that bad? Will I even be able to take down a creature like that? The others crowded around Christina, trying to comfort her. Meanwhile, the protagonist got pissed off, exclaiming how messed up this whole situation was. What was he supposed to do now? He'd have to battle some insane creature, and he could end up losing his own soul in the fight. So, why should he even bother with all this? Just then, Christina turned to her. Master grabbed his hand and swore she wouldn't let him die. She told him he shouldn't worry. He said her name out loud and saw the goblins' reaction. They were celebrating. He was just speechless. He thanked them all for their support, then turned back to Christina to ask if she remembered anything else at all. Any small detail would be a huge help. She looked around with a questioning gaze, unable to recall anything more, when all of a sudden she started doing some really weird movements and told him not to freak out. She explained that she just needed to maintain her mana levels to keep talking. He asked if that meant she didn't have enough, and after she smiled, our MC apologized. This meant he'd have to wait for her mana to recover. As he wondered what to do now, his eyes suddenly shot wide open in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was Christina the skeleton wearing headphones and just casually surfing the internet. Our protagonist, who had already pulled up her stat page in the system window, was totally bewildered. He wondered why there wasn't any mention of a speech ability, but at least her other stats had improved. Something new had even shown up. What the heck is this C-level magic talent? He realized he'd probably have to take a few lessons from her if they were going to develop their magic together. They could just hang back and make the other skeletons do all the dirty work against Christina. Meanwhile, Himbok was trying to cram some new verbs, and he realized this whole situation was a golden opportunity now they actually had a strategy. He figured he'd have to get her a computer to practice on, but Christina was just clutching her head, totally lost. A little later, the system updated. It flashed 267 days left, until the quest was a total fail, and it had already been 8 days since Himbok first stepped into these dungeons. After a bit, he turned to Christina admitting he needed her help, and she was like, "Okay, spill, what happened?" So, Himbok asked again, just to be sure, "Didn't you say you were a sorceress in your past life?" Christina just confirmed it. "Yeah, that's right," she said. And right then our boy announced his big plan. He needed her to teach him magic, like right now. Christina was totally down for it, saying she'd be happy to help. And honestly, her magic knowledge was absolutely cracked. She started sketching these wild-looking symbols on paper, and Himbok, looking confused, asked if he was going to have to draw these things every single time. She explained that it really just depends on the situation. No cap, with her help, the magic book started making way more sense to him. He mentioned that last time he just made copies of the magic circles, and those worked too, which made Christina stop in her tracks. "You made copies of the magic circles?" she asked, stunned. He shot back with a confident, "Yep." She then broke down how to use and build up mana. She also explained why he couldn't just create magic circles out of thin air. He could become a wizard, but he'd have to physically cultivate spirits first. Only after doing that would he get the ability to create magic circles from scratch. Later, she was watching him draw a magic circle and pointed out a mistake, but she was still pretty impressed he'd learned so much in just a week. He was itching to get back to the dungeon as soon as he had all the magic circles drawn out. But that looming punishment from the system meant he couldn't waste any time. The god of this world was low-key generous, sending him to hell, but at least giving him a shot to make it out alive. Himbok couldn't help but laugh at her scaredy cat voice. He realized the dungeons didn't terrify him as much anymore. He glanced over at the goblins. He asked if they were seriously about to throw down again. Christina told him that this time his mission was to tame as many of them as he possibly could. He wasn't sure he was up to the task, but he figured screw it, and decided to give it his best shot. Christina said that was enough practice for the moment. So he asked, "All right, what's next?" She replied that they needed to go check on something. Naturally, he asked what it was. Christina walked right up to one of the goblins and said it was about her. She asked if he remembered how they gathered their shared mana. Before they left, he said, "Of course," and Christina kept going, explaining that no matter what they did, her mana levels just weren't changing. He confirmed he remembered all that and asked again if this had something to do with her. "Yes," she said, and without any warning, she grabbed a goblin by its neck, scaring the absolute crap out of it. She unleashed her magical power. Dark energy started pouring out of the goblin as the little guy screamed in pure terror. A second later, the goblin dropped dead. Himbok was just standing there, completely floored, finally getting what Christina really was. She explained that she's undead. Basically, she's a monster that's already died. It's only after death that you crave life the most. She can't build up mana because, well, she's already dead. For an undead creature to get stronger, they have to take life. Her hand started to shake, which made Himbok's hand tremble too. It hit him. Then this isn't something humans do. Having to kill other things just to survive is proof that you're not human anymore. You're a monster. The fact that she understood all of this was what really messed him up. He turned to Christina, put a hand on her shoulder and asked, "You said you'd do anything for me, right?" She said yes, so Himbok told her, "Then that's an order. Go kill and get stronger. Christina just looked at him, a small smile on her face, and asked him to repeat that. He told her that if she didn't, she wouldn't be able to protect him. To be strong enough, she had to kill. And she could put all the blame on him, since it was his direct order. Christina was completely stunned by this, telling him he was way too good of a person. Himbok pointed to himself like, "Me, you serious?" But that wasn't it. For him, this was about survival, no matter the cost. He wasn't about to make any more excuses for what needed to be done. He just started yelling that they'd figure out the rest of it later. All his minions shouted back, "Of course, master." After that, he started inspecting the cave walls. Christina then added that at least she wasn't a zombie. Himbok was like, "What's the difference?" She replied that zombies are closer to living people than she is, but to get stronger, they have to chow down on the dead. And she meant that they literally have to sink their teeth into them. Himbok was just horrified and disgusted by that image. Christina told him to keep his voice down, and all he could say was how glad he was that she was just a skeleton. After that, Christina wanted to know what her skills looked like now. He told her they had definitely gotten a lot better. But he didn't think it was going to be enough. Just killing goblins wasn't going to cut it for leveling up their skills. That meant they needed to hunt down something way stronger. Just then, Christina froze solid and stared off into the distance. Himbok turned around and asked her what was wrong. The goblin just pointed in the same direction, telling him to look for himself. Just then, a massive horde of goblins starts charging straight for them, but Christina just tells him to back off and let her handle it. Himbok's like, "What?" He asks if she can seriously take them all on by herself, and she's all, "Of course," before whipping out a massive magic circle right in front of her. She activates her magic arrow skill, and all the goblins brace for a fight, getting ready to defend themselves when suddenly, a whole web of blindingly bright lightning zaps out and fries every single one of them on the spot. They all just drop dead to the ground. But then Christina starts to collapse too, muttering about how her mana is completely drained. Our boy shouts for her to just focus on resting and recovering. He gets ready to jump in, yelling at his own goblin squad to charge the few that are left. A crazy no-holds-barred brawl kicks off between the two goblin groups. They start smashing each other with clubs, and one of them swings at another goblin from behind. But out of nowhere, our MC jumps in and saves his guy by wrecking the attacker. The monster's teeth go flying everywhere. The impact was insane, and one of the MC's goblin buddies notices that the enemy goblins are starting to bail. Himbok screams, asking if they seriously think they can run away, and orders his crew to hunt every last one of them down. His goblins immediately give chase. A few moments later, the ground is littered with the bodies of defeated goblins. Our boy is covered in cuts, totally exhausted, and just trying to catch his breath. Then he suddenly drops his club, grabs his head in agony, and screams, "What have I done?" He realizes all of his own goblins are dead. He thought the enemies were just escaping, but their actual base was right there. He starts panicking, wondering what he's supposed to do now. Should he try to subjugate more goblins? But what if the same thing just happens all over again? What's the right move? As he's spiraling, Christina walks over and asks how he's holding up. He's just silent, completely unable to answer. She tells him not to get so torn up about it, which leaves him totally stunned. Christina keeps going, explaining that those goblins were basically just pawns. It was going to happen one way or another. For now, they just need to get back and patch themselves up. Himbok knows she's right. What's done is done, and there's nothing he can do to change it. He turns around, forces a smile, and says they can head out. Once they get home, Christina pulls off his shirt and starts tending to his wounds. She doesn't use bandages, though. She uses her own magical healing abilities. In an instant, all his injuries just vanish. Himbok, completely shocked, asks what she's doing. She explains it's a first circle healing spell, a type of rapid regeneration. She wasn't even sure she could pull it off as an undead, but she's just glad it worked. Himbok checks himself out, absolutely stoked that every single one of his wounds is gone. Right then, Christina leans in super close to his face and suggests that maybe they should invest in some better gear, because the next fight could be even more dangerous. He just bluntly says yeah, but he's kind of broke right now. He checks his bank account and the balance is 1,641,657 when Christina points out that even the most basic gear set would run him 150,001. And even that wouldn't be good enough. But she tells him not to sweat it, because she'll figure out a way to get the cash. He looks at her confused and asks how. She says she'll just post a topic on the advice page. The posts that get the most views pay out some serious cash. She figures she can drop some useful knowledge about magic and make money that way. Himbok asks again if she's sure about that. Like, can she really just trade her knowledge for money? She tells him it's totally possible. It won't be anything groundbreaking. She'll just write up some tips for beginner magicians. She admits she's not sure if it'll get popular, so they probably shouldn't get their hopes up. Himbok thinks about it for a second. He tells her she's super knowledgeable, and someone will definitely find her advice helpful, so he wishes her good luck. She just smiles and says she'll give it her best shot. A little while later, Himbok's bank account is sitting at 51,341,657 won. He's absolutely floored by the number and asks, "Isn't this a lot?" Christina just grins and says now they can even afford to get a whole new base. He yells, "Moving, is that even a thing we can do?" Christina says, "Yup, totally possible. After they pay, they just have to put in their current address and the address of the place they're moving to. Then they just chill in the dungeon for about half a day. When they come back, they'll be in their new home." And she adds that he should expect another big deposit tomorrow. The MC is shook. He asks if it's going to be the same amount. Christina says yeah. Since her post hit #1 in views, she gets a one-time bonus payment. It's equal to all the profits it's earned. Apparently, the admins usually spread that payment out over 5 months. But she somehow convinced them to give it to her all at once. He's completely dumbfounded by this and just says that's amazing. He tells her he'd love to move somewhere closer to other people. Christina smiles and says that's exactly what they'll do. 4 days later, they're in a place with 4 rooms, a kitchen and a living room. They put down the deposit and signed a 1-year contract. The apartment is absolutely sick. He steps out onto the balcony and sees these stunningly beautiful buildings all around him. He's still trying to process it all. How did the move even happen? Was this the work of the system's administrators? He started wondering if the people Christina made a deal with were the same crew that hooked him up with all that cash. What if they actually knew a way to escape this place? Right then, Christina snapped, screaming, "Master!" He was totally clueless and just asked, "What?" Christina wasn't having it and yelled at him to stop daydreaming. To survive, he has to grind in the dungeon. Hadn't that sunk in yet? He whipped around shocked, wondering if she could low-key read his mind. He just had to ask. "But what if there's another way out?" Christina shot back immediately. "And what if there is? What if that path is even more dangerous? What would he do then? Seriously try to make a run for it?" Her words left him completely speechless. Christina doubled down, telling him that running from his problems wasn't going to solve a thing. Himbok's jaw just hit the floor. He went quiet for a second, then balled his hands into tight fists. All of a sudden, a blinding beam of light erupted right in front of him. Freedom was so close he could taste it. He full-on punched the system window, and his hands started to bleed. All he wanted was to get out of there and live, and he was dead set on making it happen. He let out a massive scream overflowing with confidence as the whole room blazed with a brilliant, magical light. A single drop of his power rippled through the entire apartment, and Christina knew instantly what it was, mana. Our MC looked over his new powered-up body and asked again, "What was that?" A second later, he grabbed a weapon. He started wailing on the new goblins in the dungeon. After he absolutely bodied them with one weapon, he stared down at his hand. He couldn't help but think it was amazing. He had managed to break through his own anger and despair. A whole new power was unlocked for him. His very own mana had finally awakened in his body. He just asked again, "Why?" Out of nowhere, Christina started losing it, yelling, "What do you mean, why? You got this by breaking through your own mental chains." Magic's power level is always connected to a person's mental state. Now he could finally call himself a real wizard. Himbok was absolutely stoked, asking, "No cap, I have a magic circle." Christina confirmed that since he was a circle mage, now he'd gotten way stronger. At that, he cracked a smile and fixed his hair. With a grin plastered on his face, he said, "Of course it's gotta be all thanks to the gear, right?" Christina just replied, "Yup, money solves pretty much everything." I mean, he was rocking an orc leather set worth 1 million won and a mace worth a cool 5 million. He was surprised and asked her, "Where did you even hear that?" She shot back that people posted online all the time. Himbok decided he seriously needed to restrict her internet access. A bit later, after they clapped some more skeletons, he decided it was time to call it a day because they'd made good progress. They had taken down 2 skeletons with sea-level skills. As soon as they got home, our protagonist started flexing his new magic. He cast the magic circle pattern right over the faces of the skeletons he'd just defeated. A moment later, they started to stand up. He realized he'd actually subjugated them. Now, after naming these new minions Castle and Kai, would this even work out? Christina suggested they just wait and see for now. Humbok wondered if anything could go wrong, and she told him there were no guarantees. They wouldn't be as obedient as she is. Memories of death and being undead could affect them in ways nobody could predict. So their only option was to wait for their memories to come back online. After some time passed, Humbok decided to open 2 doors, and as they swung open, our guy was terrified to see a skeleton just stroll right past him. He let out a yelp of fear, and that skeleton just collapsed onto the floor. Meanwhile, the other one was just sitting in the closet looking scared out of its mind. The silence between them was super awkward. Christina went over to the one on the floor, saying his memory had apparently rebooted. The skeleton just nodded. Humbok was like, "So he seems to understand us, but he can't talk, can he?" She replied that they don't have vocal cords. That she pointed out made her a pretty unique case. Christina then congratulated them on getting a second chance at life. The skeletons looked at each other and actually smiled. She explained that even though their original memories had been totally wiped, they were able to get back some pieces of their past lives. It was all thanks to their master's gift of new memories. He was their savior. All his new subordinates were looking at him like he was a god. The protagonist just had to ask, so it actually worked. Christina laid it out. Their master was now in big trouble, and so was their entire world, which could also be completely destroyed. That's why they had to help their master survive. They needed to do what they couldn't get done in their past lives. She told them to swear their loyalty to their master. She said, "Swear you will give your lives for him," adding that she would do the same. Then she thanked them for giving them the opportunity to live once more, all for the sake of magic. With that, she pledged her own loyalty to her master. In that instant, a magical bond snapped into place between them all, and Christina turned to the other skeletons and tells them the deal is simple. Join his crew, or they're getting sent straight back to the afterlife. The skeletons are low-key, shook by the ultimatum. After a quick side-eye to each other, they decide to accept. Our protagonist can't believe his ears when he hears their response. The skeletons don't just agree, they genuinely thank him for giving them a second chance to get their revenge. They swear their undying loyalty to him, and in that instant a pulse of magic flashes between them, sealing the pact. It finally hits them that they're a real team now, and Kimbok totally railroaded Kai and Castle into it, giving them zero choice in the matter. At that moment, Kai says that their master and the lovely lady will have to look after them from now on. Christina chimes in to let them know that they're all linked up telepathically, so they can now talk without burning through any mana. Our boy thinks that's a pretty sweet upgrade. He then turns to his new squad and asks who exactly they're trying to get revenge on, figuring it's probably a good idea to know the deets beforehand. Castle admits that while he's burning for payback, he can't actually remember who he's after or why. Still, he lives by the code of an eye for an eye. He swears he's going to find the bastard who took his life. Hearing this, Kai explains that his family possessed a legendary heirloom, but his older brother vanished inside a dungeon while searching for it, and they lost both him and the priceless item. So, his mission is to find that heirloom and restore his family's honor. Just then, Christina jumps into the conversation. She explains that in her past life, she was a sorceress just like now, and all she's ever wanted is to dive deeper into the mysteries of magic. Her one and only goal is to get stronger. Our MC wonders if that's what he truly wants too. After a pause, he introduces himself and declares that his goal is just to survive. He tells them he had a nasty brush with death once and never wants to feel that kind of pain and fear again. So, he asks them straight up to help him stay alive. He clutches his chest and the skeletons just look at each other, stunned. Then they erupt shouting that they respect his honesty. "Of course, Master Nobody wants to die. We got your back." All he has to do is tell them what to do. Kimbok grins and says, "Bet. In that case, let's get to work right now." A short while later, Kai unleashes his power, tearing through one goblin after another with some seriously slick moves. He's so cracked that he's taking out several monsters with a single swing. That's when Castle charges in, telling him to back off, so he can show off and wreck just as many monsters with his own insane speed. Kai spins around, yelling that what he's doing is way too reckless. As they bicker, Kimbok just watches them, commenting that they seem to be doing just fine. Christina notes that thanks to them, their master is getting way more time to focus on his own training, letting them blaze through the dungeon much faster than before. The two skeletons keep up the fight with incredible energy. Our protagonist is honestly shocked they've already made it to the boss room this quickly. They find themselves standing right in front of the main gate. He remembers reading online that there should be one boss goblin and about 20 smaller ones. Castle just scoffs, saying it's a piece of cake. He boasts that they can clear the room in a couple of minutes flat, but Kai tells him he's way too overconfident. He points out that boss monsters are a whole lot smarter than the trash mobs they've been fighting. Besides, you can't always trust what you read online. Christina thinks they need to prep first, but she adds that if they really want to go in now, she's ready. Kim Bok makes the call, saying they're better off getting ready and coming back later. Later, the crew is chilling back at the apartment. Our protagonist turns to Christina and asks if she's run a check on their stats yet. She says she has, and they've definitely improved. She's amazed by this world where you can get stronger just through experience. She thinks it's absolutely amazing. At that moment, our boy turns to Kai and Castle, asking where they're even from. But the guys just ask him to check their stats too, and he's like, alright, fine. Castle's stats show he's at level 6 out of 109. His fencing and defense are C rank, while his hand-to-hand combat is a D. Strength is at 18, dexterity at 15, fitness is 24, magic is 15, mastery is 21, and he has 5 stat points left to use. Kai's stats show he's also level 6 with C+ rank swordsmanship. His leadership is B rank, but his magic is an E. Strength is 16, dexterity is 20, fitness is 21, magic is 21, and mastery is 27 with 5 points remaining. Our protagonist notes that their stats have gotten a solid boost, and they've even picked up some new skills. Now they decide it's time to check their master's level, and he agrees. They see he's at the highest level of the group, level 9. Strength is 17, agility is 18, fitness is 16, and his magic is a whopping 35. Mastery is at 23 with 8 points left to spend. He knows, though, that this isn't nearly enough. He has to get stronger if he doesn't want to lose everything. Kai warns that they need to be careful, and speaking of which, there's something they need to buy. Christina says they need to pick up some magic crystal powder. He practically screams, "What, that stuff is ridiculously expensive. The powder costs 1,000,001. And that's just for 10 grams. Christina then casually mentions she needs a full kilogram. But don't worry, she says there's a 50% discount, so it shouldn't be too pricey. Our boy tells her he definitely doesn't have that kind of money, but Christina is one step ahead. The website said they can pay for it in installments. Kim Bok asks her again, "Do you really need that much?" Christina's reply is a dead serious yes model. Himbok's totally bummed, saying it's a must-have, and they'll just have to grab it. Hearing this, Christina is momentarily ecstatic, clutching a new package in her hands. She's going to be crafting the protagonist notes, so it looks like we're heading out without her for now. He then admits that she kind of freaks him out sometimes. Kai agrees, saying he has no clue what she's cooking up, but it's probably not going to be fast. Castle just shrugs. "We should go without her. We've got this." After a bit, they show up at the dungeon and get back to the daily grind. Kai gives a status update reporting that they've already taken down 287 skeletons. Castle points out that for them, these mobs are seriously weak. Our MC sighs, saying it feels like they've burned through all their good luck for the day. Castle adds that luck is a huge deal for mortals, because you can't control it, you know. That's when Himbok mentions he actually has a luck skill. The guys are like, "Bro, what are you even talking about?" He explains that his luck stat only kicks in during desperate times. At least that's what the description says, he adds. Kai calls it a sketchy skill and tells him to be careful, which makes Himbok turn around and ask why. They explain that if good things only happen to him when he's in deep trouble, it means his normal luck is probably in the gutter. That might be why they haven't run into any decent skeletons. He probably used up all his good fortune just meeting them in the first place. Castle just grins, saying that theory totally checks out. Kai chuckles, adding he's just happy to hear that their meeting counted as a lucky event for Himbok. The protagonist is just floored by this whole conversation, watching in pure disbelief. As the others laugh it off, Castle turns to him and asks, "So, what do you think?" But our MC stays silent. The guys press him again, asking what's wrong. He's blushing hard now. Was he actually not feeling well? Maybe it was the goblins from before. He finally snaps, yelling that he's fine and they should just head home. But when they get back to their place, they find Christina collapsed on the floor. She whips her head around and asks if they're back already. He can't figure out what's wrong with her and asks if she's finished with her project yet. "No," she replies, her voice shaking. Smoke is literally pouring out of her skull and her whole body has turned blue. Himbok tells her he's sorry, and Christina explains that the item shouldn't be hard to make. But somehow, she's already fumbled the bag 3 out of 5 times. She says she just needs to lie down and get her head in the game. The The protagonist sees this and realizes her luck is absolute trash today. Then it hits him. No cap. Is this because of me? Right on cue, Castle wonders out loud if it has something to do with the owner. Christina looks up, asking what he means. Our MC is silently pleading with them to keep quiet, but of course, Castle immediately spills the tea. Christina, however, doesn't think that's the reason, saying these were her own screw-ups. She insists she's the only one at fault, and if their luck was somehow connected, then her string of failures would have to end eventually. The protagonist just grins awkwardly and agrees that she's totally right. Fired up, Christina decides to give it another shot. The guys ask if she'll finally tell them what she's trying to make. She says it's a secret, but promises they're gonna love it. After a bit, they give in and head to another room. But naturally, they decide to eavesdrop. Christina, with zero chill, calls them out. Are you guys just gonna stand there trying to listen in, or are you gonna go back to the dungeon? The guys are completely busted. They can't believe she knew what they were up to. They start apologizing for bothering her, shaking in their boots from her intense aura. A while later, Kai is making coffee for everyone, bringing a tray over to the table. The protagonist asks when they last heard from Christina. Kai thinks for a second and says it's been about 3 days. Himbok wonders how she's holding up, wishing he could help her out. Castle immediately shuts that down. He reminds him of the death glare she gave them when they tried to spy on her earlier. Kai adds that it's probably best to just trust their lady and wait it out. Our MC agrees, yeah, Christina's smart. She'll figure it out, but just as he's taking a sip from his mug, she walks into the room. In a voice that could curdle milk, she announces, I'm back. The protagonist literally spits out his coffee, making a mess all over his face. After he cleans himself up, he asks how it went. She just smiles, holding up a magic card, and says her task was a success. He asks, is that what you've been working on? Christina nods, telling him it's a spell card. A what now? He asks. She explains that, to put it simply, it's a card that holds a spell. All you have to do is take it and imagine the spell. Then you channel your mana into the card to activate it. The best part is that anyone can use this thing. On top of that, the card makes it even better. It's a card that lets you cast magic 2 whole levels higher than you're supposed to. She passed it to him to check out, and the moment our boy grabbed it, he freaked out, shouting that this was a total game changer and asking how in the world she even made it. In her world, they didn't have cards, they had entire spell books. So he's like, wait, you cooked this whole thing up yourself? No cap, she's an absolute genius. Christina explained that this world is just on another level with its tech, so after she drew the first one, she just scanned it, and now she can print as many as she wants. The only catch is that a small number of the copies turn out to be duds. So he asked what the failure rate was looking like. Christina admitted that she'd failed 3 out of 5 attempts. The problem was enchanting them. Turning regular old paper into a magical artifact isn't exactly a walk in the park. Hanbok just laughed, thinking it was all handmade. And Christina was like, yup, but the printer handles all the heavy lifting, which is a lifesaver. She managed to make 20 cards in total, 7 pairs of Circle 1 and 3 pairs of Circle 2. She really wanted to make 40, but she just couldn't pull it off. Himlock then asked why they even needed the basic Circle 1 cards when they could just use the stronger stuff. She laid all the cards out, explaining it all comes down to mana. The higher the circle, the more mana it chugs to cast. So basically the main issue was their low levels. Suddenly, Castle slammed his fist on the table and told the sorceress to cut to the chase. He wanted to know if they were getting anything out of this. She told him not yet, since she didn't have enough materials. She couldn't make cards for the whole squad, but she promised they'd be next in line. That was good enough for them, and they happily agreed to wait. Himbok then announced it was officially grind time, and they needed to level up. Christina couldn't agree more, especially her. Since she'd already missed 3 dungeon runs, the guys were hyped, yelling they could go right now, and our MC said he was good to go too. So, what were they waiting for? They decided to bounce immediately. A little while later, they were standing in front of some seriously epic gates. 16 days had flown by, and their levels had shot up. The whole crew was now rocking level 12, and they had their spell cards locked and loaded. Our protagonist announced with total confidence that they were ready to roll. He turned to Kai, telling him to stay sharp. His role in this fight was going to be the MVP. Kai just shouted back for the master to have faith, promising to carry them to victory. After a bit of a trek, they finally made it to the dungeon entrance. The protagonist pushed the gate open and went in first, with the rest of the crew following him in single file, moving cautiously. They were all on high alert, listening for any weird sounds. In the distance, a massive horde of goblins was just chilling around some pillars. They were just waiting for a fight. Then one of them let out a deafening screech. It was an alarm letting all the other goblins know it was go time. They all snapped to attention and started charging. A huge mob of them swarmed toward our heroes. Himbok immediately noticed there were way more goblins this time, but Castle just grinned, saying it was a good thing. At least they came prepared for this. He yelled at Kai to charge in and start the party. Right then the goblins crashed into their line, but the boys held strong and fought back hard. Amid the chaos, Himbok looked over at Christina and told her to use Fireball. She whipped out a magic card, and she and the protagonist activated it together, unleashing a massive fiery explosion that rocked the entire area. Tons of goblins were either vaporized or knocked out cold. Seeing this, Kai roared that the sweet lady and their master had their backs, so it was their turn to pop off. He yelled for everyone to attack now. As the boys cleaned up the remaining goblins, the protagonist turned around with a satisfied smile, thinking that this was perfect. Leaving Kai in charge was definitely the right call. Meanwhile, Castle was on an absolute rampage, carving his way to victory. He was laughing like a maniac, telling the goblins to just die already because their end was near. Suddenly, he froze mid-swing after skewering the last goblin and stopped dead in his tracks. That's when he heard it, an insanely loud roar from the lead goblin. The boss was ready to throw down. The team decided to jump him all at once, but Castle yelled that he's got this. And with zero chill, he charged in to fight the boss one-on-one. After landing a few hits, he started to get pushed back. As the goblin boss closed in, it swung its massive weapon. The hit sent Castle flying. He crashed to the ground, shaking, and screamed that if he makes it out of this alive, he's getting better gear because his defense is trash. He swears he'd totally buy it. Without wasting a second, he lunges forward again, unleashing a storm of brilliant light beams. Right in the heat of the fight, he screams for his master's help, and Hyonbok, hearing the call, is like, "I got you." He and Christina team up, using their spark magic to blast the goblin with a blinding beam of light. Castle just scoffs, saying the goblin's lucky he was already toast. In that instant, he grabs the goblin's shoulder and asks if it really thought it could just dip out. But that wasn't happening, because Castle runs him straight through the chest, with his sword shouting that he's done for. After that, the goblin drops to the ground totally still. Castle raises his sword high, laughing with pure joy, as Kai comments that it was a clean kill. Now they just have to mop up the rest of the survivors. Victory is so close they can taste it as the battle rages on. They're all yelling that they just need to hold on a bit longer as they charge back into the chaos. By combining all of their power, they finally manage to crush the enemy. Our protagonist collapses to the ground, totally stunned. His entire body is covered in the gross purple blood of these goblins. Our boy is just beaming, blushing a little bit from the adrenaline rush. He throws his arms up in victory, and that's when the system pings him. He has to clear Dungeon 0795, an F rank within a time limit. Even though it's a low-level run, the system reminds him that every dungeon is a potential death trap, so he can't let his guard down. Hyonbok cleared the dungeon's first floor in 50 days. After a day that draining, they finally get to head home. The second he's back, Hyonbok rips off all his armor, lets out a massive sigh of relief, and just crashes onto the floor. He was completely gassed. A while ago, the skeletons had been gathering up mana, and Castle points out that the bosses were seriously tough, but he's still got enough mana for the three of them. Christina then adds that she thinks she can tap into third circle magic now. After hearing them out, our MC just cracks a smile and rolls over, deciding to just rest for now. But the moment he opens his eyes, he's staring right into the face of a decaying goblin. He's hit with a wave of pure terror, jumping up and scrambling away with a loud scream. The skeletons immediately rush over, asking him what's wrong, and as he stares at the dead goblins, he realizes he was insane for even thinking about resting in a place like this. He tells them they need to bounce like right now, and whips out his phone. They're all completely shocked to see a quick return button. They have never seen anything like it. Kai asks if it's because they took out the boss. He suggests they just press it, and when they do, a door materializes out of thin air. Hyonbok comments that it's a super convenient feature. But Christina is on another level of thrilled. She stumbles toward the door on shaky legs, exclaiming that this is absolutely unbelievable. She's muttering about worlds connecting materialization, or both at once, wondering how it's even possible. Our MC calls out to her, but she's totally in her own world. That's when Castle sighs and tells him to just leave her be, saying they won't understand her nerdy magic talk anyway. They won't be able to snap her out of it for now. Hyunbok starts to panic, asking how they're supposed to get home, if she's just gonna circle the door like a planet. Castle, getting pretty annoyed, just says they'll have to wait. Hyunbok shoots back, asking just how long they're supposed to stand there. Kai says it's probably best to leave her alone, and Castle agrees, admitting she low-key scares him sometimes. Seeing no other option, Hyunbok plops down on a rock with a heavy sigh, saying they'll wait until she chills out. And then they were finally home. The loud ring of the doorbell makes our MC's eyes pop open. He immediately asks Christina if she ordered something from the dungeon website. She shakes her head, saying it wasn't her. So, Kai heads to the door, telling them he'll check it out. A moment later, he's dragging a huge package into the house. He drops it on the floor. Castle inspects the box from all sides and tells Hyunbok he should probably be careful. And he's right, there's no sender listed on the box. Our MC opens it up, and all four of them lean in to see what's inside a full set of chainmail. There's also a letter from a secret admirer. In the note, the fan says he was glad Hyunbok's post became #1 on the site. He also says Hyunbok is making some serious moves in the dungeon and guessed he couldn't have done it all by himself. Because of that, he wanted to send him a little something as a gift. The fan hopes they can meet up one day. And yeah, there were also matching chainmail pants. This is some high-end equipment with a passive effect that restores mana. The skeletons, of course, immediately start trying to figure out how much it cost while holding it up to Hyunbok to check out the fit. He just takes the armor with a smile and thanks the mystery person. Christina then points out that it would have been a lot more useful before the boss fight, and he has to agree. But they still need to thank the guy somehow. When Christina asks how he plans to do that, he admits he doesn't have a clue. The guy was already loaded, so what could they possibly get him? She floated the idea of a spell card, and he thought it was actually a pretty solid gift. Christina mentioned she was looking to offload a few anyway, and since he's a wizard, she figured it would be a perfect present. Plus, she added it would be a huge help for him too. Her comment made our MC get real nervous, and then she dropped the bomb. She told him it was time to learn first circle magic, so he needed to start crafting his own cards from scratch, and told him to send them in under his own name. But our boy protested, saying he literally just got back from the dungeon. He argued that he needed to rest for at least a day, but she just shot back that for a wizard, learning is rest. Then she straight up grabbed him and dragged him into another room. She declared that she was going to teach him everything. Meanwhile, Mike strolled into the chairman's office and couldn't help but notice his expression. He asked a bit awkwardly if something awesome had happened. The chairman confirmed it with a huge grin and asked if he recalled that one guy who was left all alone. Turns out he'd been making some serious progress and even sent over some chainmail as a thank you gift. Mike was floored, saying that stuff is insanely expensive. But the chairman just waved it off, saying, "You can't put a price tag on happiness." He then showed him the #1 thread on the site. It was a post from Hyunbok, warning other players not to get it twisted with the third circle rapid healing spell. He explained that rapid healing is only good for minor cuts, and after you use it, you'll feel super hungry and wiped out. If you pop it while you're solo in a dungeon, you're basically just turning yourself into Goblin Chow. Mike was seriously impressed, telling the chairman his gut instinct was on point. The chairman just laughed, saying he plans to keep supporting him. No cap, he's expecting big things from this kid. Speaking of whom, our MC was already heading back into the dungeon. This time he was rocking some brand new armor. As they stepped onto the second floor, everything was dead silent. Hyunbok mentioned that it looked almost exactly like the first floor, but Christina quickly reminded him that the monsters here are on a whole different level, so he couldn't afford to let his guard down for a second. He just let out a nervous laugh, promising her that he was being as cautious as ever. And right on cue, their first enemies appeared, a small crew of goblins with an orc for a leader. The monster let out a menacing roar. Our MC just yelled out to Kai and Castle. They understood the assignment immediately and rushed in to attack as the goblins charged them. Watching the brawl unfold, Hyunbok swore under his breath, noting that they were a lot stronger than he'd figured. One of the goblins took a swing with its club. Castle managed to block it with his sword, but the impact sent him flying backwards right at the feet of the orc. He looked up at their leader, realizing he was going to have to handle this one himself. Just then, another group of monsters appeared behind him, causing our MC to curse nervously. But Christina told him not to worry. She shouted to her boys, telling them to peel off when she gave the word. Then she whipped out a spell card from under her clothes and informed her master that she was about to borrow a little bit of his mana. A split second later, he felt a massive amount of his power getting siphoned away. Christina gave the signal, the skeleton scattered, and she conjured a massive fireball that hung in the air. With a flick of her hand, she launched it right at the mob of monsters. Her skeletons had already booked it to a safe distance. The monsters started to freak out in the face of that overwhelming power, and then there was a deafening explosion. The monsters were completely wiped out in an instant. Hunbok was freaking out, yelling about how incredible third circle magic was. They all died in a single hit. He turned to tell Christina how absolutely cracked she was, but then he saw her lying in a heap on the floor. He immediately started to panic, but she told him everything was fine. She just burned through all her mana, and basically fell to pieces like a real skeleton. He breathed a massive sigh of relief, saying he was so scared he thought she'd actually died. Meanwhile, Kai was pulling Castle out of the fire. Castle turned to Christina absolutely furious and yelled that she nearly killed him. He demanded they give him his legs back immediately. Kai then walked over to their master, suggesting that maybe they should head home. Our MC couldn't agree more. Things were getting way too dangerous. So, he pulled out his phone, and Kai started collecting all of Christina's bones. As soon as they got back, her body instantly reformed. Our MC sighed in relief, noting how good it was that she recovered. It would have been a major headache for him otherwise. He then turned to Castle and asked if he was all right. Christina answered for him, saying he's fine, and that any lost bones will just regenerate over time. Or she added they could just attach some new ones. Hearing that, Castle got even angrier, shouting that it's her fault, that he's basically a disabled person now. Without missing a beat, she offered him a quick apology. She promised she'd be more careful next time, but he grumbled that he didn't feel any actual regret from her. She calmly replied that there wasn't any remorse in her apology. Hunbok just said it was good that they were all, almost sorta okay. Kai then pointed out what a shame it was that they lost all the goblin drops. The MC asked Christina about the fireball, saying he didn't remember her ever bringing it up before. She told him she just prepared it in case of an emergency because, hey, wizards don't always act rationally, but they at least try. He just smirked, saying that rationality was definitely not her strong suit. Castle chimed in, telling him to remember the story about that door, pointing out that she wasn't acting very rationally back then either. Hunbok agreed, and then asked his crew how they were handling the second-floor monsters. Kai let him know the goblins were definitely hitting harder, but they still weren't as tough as the goblin boss. Castle chimed in that the orc was also built different, almost like a mini-boss, so they couldn't afford to get sloppy. Hunbok's plan was to open up with a magic blitz, but Castle was like, that's a solid start, but we need more. He pointed out that they desperately needed equipment, something Hunbok had always shot down before, but now he was demanding it. Having finally gotten the hang of his new body, Kai told his master there was another reason skeletons are super light. That lack of weight makes it crazy hard to land a solid hit, and getting some gear would give them the heft they needed. Our MC was kind of floored by this. He admitted he'd never even thought about it like that, and Castle boasted that with some decent equipment, they'd absolutely steamroll the orcs. But then Christina spoke up, saying there was another option: the core. Hunbok was completely lost and asked what she was talking about. She shot back with some serious sass, asking if he even listened to a word she said when she explained it before. Looks like she had to give him some extra lessons. He immediately tried to play it off, saying he was just a little mixed up. So she kindly broke it down for him. Again, every undead has a core, which is basically their version of a heart. If you can destroy that, even the most cracked opponent will drop instantly. He scratched his cheek confused, asking if it was just a weak spot. Christina just gave him this ice-cold glare. After a long, awkward pause, she asked if he seriously remembered nothing. Wisely, our boy decided to just keep his mouth shut. The doomsday clock is ticking. There are only 230 days left before the quest is a total failure. It's already been 55 days since Hunbok and his crew first started their dungeon dive. Christina is low-key fuming right now. She explains that undead don't feel pain, which makes them insanely dangerous opponents. So they're not easy to take down in a fight. But they all have a single critical weakness called the core. That's the bullseye you have to aim for, and it's usually found in the chest or the head. The MC says he has never seen anything like that before, though he's only really fought skeletons. Christina explains that low-level mobs don't have one. A core is something that only shows up after an undead gains enough time and experience. Castle pointed out that this means you can't just create a core out of nothing. Christina said she used to think the same thing. But earlier today, she had a massive brain blast. Kai added that they absolutely have to get stronger to keep making progress in the dungeon. Everyone agreed they needed to get these cores, but Hunbok asked what the downside was, worried it might just create more issues. Christina shot him down. She told him the pros completely smash the cons. A core lets you use magic circles and even aura. He immediately agreed with her. That's a total game changer for both warriors and mages. He then asked how she'd been using magic this whole time. She explained she'd been using the mana stored in her bones. The problem is it's barely enough to work with. That's why she was asking for his permission to create cores for them. He thought it over for a hot second and gave her the green light. Figuring the benefits were just too good to ignore, he said he was all for it. The skeletons were absolutely buzzing with excitement. He told her to get started immediately, but she put a stop to that real quick. A core has to be crafted from something that can actually contain mana. She listed the options: a special type of metal, a monster's heart, or a crystal. For now, crystals are their only realistic choice. Our boy started to look a little nervous. Then she added that the crystal's purity directly impacts its quality. His mind immediately jumped to his finances and he asked her for his account balance. She told him they had around 30 million won, not including their living expenses. He thought that was a pretty hefty sum. But that's not even close to what they need for a crystal. She then dropped the bomb that a single 1-carat crystal costs about 4 million won. He asked how large a crystal needed to be to function as a core. She told him it had to be at least 5 centimeters in diameter. A 1-carat gem is only about 6 millimeters. When he realized just how much this was going to cost, he felt sick to his stomach and asked if there were any other options. She just smirked and told him she had a plan, telling him to wait a minute before she rushed into another room. She came back armed with a massive business plan and launched into a full-on presentation about how they were going to fund the core project. The MC and the skeletons just plopped down on the couch, completely shook, wondering when she even had the time to cook all this up. Christina laid it all out to make the cores they needed crystals, and crystals cost a fortune. But she told them not to worry, because she knew how they could secure the bookmaking and selling spell cards. They could earn a decent chunk of change, especially since these cards are incredibly useful for non-magic users. She's pretty sure everyone gets how vital magic is in a dungeon, and if he's worried about the manufacturing costs, she's got that covered too. With just 1 kilogram of magic powder, they can pump out 100 cards. Each card would cost them about 1 million won to make, factoring in all the production expenses and the possibility of some duds. Her proposal is to sell each card for 3 million won apiece. After her pitch, she handed Hunbok the detailed plan and said that if he agreed, they could sign a contract right then and there. He took it, looking totally bewildered, and asked, "So, I just have to sign this?" She confirmed as Castle just stood there looking ticked off. Kai had to admit she was seriously persuasive. He told our MC he didn't think it was a scam or anything, but dude, you probably should have at least skimmed the contract. But our boy just signed his name on the dotted line, asking if they'd actually sell the spell cards if the price was way too high. Castle was like, yeah, of course we would. His reasoning: a life is way more valuable than 3 million won. Agreeing with the logic, our MC handed the signed contract back over to Christina. She took it, saying that in a situation like this, you've got to shoot for the best possible outcome. She gave it a quick once-over to make sure he signed everywhere he needed to. He then asked what the sales plan was. Christina explained she'd already gotten in touch with the site's admins. Turns out they were totally on board with her idea and were even going to help promote it. Xie Yunbok chimed in, saying, in that case, they needed to quit yapping and get to work. Let's cut the small talk and just get this bread. Kai pointed out that the second floor is a whole other beast, so they'd be spending a lot more time there. But Christina wasn't having it, saying they couldn't just sit on their hands. They had to keep pushing forward step by step. Our MC agreed with her, adding that they'd be heading home after just one more fight. And so some time went by. He whipped up an ad and posted it on the site, and before they knew it, the first sales started flooding in. Hai Yunbok got so wrecked from packing and shipping orders. He literally just collapsed on the floor, surrounded by trash, dramatically crying that he was about to die from overwork. Kai brought him some tea, giving him props for a job well done. And Castle couldn't hide his shock, admitting he was kinda blown away that they sold out in 5 minutes flat. Our MC just grinned, totally agreeing with him. Yeah, everything flew off the virtual shelves way faster than they expected. He was honestly scared to even look at the insane numbers popping up in his bank account. They'd raked in a massive 450 million won. Castle got hyped, exclaiming that he hoped they'd make even more. Just then, Christina walked over to Hyunbok, telling him that now they could finally start crafting the cores. She'd already put in the orders for the materials. He was on board, but then he put on a sarcastic grin and asked if he could, maybe get a day off. She let out a huge sigh and told him he could rest, but not before they cleaned up this disaster of a workshop. All in all, they sold 20 first circle spell cards. and they moved 10-second circle spell cards on top of that. They even gave the first 10 buyers a solid 10% discount. Once the new cores were ready, the skeletons plugged them in. Castle immediately noticed the difference, saying things felt way better now. Kai flexed his hand and said it honestly felt like he'd been completely reborn. Christina then dropped a bomb, telling them they could now use third circle magic. Our MC was shook, asking her if it was for real. He couldn't believe things had changed that much. She just laughed, saying it would be a total ripoff if nothing had changed after all that. She asked if he'd forgotten how much cash they dropped. He smiled, remembering they spent a cool 16 million. She pointed out it was a good thing they used artificial crystals. They were way cheaper than the real deal, and finding the right size was a piece of cake. But he had a question, asking if that meant they lost about 30% of the core's efficiency. She confirmed it, saying that's exactly why her core has 5 crystals instead of 1. Plus, the cores are modular. This meant she could easily swap out the parts for better ones later on. He had to admit she'd really thought of everything. He then suggested they check out their new stats. Castle warned him not to be too surprised by how OP they'd become, and Christina told him to start with her stats first. Hyunbak pulled out his phone and brought up the stats for all 3 of them. They each got some juicy bonuses from the new cores on top of their magic stats. Seeing this, our MC pointed out that something new had popped up and showed the screen to the others. Christina saw that everything was now displayed separately. She figured that was probably a good thing, but since the cores were brand new, she insisted they needed to keep a close eye on their performance. They'd run a diagnostic every single day. He agreed, saying the most important thing was that they were already seeing results. This meant their next dungeon run was going to be way easier. Castle started stretching his shoulders, asking what the heck they were waiting for. He was itching to get back into the dungeon ASAP, but Christina shut that down real quick, telling him absolutely not. She reminded him that the cores were fresh out of the box and they needed to test their magic first. What was he going to do if their master ended up dead because of their carelessness? The death glare she gave him was enough to make him back down and agree with her, and Hyunbak quickly followed suit. Only after they had run some proper tests did they finally head back to the dungeon. Castle immediately started showing off, swinging his sword to demonstrate his new power to his master. He pulled off a flashy technique he called the Sword Whirlwind. It was a move that only A-class assassins could typically use, and he used it on a lowly goblin. Our MC gave him props, but Kai just scoffed, saying any knight worth his salt can do that. Just then another goblin rushed Kai. He casually drew his sword, saying he was about to show them something truly next level. He then swung his weapon a few times, sending blade energy flying and slicing up the target from a distance. Hyunbak was totally freaking out over how cool it was. He started hyping Kai up, which low-key made Castle jealous. He swung his own sword, yelling that he could do that too. He tried to launch a shockwave at a goblin, but completely lost his balance, causing a massive explosion. Our MC turned to praise him for trying at least. But just as they're celebrating, Castle starts flaking apart like a stale croissant. He totally panics, screaming his head off about how he's pulling a Christina. Castle just facepalms, realizing the dude probably just ran his mana tank completely dry. Kai just gives this super awkward laugh, admitting that even with their combined power, he can't believe he burned through it all that fast. Kai's like, no cap, this new ability is a total mana guzzler. It ain't like just swinging a sword anymore. Castle gets all sheepish, admitting he's still not used to his new rig. And our boy Hanbok, looking totally lost, points out that this is a big problem. They've got to keep pushing through the dungeon, so he says sorry. Christina chimes in, thinking out loud that the core's biggest issue seems to be its garbage tier regen speed, which is something she'll need to tinker with later. Kai tells her to shelve the science projects for now, because first they desperately need to sell that second batch of cards before they go completely broke. Plus, they've got to bounce before more monsters show up. The skeletons are on board, but Kai looks around and realizes they're already a little late to the party. He whips out his weapon, staring down the darkness. And what pops out? A whole pack of gnolls. Both he and Buck start freaking out, knowing they're dead meat without Castle backing them up. As the gnolls pull their blades, Kai's panic goes into overdrive. He whips his head around to the sorceress, basically asking what the game plan is. But she's got zero chill, telling him to take a breath before unleashing a massive lightning strike that zaps the entire pack. She follows up by slamming her staff down, hitting them with an ice breath that flash freezes them in place, and then gives Kai the nod. He gets the signal loud and clear, weaving between the frozen enemies and landing a one-hit KO on every single one. Kai's jaw is on the floor like, wait, that's it. Christina walks over and lays down the law, telling him a wizard has to stay locked in. She explains that freaking out is a no-go. You panic you can't cast right, and best case scenario, you get clapped in seconds. He has to agree, admitting he's not on that level yet. Castle chimes in to hype him up, saying he's a quick study, and Kai agrees. Just a couple of months back, he was just a regular dude. Christina even agrees, saying his growth rate is actually pretty insane. Sure, he doesn't always nail it, but the guy has his strengths. He looks down for a second, then cracks a smile, and thanks everyone for having his back. Nightfall comes, and the crew is back home getting ready to crash. Kim Bok gives them props for their hard work and heads to his room. They all wish him a good night. The second Kai's head hits the pillow, he can't help but smile, thinking about how wrecked he is. But it's that good kind of tired. As he drifts off, he finds himself floating in a completely empty void with no one around. He instantly clocks that it's a dream, but a super weird one, where absolutely nothing is happening. All he wants is to wake up ASAP. But all he can do is wait. Suddenly that ball of mana in his chest starts glowing, and he reaches out to touch it, totally surprised. The mana just explodes outward, stretching way past his body. He starts to worry this could be bad and tries to rein it in. But it just keeps spilling out wild and uncontrolled. He desperately grabs at the core of it, trying to force it back. He yells that since it's his own power, it better damn well listen to him and stop right now. His heart starts hammering in his chest. And low-key, the mana actually starts to recede. That's when he hears the skeleton's voices begging him to wake up. His eyes snap open to see them all leaning over him, looking super concerned. He sits up, asking what the hell just happened and why they were all crowded in his room. Castle tells him he was seconds away from a major disaster. Apparently, mana just started pouring out of his room like a busted fire hydrant. Castle went in to check and found the whole place was flooded with it. If he hadn't woken up when he did, he could have died from mana exhaustion. Kai just stares into space, baffled, and Christina asks if he has any clue why this happened. He nods, explaining the exact same thing went down in his dream, and asks if she did something to help him out. But she just shakes her head, saying she didn't do a thing. The mana surge just stopped on its own, and it looks like he's fine. It hits Kai. Then if she didn't help, does that mean he dealt with it all by himself? He looks down, lost in thought, when he suddenly feels something and glances at his hands. There's a faint light glowing on his left palm. It's exactly like the one on his right, and in that moment everything clicks into place. He'd somehow, someway tamed the mana inside him. It dawns on him that he can actually control it now. He gives it a shot, and his mana starts flowing from his heart, spreading through the entire room before snapping right back. Christina is stunned, commenting that he's truly turning into one heck of a wizard. She points out he didn't just reach the second circle, he blew right past it and landed straight in the third. Kai is absolutely floored by this news. The rest of the crew starts cheering for him. Kai's still totally bewildered, just thanks them and asks if he's still dreaming or something. He's like, how on earth did he become a third circle mage in his sleep? Christina explains that magic is always tied to a person's inner state. She'd already broken this down for him before. Sometimes progress feels like a total slog, but then one thing can just click and change the entire game. His own level up was kind of wild, but it made sense. You grind away slowly, but then at some point, you smash through a wall and hit a whole new power tier. That breakthrough moment is different for every single person. And whatever sparked his evolution probably won't do squat for anyone else. But that kind of intel is still gold for other mages. You can always learn something, so she grabbed his hands with her eyes lit up and demanded he spill every last detail about his awakening. Bro was completely flustered and asked if maybe they should eat breakfast first. So, after they finished their meal, Christina explained that because of his talent for control, he could pretty much bend mana to his will. Not only that, but he'd be able to cast spells even without knowing the proper incantation. He could even mess up the words as long as he grasped the spell's core idea. But considering how fast he was learning, she figured he'd hit a wall with higher level magic. Still, since his mana pool got a serious buff, he could even try to fight a mage stronger than him. The thought of punching above his weight class was low-key exciting. Hunbok just gave a weary smile. He joked that at least he wasn't totally useless now. She agreed, but told him there was no time to chill because the real training started now. Our MC was in total disbelief, asking, "Wait, that wasn't intense training before?" She replied that he was a full-fledged mage now, and it was time to learn way more spells starting right to that second. After that, she yanks him into another room, saying rest is for the weak. Castle just watched them go. Castle just commented that they probably wouldn't see Hunbok for a good long while. There were 193 days left until the quest failed. A whole 82 days had flown by since Hunbok started his dungeon dive. Time was moving fast. They headed back into the dungeon to put his new skills to the test. Our boy started slinging spells, nuking everything around him, and laughing like a maniac as they burned. Castle dryly noted that he must have been studying way too hard if this is how he blew off steam. Once the next pack of monsters was toast, Hunbok sighed in relief, saying he felt like a new man. Castle admitted his skills were way sharper, and Christina said they could start heading back. He was surprised they were leaving so soon. They told him knowing when to back off is a key skill, and he still had a ton to learn once they got home. The moment they were back, our MC jumped in the shower. When he came out, he found the whole squad gathered around the table looking grim. He asked them what was up, and Castle said it was time to check their stats. Hunbok immediately pulled out his phone. His eyes went wide, no cap. Their classes were officially updated on the screen. Castle was now a skeleton warrior, and Christina was a skeleton sorceress. And Kai was now a skeleton knight. On top of that, a bunch of their stats had jumped up, but no new talents had appeared yet. They said they kind of expected this, which shocked him. He asked if they already knew, and they confirmed it, saying they could literally feel the changes happening. Castle added that the physical changes were already super obvious. He stood up and had them compare heights. He asked Hunbok if he seriously hadn't noticed how much they'd transformed. Looking way up at the skeletons, Hunbok got a little anxious and shouted, "Bruh, when did you guys get so freaking tall?" They told him that all the changes were making them physically bigger. So, the MC turns to Christina asking if she's growing too. She told him that, duh, of course, she was also changing. But for her, almost all the changes were happening internally. He breathed a sigh of relief, happy that at least she wouldn't be taller than him. He then asked what was causing this massive glow-up. She told him it was all because of him. He just stared back completely confused. He didn't get what she was saying, so she spelled it out. He'd become a third circle mage, and that directly buffs them. He asked, "So, wait, if I get stronger, you guys automatically get stronger too?" She told him that's pretty much exactly how it works. Kai jumped in, saying it's probably impossible to predict exactly which of their skills will get an upgrade. But he was 100% sure that they were way more powerful now, all thanks to their master. This meant dungeon crawling was about to get a whole lot easier. Hearing that Hunbok got an idea and turned to Christina, he said he was feeling pretty good about his new powers and suggested they continue clearing the second floor. She immediately shot him down, saying he wasn't ready, and all he could do was crack an awkward smile. He's low-key thinking his power level isn't quite there yet, but Christina is just having a field day roasting him. She hits back, saying she wouldn't even waste her breath if he wasn't a mage with some serious potential, and that's when it finally clicks for him. Our boy gets absolutely hyped, but then she cuts in, reminding him that their new equipment it wouldn't be ready until next week, which the boys were totally cool with, and Christina promised she'd deck it all out with some serious magic. So, for now, all they had to do was wait. After that, she turned to the master and basically said it was back to the training grind for the time being. A week later, everything was finally a go. Castle geared up in the new armor, totally hyped. He had to admit she absolutely kept her word. His new loadout was finally complete, but Christina was quick to point out that this wasn't just some basic armor. Nah, its defense was seriously juiced up with magic. While wearing it, he could tap into an instant reinforcement buff. Plus, it came with a ton of other perks like being feather light and having a self-repair function. She also gave their weapons a massive glow-up. They were insanely sharp, super durable, and could even regenerate over time. The two of them were just staring at their new gear, absolutely buzzing. They started jumping around like kids on Christmas morning, and our MC couldn't help but notice how stoked they were. Then Christina let him know she had a little something for him too. That immediately got his attention. She'd whipped up a custom cloak for him and told him to check it out. This thing was also unbelievably light. It packed some solid protection and regeneration, but she went ham on the pockets. Now he can basically carry a whole armory in there without feeling a single ounce. Castle being Castle immediately had to put it to the test. Hunbok was low-key, shook realizing she'd used some seriously high-tier magic on it. Christina told him that, yeah, it cost a fortune, but she guaranteed it would be a game-changer in a fight. He asked if this gear was going to last them for the long haul, right? As he said that, Castle and Kai just started stuffing all kinds of random junk into his pockets. Christina had to break it to him that no matter how cracked the equipment was at the end of the day, it's all just consumable. The tougher the monster, the more beat up their gear was going to get. But she was really hoping they'd get a ton of use out of it before that happened. After that, Castle threw an arm over Himbok's shoulder. He said they'd done enough talking, and it was time to field test their new toys. He cracked his knuckles, saying he was getting antsy just standing around. Kai was right there with him. MC just grinned and said since they're all powered up, they might as well hit the dungeon. Christina nodded, adding that they should be able to push way deeper now. He decided to start by prepping some mana, but when he reached into his pocket, he felt something that definitely wasn't a potion, and pulled it out. It was a freaking stuffed toy. He was completely baffled, and just yelled out for Castle. He asked him when the hell he managed to sneak that in there. Castle just smirked and was like, "Pretty great, right?" With that, they headed into the dungeon. It wasn't long before they ran into another welcoming committee of goblins and orcs. Castle let out a battle cry, saying it was officially hunting season. But before he could even move, Christina yeeted a spell, and a massive fireball zipped right past his ear, slamming into the monster horde. The explosion wiped them out instantly. Castle was fuming, yelling at her, and asking if she was out of her mind after what happened to his legs last time. In all the chaos, one of the monsters actually managed to survive the blast, though. It staggered to its feet, still dazed from the explosion, while the two of them started bickering. Christina tried to play it off, saying she kinda misjudged the power last time, but this time she knew exactly where to aim. He shot back, completely pissed. He argued that it was just as reckless, but she fired back that it wasn't dangerous at all since he didn't get hurt. He grumbled that she just got lucky, to which she smugly replied that everything was totally under her control. The others had to step in telling them to knock it off already. Himbok just did a massive facepalm, looking completely done with them. He begged them to at least not start a fight in the middle of a dungeon, otherwise the one monster that got away might call for backup. And speak of the devil, while they were arguing, the goblin had already booked it. MC just gave a strained smile when he heard the news. Castle, on the other hand, was absolutely livid and started blaming the whole thing on Christina. 156 days remained until quest failure. 119 days had passed since Himbok first started his dungeon crawl. After that whole mess, they crept up to the next set of doors to scout things out. Kai carefully peeked through a crack in the door. What he saw was a whole swarm of monsters, and right in the middle of them was the little goblin that got away. He ducked back and told the others that the runner went and snitched to its buddies. He estimated there were about 50 of them in there. Castle cursed, calling them a bunch of annoying rats. But MC said it was fine this time, they'd just wipe them all out in one big attack. On his signal, they slammed the doors open, catching the monsters completely by surprise, and the mages immediately went to work. They both started casting at the same time, unleashing a synchronized barrage of fireballs straight into the enemy. But they weren't down for the count yet. The gnolls started chucking spears at them, but Hanbin just needed a casual flick of his wrist. He stopped the weapons dead in their tracks, and then using a magic arrow spell, he yeeted them right back, impaling the monsters with their own projectiles. Castle roared that it was his turn and charged forward, ramming straight into a gnoll. He grazed it with his gnarly shoulder spike, and then gave a shout out to Kai, who drew his blade and swung it in a flash. The gnoll dropped dead on the spot, and while this was all going down, the goblins were just watching from the sidelines, completely shook. They got so freaked out that they decided to make a run for it. But our MC saw that coming a mile away. He grabbed Christina's staff and slammed it right into the ground. That move caused massive spikes to erupt in front of the fleeing goblins, completely blocking their escape. Now the stage was set for Christina. She started blasting them with bolts of icy lightning. Huge shards of ice instantly coated their backs, and Hanbin couldn't help but be pleased by how easy this was, noting that they'd basically mopped the floor with them. The only enemies left were the ones near Kai and Castle, but Castle told them to look again, cause he had already handled his. Kai was also done with his targets by then, so the MC gave them both some major props. Christina then asked them how the new gear was working out. Castle was totally hyped, saying he was a huge fan of the new armor spikes since they'd shredded tons of goblins that day. They both started gushing their thanks to Christina, saying they felt way more powerful now. She just told them she was happy they were enjoying the upgrades. That's when Castle mentioned there was one tiny problem, and the others totally agreed. Hanbin had no clue what was going on until Christina explained. She said the problem was they'd run out of enemies to kill. He just cracked a smile and said that's an issue they could definitely solve. It wouldn't even be that hard. Christina went quiet for a moment, lost in thought. She told Hanbin she wanted to chat with him about something, but they needed to head back home first. When they got there, she led him into a room. Kai and Castle said they'd wait outside, mentioning this was a conversation just for the two of them. Our MC was completely lost about what they meant. Christina clarified that they were right. Since they were both wizards, this topic was really just for them. Hanbin, still looking pretty confused, asked her what they needed to talk about. She started by telling him to take a seat on the bed. After that, she grabbed a chair for herself, sat down across from him, and said she'd been teaching him all this time. She explained she'd been showing him different types of magic and wanted to know what came easiest to him. He thought back for a second. He remembered her saying that for a true wizard, there's no better way to rest than to keep training. Back when he was feeling lazy again, he realized he'd eventually have to pick one path, so it was smarter to have as many skills as possible. That way, deciding later on would be much easier. The MC told her that he finally got it, that it was time to choose. She confirmed his suspicion, adding that normally students just pick their teacher's specialization, but she wasn't officially his master. Plus, their skill sets were wildly different. And judging by his natural talents, it seemed like he'd already made up his mind. A long time ago, in fact. He told her she was spot on. He'd been mulling it over for a while, but was now finally set on his choice. With a grin full of confidence, he announced his desire to study necromancy and that he was prepared to take the mana oath. Necromancy's whole deal is based on summoning undead minions. It also involves creating golems and chimeras, not to mention slinging around poisons and curses. As a specialization, it's pretty hardcore. It actually ranks 5th among all the magic schools, but it's got a reputation for being terrifying and super dangerous. Christina admitted that she thought so. She felt it was a bit too early for him to lock into something so specific, especially since he didn't know every single detail of that school of magic yet. He shot back that if he took the oath, his mana levels would get a huge boost up to the general level for that specialization. He pointed out that she'd told him that herself. She had to agree, adding that learning spells would also get a lot easier for him. It would help him move forward on his path as a wizard. But the downside was that learning spells from other schools would become way harder, and it'd be pretty much impossible for him to switch specializations later. He told her straight up that he was sure about his decision, and he had 2 solid reasons why. The first was just a gut feeling. Necromancy just clicked for him. He felt like it was his calling. His second reason was their little trio. He didn't think for a second that the 3 of them teaming up was just random chance. And if he mastered necromancy, he could be way more useful to them, and in turn they could help him grow too. Christina pointed out that he was running on intuition and a belief in fate, neither of which are things you typically see in mages. He just smiled back at her and said she was the one who told him that sometimes even wizards don't act rationally. She lays it out for him, warning him that this path is going to be rough and society will probably cancel him for it, but he just hits back saying he already knows the deal. He's just hoping it doesn't come to that. He's 100% locked in on his choice, and if things get too hard, or if he starts having second thoughts, then he wants her to be the one to step in and stop him, especially if he's about to do something seriously messed up. Just then, the door to the room flies open, and the rest of the crew piles in. They're all hyping him up, saying he made a fire choice, that they totally believe in him, and they promise to have his back no matter what. Himbok just stares at them, completely baffled, and asks if they were seriously just eavesdropping on their whole conversation. Seeing how dead set he is, Christina doesn't try to argue anymore, and just gets on board with his decision. It's time to make it official. Himbok slams a fist to his chest, unleashing his magic and swearing a solemn oath on the power of mana itself. He declares that he has chosen the path of a necromancer, and his mana erupts in a crazy light show before settling into a deep, sinister purple. Christina announces that he's now officially a necromancer. She tells him she hopes he crushes it and becomes a legendary mage. He thanks her awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. He asks where he's supposed to find books on necromancy now, but she tells him not to sweat it. They're all for sale on the dungeon website. But bruh, they cost a fortune. The first circle book alone is 5 million, the second is 10 million. And the third circle, a clean 20 million. They can probably afford the second circle book, but there's no guarantee they'll have a single coin left afterward. This reality check hits our MC hard. She tries to cheer him up with a saying, "You come into this world with nothing, and you leave with nothing." So he might as well ball out while he's alive. He just deadpans that it's time to cut off her internet access. After that little reality check, they head into the dungeon to test drive his new powers. He tells his skeletons to just hang back and protect him. He wants to try this himself first. Then he taps into his necromancy and starts raising skeleton archers from the ground. Their bones snap together and they rise to their feet. Christina is stunned, pointing out he managed to revive a ton of them. She's seriously impressed. He tells her he thinks he can probably pop out 15 more. Kai chimes in that what really matters is whether they're actually strong, and Castle worries they might be as useless as the ones back on the first floor. Himbok is really hoping that's not the case, and spots a pack of gnolls up ahead. He just smirks and says, well, let's find out. With a wave of his hand, he sends his new bony squad charging into battle. The archers start letting arrows fly while the swordsmen get instantly bodied by the gnolls and just shatter into pieces. But the rest of the squad swarms the monsters from behind and starts gnawing on them. The gnolls get finished off pretty quick. It was so easy it actually surprises our boy. He didn't think it'd be over that fast, and the whole crew immediately starts gassing him up. They're all shouting about how cracked he is, and that if he had a decent weapon, it would have been even quicker. Christina asks if he's running low on mana, but he tells her he's feeling just fine. She's amazed, noting that even after summoning so many undead, his mana pool is still looking huge. It looks like he can keep them under his control for a good long while. Then again, these basic skeletons don't really drain that much mana, so they still don't know what his true limit is. Our MC can't help but crack a smile at her words and tells them it's time to push forward. Castle lets out a massive woo, but Kai reminds them they can't get cocky. This place is still dangerous. There are 148 days left on the clock before the quest is a total failure. 127 days have passed since Himbok started his dungeon grind. Meanwhile, Richard is absolutely losing his mind, slamming his fist on the table in pure rage. He's yelling about how it's all over and can't believe this happened. Mike tells him that every single guild member gave it a shot, but not one of them could clear the quest. The chairman just slumps back in his chair, tired, and says what he's been dreading. It looks like they'll have to buy those cards after all. He hates that they're basically profiting off their failure. Selling them for such an insane price is scummy, but he says he'll buy them anyway. Right then, he gets a notification on his phone. His eyes go wide and he shoots up from his chair, screaming at another player to bring him a specific package immediately. When he rips it open, a mountain of spell cards spills out. Mike is speechless, realizing the kid the chairman was helping was the one selling all the cards. In a letter, Himbok thanks the chairman for being a real one and helping him out when he needed it most. He says he doesn't know if he can ever truly repay him, but he decided to send over 100 spell cards. He's hoping it'll at least cover some of the chairman's costs, saying it's thanks to him that he was able to make them in the first place. He asks him to accept it as a gift. He's now on the second floor of the dungeon and is going to keep pushing deeper. After reading the letter, the chairman just smirks and says, "See, told you so. Smart investments, no cap make their money back like it's nothing." He tells Mike he's got to handle buying the cards for now, while he starts digging into these other ones. Mike was like, "Yo, at least leave a few for us just in case." And our guy just grins and says he'll try his best. But let's be real, if they could just figure out how to craft these things themselves, it'd be a total game changer. Meanwhile, Christina hits up Hyunbok. She tells him they've got to start moving more cards, period. He just gives her this confused look, reminding her they literally just sold out of everything, but she claps back saying they've got competition now. On top of that, there's a ton of fakes floating around, which is actually driving up the price for the legit ones. But she's totally confident they'll nail the production tech soon and start pumping out a top-tier product. So her big brain play is to craft and sell as many as humanly possible while they're still the top dogs. Gotta love a good monopoly, right? Our MC just gives this awkward laugh, but he's on board with the plan. After that, it was time to dive deeper into the dungeon. Hyunbok looks around and says that, according to what he's read online, the third floor is crawling with ghouls and slimes, and they've got to be extra careful with the slimes. Apparently, their poison can literally melt their gear, though. He admits that could just be some dude on the forums exaggerating. Kai totally agrees with him after all. The last few floors were nothing like the online guide said. Christina chimes in saying the boss on the second floor was built different. He was a third circle mage, a real heavy hitter, so they had to go all out. But thankfully, orcs aren't exactly the sharpest tools in the shed. So they managed to clap him anyway. It's a massive L that he couldn't get the subjugation on him, though. The MC lets out another one of his nervous laughs when Kai suddenly freezes, saying something feels off. A monster should have popped up by now. He figures it's way smarter to scout ahead instead of just rushing in blind, and Christina is 100% with him on that. And Castle just jokes that maybe the monsters are just scared of them. Christina tells the master that you can never be too careful. Hearing that, he decides to send in the ghosts to do a little recon. He summons them up and gives them the full rundown. As they move down the hall, Costello wonders if the monsters are lying in wait to ambush them, and our MC says that's definitely a possibility. Even though they've leveled up and gotten stronger, you can't ever let your guard down. With that, he closes his eyes, focusing completely on his ghosts. Suddenly, he's seeing everything they see. There are 0 monsters in sight, but there's this one door that just screams, "Look at me." So, they make a beeline straight for it. Christina confirms it's the boss room, since that's the only place she's sensing any monster auras. Hyunbak is eyeing the door with some major anxiety, asking what the heck is waiting for them in there. Apparently no one's ever cleared this boss. Castle says with total confidence that they're undead. When asked how he knows, Kai explains that since they're undead too, they can just feel that kind of energy. Christina thoughtfully points out that this is super bad news, because even low-tier undead are way stronger than goblins. And orcs. They could actually die in here. The MC suggests that they should at least try to figure out what kind of undead they're dealing with, since they have the ghosts for scouting. Christina just warns him to be careful, so the ghosts don't get spotted. One of the ghosts slips into the boss room all stealthy-like. It ducks behind a pillar and peeks out into the pitch-black room. A massive skeleton is just laying there, putting off this insanely heavy, oppressive vibe. Hyunbak's heart immediately starts pounding out of his chest. He can barely breathe, and he stumbles backward. He collapses to the ground, just staring at the door in pure terror. Then a shaky, nervous smile spreads across his face as he yells out, "Is this some kind of sick joke?" The boss of the 3rd floor was a freaking massive dragon. After seeing that, they headed home, and the mood was just heavy. Castle and Kai just share a look while Christina glances over at Hyunbak. He's got his head in his hands, and she tells him to spill it. What did he see in there? He just says there was a dragon. The guys immediately get tense, and she looks intrigued. Our MC adds that its bones were pure white. It was a bone dragon. Christina says she hopes it's not what she thinks it is, because if she's right, they're in deep trouble. Dragons are basically one with nature. Every single one has its own unique traits and powers, and only white dragons have bones that are actually white. They're so cold they can literally freeze their entire surroundings. But Hyunbak says he definitely didn't see anything that looked like ice. She replies that if that's true, it might not be a real dragon at all. Instead, it could be an undead monstrosity stitched together from the bones of other dragons. He asks, "You mean a skeletal dragon?" She confirms it, adding that it usually takes a super long time for them to fully form, so the one in that room probably hasn't even hit its full power yet. Also, while they were busy exploring the dungeon, she had this theory about how the dungeon's capacity works, since they're already clued in that monsters and dungeons have their own levels. And her big idea is that their strength is directly tied to their numbers. In other words, all the juice for the 3rd floor is packed into the boss instead of being spread thin among all the mobs. If she's right, that thing is going to be absolutely cracked. Of course, they're still just in an F-class dungeon, so they can't throw in the towel yet. The MC asks her if they can even pull this off. She takes a deep breath and tells him not to sweat it, promising that he'll make it out alive. They aren't allowed to die. He just stares at her, looking completely stunned. Then a smile breaks out on his face, and he tells her they're definitely going to clutch this win. The two of them just start laughing together. The vibe between them was a 10 out of 10, but the other guys grumpily reminded their leader that, they were also there. Our MC immediately gets all flustered, saying of course he's counting on them too and always remembers them. From that day forward, they went even harder with their training. 3 months later, a post online warned that if they failed to clear the dungeon on time, as a punishment, the monsters inside would get a free pass through the gate connected to it. An F-class dungeon is capped at 3 floors. Any more, and it's bumped up to F-class plus, which is good to know. Luckily, Hyunbak and the crew were already on the top floor, but this was their one and only shot. They confidently push open the doors. The second they step into the boss room, they get hit by this insane pressure. The dragon inside immediately senses they've arrived. It stands up right away, and our MC can't help but think this fight is on a whole different level than anything before, but they have to win. The beast's roar makes other undead minions start rising from the ground, and Castle yells out to him all hyped up. He gets the message instantly. He summons his skeleton warriors, then tells Kai to handle the small fry. The dragon just lets out another massive roar. Hyunbak notices these sketchy streams of energy reaching out from it, and it clicks the dragons trying to hijack his skeletons. He throws up a protection spell on them, in a flash yelling that they're his, and the dragon can't touch them. The dark energy immediately pulls back. With an annoyed growl, the dragon orders its own skeletons to charge. That's when our MC calls out to Castle and Kai. He tells them to get ready, and they both just yeet a bunch of crystals at the dragon, causing a series of huge explosions. Afterwards, they're just laughing, saying they'd been prepping those special bombs just for this dude for a long time. The dragon walks out from the smoke like it's nothing, and its skeletons start getting back up. Kai shouts over to Hyunbak. He yells that they need more warriors, and Hyunbak just smirks back, basically saying, say less. Every time they deal damage, the dragon just summons more skeletons. They're running out of time and need to speed things up. Kai and Castle dive back into the fight. Time ticks by as they just keep hammering the monsters with their weapons. Castle finally yells out that things are looking really bad. Their defense is holding up, but their mana is coming back way too slowly. Kai just tells him to stop complaining and pour every last drop of his strength into the next hit. He takes the advice, but his weapon actually cracks from the force. So he just breaks it clean in half and chucks the pieces at the dragon. He wishes it a quick death. The dragon just glares daggers at him before whipping its tail around, and the two of them barely dive out of the way. Hyunbak and Christina are running support from the back lines. They summon a few clay golems, which makes the dragon roar and pounce on them immediately. It just starts wailing on them. But the golems did their job trapping the beast in a ton of clay. Exhausted, our MC calls out to Christina, who slams her staff into the ground and starts a spell. The chant causes the dragon's head to blow up multiple times until there's literally nothing left. It looks like they finally managed to destroy the core in its head. Hyunbak cracks a relieved smile, thinking they've won. But at that exact moment, Castle gets sent flying into a wall. His entire lower body is just gone. The MC stares at him in total confusion as Christina screams his name, but he doesn't answer. She starts getting nervous, begging him to come back to his senses. Hyunbak's eyes drift back to the dragon, and even without its head, it was still moving. Bruh, this dragon has no business being in an F-class dungeon. They call it a gift from above because usually after the third floor, you're supposed to fight an orc necromancer, but this particular one was already half dead because of other players. Feeling his life slipping away, he created a skeletal dragon, but it drained all his power, and he totally lost his grip on the new creation. This thing Nidhogg got way too powerful. Freed from any master, it went into survival mode, and just started absorbing everything around it, including its creator. It ate other monsters, even parts of the dungeon itself. But despite all that, it couldn't reach its final form because it was missing the core in its head. The monster screams with some serious rage, yelling that it's going to kill them right now, as it closes in its eyes glowing bright red. Our protagonist is just floored by what he's seeing. He yells for Christina to get ready to attack, saying they'll buy her the time she needs. She confidently yells back, "Okay," but you can see the horror in Hyunbak's eyes as he realizes his mana is basically running on fumes. Just like that, Christina's castle screamed for its master to drain its mana. It was basically useless now anyway, lying there on the floor in a million shattered pieces. Hanbin snatched up the staff and was like, "All right, bet," deciding he was taking every last drop. He peeped the staff and saw he was still running on empty, which meant there was only one move left to make. In that instant, he tapped into his magic, shutting his eyes to focus hard, and felt like he'd just lost a huge chunk of himself. His own lifespan got shorter for sure, but now he was finally juiced up with enough mana. Christina, totally worried, called out his name, but Hanban just shot back, "It's all good. What's the point of a future if we can't even make it through the present?" His fist started trembling as he declared with zero chill that right now, they absolutely had to survive, so they turned to face their enemies as one. Plus, he still had some bombs left. He decided to just yeet these rainbow-colored bombs right at the monsters, and the whole room just erupted in a storm of fiery explosions. The monsters were completely stunned by the flashbang, blinded by a thick cloud of dust. Both Christina and Hanbin were just staring, totally shook, when she suddenly yelled for her master to watch out. One of the monsters, making no damn sense, started creeping toward them. Growling like a beast, this thing unleashed its own magic, lighting up the entire room in a wild, colorful glow. Christina instantly knew what it was, dragon's breath, and screamed that they had to dodge like yesterday. That's when Kai came in clutch, throwing up his protective barrier to shield his friends from the blast. In that split second, the monster slammed into them with terrifying power, trying to shatter their shield, while Hanbin covered his face. He watched through his fingers, and a moment later, he was eating dirt surrounded by smoke and rubble. The monster was getting closer after that insane lightning attack, and Hanbin suddenly shot up. Coughing up blood, he knew he couldn't die here. He looked over and saw his friends completely destroyed and broken into tiny fragments. He absolutely saw red turning to face the monster that was now charging right at him, knowing this was probably the end. He had no power, no mana left, and his crew couldn't do a thing to help. If they were gonna die here, then he'd go all in with the psychokinesis magic spell. It was the only way to survive. He had to focus. There was literally no room for error. I have to win this, he thought, and with that he was back in the fight. Hanbin gritted his teeth, his anger boiling over. He roared at the monster to give up and bow down to acknowledge him as its one and only master. A super awkward silence fell over the room as the dragon was like, "Did you really just say that to me?" A dragon bowing to a human. He said he would never ever recognize a human as his master. Our boy just yelled right back. He told him he wasn't anything but a pile of bones, a cheap imitation, but he was still giving him a chance. Bow down, and he'd make him even stronger than a real dragon. The dragon just called him a delusional human. Hanbin shot back, "So what my kind can challenge and change things?" He knew damn well that the dragon couldn't get any stronger without some help. So it was simple: either bow and accept him as master, or they both die right here. "I am your master," he screamed to spook the beast, and then leaped right onto its skull. As it started to fall, he almost splattered on the ground, but the dragon swooped in and caught him. Hanbin just smiled, letting out a sigh, realizing he was actually alive. The dragon just looked at him, completely baffled. Then out of nowhere, the system announced that 329 days had passed since Hanbin started his dungeon crawl. And with that, the quest was officially completed. The dragon then remembered Hanbin's offer. It wondered, could he really help me? Can I actually become stronger than a true dragon? If so, then a promise is a promise. Up in one of Gangnam's many skyscrapers, in what looked like a totally normal office building, there was a company. This company was secretly backing the whole dungeon exploration community. A young employee walked in saying he had a report. It was about the completion of Dungeon 0795 in F-Class. A senior manager just scoffed, saying F-Class clears were easy. He told the kid he didn't need a report for that. The employee insisted, saying this clear was low-key built different. He urged his boss to check it out and handed over the report. The manager was shocked by how thick the file was. What the hell happened in there? He wondered. As he started reading, his face scrunched up in disbelief. He threw the papers on the floor, yelling that this was straight up impossible. No cap. Sure, he'd heard rumors about solo dungeon clears, but the rest of this stuff sounded like pure fantasy. A skeletal dragon showing up in an F-class dungeon, bruh. And get this, the player actually managed to put him on lockdown. We're talking about the same spell card vendor, a 3rd level necromancer mage, rolling with 2 skeleton warriors and a 4th level sorceress. That's gotta be Class A, so why the hell am I just hearing about this now? The employee shot back. That their squad found the mission way too hard, so they kinda just put it on the back burner. This just made the manager even more ticked off. He slammed his fists on the desk, shouting that every single employee on that team was about to get written up. He was going to personally oversee this and start giving this player some major backup. The employee just said he got it. After that, the director sank back into his chair, just thinking about how massively disappointed he was going to be in them. I mean, they totally ghosted the guy when he needed help, and now they were in hot water again. Meanwhile, our MC finally came to and realized he was alive. But damn, he'd lost the fight. If that dragon had hit him with its breath attack one more time, things would have ended completely differently. But for now, he was just laid up in bed, staring at the ceiling and cursing his luck. As the reality of the situation sank in, Christina, absolutely fuming, said he was up to his same old reckless stunts again. They all managed to survive that day, but Christina and Kai got seriously wrecked trying to play bodyguard for him. They literally had to detach their heads from their bodies just to survive the dragon's onslaught. Once he was awake, Christina gave him the full rundown. Turns out he'd shifted his core, which was a crazy dangerous move, but it's what let them escape. Now they had to work on their mistakes, because just sitting around stewing on them wasn't going to do any good. She gently put her hand on Himbok's bed, which made him smile and agree with her. He then let out a huge sigh of relief and was like, yeah, we actually won in the end. They were alive, and they'd even somehow managed to tame the dragon. But the dragon immediately clapped back that nobody tamed him. He was the one who decided to go along with it. Our boy just replied, okay, before Christina jumped in. She reminded the dragon that his name was part of a deal to make himself way stronger and more epic, and he needed to remember who gave him that chance. He could act all tough, but at the end of the day, his soul still belonged to their master. Right then, some dark energy started pulsing from the mirror, and the dragon kept going, saying he better not forget his promise. Because if he couldn't make him stronger, he'd kill him on the spot. Hembok shot back that he'd keep his word if only for his own damn sake. The dragon seemed cool with that, and just then, a super bright beam of lights hit the protagonist right in the face. He glanced over at the window and muttered about how badly he wanted to go outside. Christina told him that, as a prize for clearing the dungeon, he was getting a little pass to step outside for a bit. She added that he could head out whenever he wanted, really, since her own estimates showed it would take him another 2 weeks to fully recover anyway. Right on cue, Kai and Castle exploded into the room, cheering that he was getting better, especially since he already felt up for a walk. He asked again why they were all just hanging out in his room. Castle said he'd just tagged along with Kai, but really he was there to cover Christina's shift. She was like, "In that case, I'm heading to my room to craft some cards and other gear." Castle picked up the conversation, saying that he seemed to be doing fine, so he was going to go help their lady. He leaned over the bed and asked, "Master, are you for real feeling better?" Himbok confidently said everything was all good and told him to have a seat. Kai plopped down next to him and cracked open his book. After a while, our protagonist finally decided to dip out of the house, getting dressed for the chilly weather. When he got to the entryway, he took a careful look at the landing and peeked out the window as he headed downstairs. The second Hunbok stepped outside, he just stood there, taking in this crazy, bright world and the simple everyday lives of the people around him. Tears of pure joy started welling up in his eyes. He heard Castle say that they could finally go outside. He'd only ever seen all this on a monitor before, and couldn't wait to see the world for himself. Kai added that he was also super hyped to go check it out. Needhog the dragon even chimed in, saying this world was a whole different vibe. He knew absolutely nothing about it, which made him low-key interested too. Christina pointed out that because of his connection to their master, he still had a ton of amazing things to see and do. Meanwhile, Hembok was just strolling down the sidewalk, taking in every single detail. He even did the tourist thing and hung a lock on a fence, then used some binoculars to scope out the view, before just wandering through the packed nighttime streets, blending in with normal people. He'd had a blast, but it was finally time to head home. He was chilling on a bench with a coffee when Christina noted that she could tell he wanted to walk around some more. She thought he wanted to stay out here. Hyunbak admitted he had been thinking about that too, but he said that everyone has a home they've got to return to. After a long-ass walk, our boy was ready to dip and head home. He stood up, deciding it was time to bounce just like his friend had suggested. The squad really needed to lock down a new place to live. Pushing it any further on foot was just asking for his injuries to get worse. A short while later, he flagged down a taxi and the driver immediately piped up. The cabbie said he must have been hanging around Seoul for a bit. Our protagonist was kind of thrown off, but just said yeah, which got the driver talking even more. He started gassing up the city, saying how beautiful it was and how many sick places there were to check out, but then he dropped a major warning: never leave the house after dark. Heinbach, looking totally confused, was like, "Why? What happens?" And the man's tone got dead serious. He explained that a ton of people had just been vanishing into thin air lately. We're talking 50 people just in their country alone, but that wasn't even the creepiest part. What was really freaking everyone out were the massive pools of blood they kept finding at the spots where people went missing. Heinbach couldn't believe what he was hearing. He turned to his crew and asked for their take, thinking maybe dungeon monsters were involved. They told him it was a possibility. But honestly, they didn't really buy it. There was no solid proof it was monsters, and besides, humans are pretty good at taking each other out. Hanbok just stared out the window with a heavy look on his face, staying quiet while his guys kept hashing it out. They admitted they couldn't know anything for sure, and asked what he planned to do with this info. He shot back that he wasn't going to do a damn thing. He was just a regular guy, and was in no position to help with this mess. It had nothing to do with him, and his life was already dangerous enough as it was. His crew thought that was a pretty solid take. There's no point in jumping into the fire if you're not sure you can handle the heat. That's the kind of big brain thinking you'd expect from a wise mage. At that exact moment, the taxi driver glanced back at our MC while his crew continued their chat. They were saying people kick the bucket all the time. What mattered was that it wasn't him. The boss should just focus on the promise he made. He needed to stay out of trouble. Our boy didn't say a word. Then one of his subordinates spoke up, letting him know that no matter what he decided, they had his back. He and Bach quietly thanked them for the support. When he finally got home, he swung the door open only to find a terrifying dungeon waiting for him. He was so bummed that his chill time was over before it even started. Christina was there to greet him, hitting him with the old "work hard, play hard" line. She added that they had actually managed to move while he was out. So, the time wasn't totally wasted. Now they were living in a new crib that was way more spacious, which was a huge upgrade. It was so big that even Nidhogg could fit inside something that was a total no-go in their last place. Plus, there was a river of mana, the expensive kind, flowing right under the house. It's basically the perfect setup for a wizard, and the fact that they got it for so cheap was an absolute stroke of luck. Just then, Castle turned to his boss and asked what the deal was with the dungeons. They had been taking it easy all week, and were getting an itch to go wreck a few monsters. Both Christina and Heenbach paused for a second, really thinking about what he said. The whole squad gathered around and started staring at Heenbach's phone, where a notification announced a brand new quest. The system pinged it as Dungeon 1139 Rank F+. Now that he had successfully cleared an F-rank dungeon, he'd unlocked access to this F+1. The system warned him to be careful, as this dungeon was on a whole other level of difficulty. It was way more dangerous than the last one. He had to stay on his toes and not get cocky. The mission was to clear it as fast as he could. If he ignored that advice, he'd pay for it with his life. There were 50 participants total, and they had 400 days on the clock. The reward for pulling it off was 3 million won and an F+ item of his choice. Castle figured that meant they could handle it no sweat. Christina chimed in that they totally lucked out, thinking this would be a walk in the park. But Heenbach hit the brakes, asking them if maybe they were being a little too careless. His crew turned to him looking scared. He reminded them that they'd already gone up against Nidhogg, so they had to know that all the bosses from here on out would be even stronger. And besides, Christina herself was always the one saying, "You can never predict what's waiting inside a dungeon." The boys kept listening to their master, giving him their full attention. He told them that while it's good to be confident, they couldn't afford to relax for a second. They needed to be training and constantly on high alert. Christina immediately agreed he was right and that they couldn't let their guard down. She thanked him for the reality check. Kai even bowed, saying it was his bad and apologizing for it. He scratched his head, admitting he said something stupid again, so he was sorry. Heenbach just cracked a grin and said, the most important thing was that they all got the message. And now it was time to start training. Castle was all for it, saying this was awesome and that they should be locked in on getting that W. When the squad rolled up to the dungeon, they couldn't believe their eyes. It was a straight-up massacre, with people knocked out cold and swimming in pools of their own blood. This monster was a whole other level of terrifying, just straight-up devouring people. It all kicked off when our hero's apartment turned out to be directly linked to the dungeon. At first he was bugging out, but he wasn't flying solo. Other players like him were always there to help him clutch it. Of course, they took some L's along the way and lost a few teammates, but after clearing the quest, they finally had some downtime. They linked up outside the dungeon for the first time, and he was genuinely happy. After that, they even started their own guild. Their goal was to become the #1 guild in Korea and then take over the world. No cap, he really dreamed of making it happen. But things went south hard. He ended up on the ground, covered in his own blood, staring at the back of this horrifying beast. Just as he figured it was game over, a voice suddenly asked if he needed a hand. He was so out of it, he just mumbled, "What?" The stranger told him to keep it down, because the monster could hear them. He said he'd help, but he needed some intel first. They'd only made it to the 3rd floor. The hero promised he'd spill everything, so the stranger asked, "So this is a wandering boss, right?" The quest description was low-key vague about these things. But whatever he said, it'd be easy, and he'd wrap it up in about 10 minutes. Right on cue, a ton of skeletons swarmed around the monster, and the battle was on. Just moments later, it shattered one of them into 1,000,000 pieces. 2 more skeletons popped up to take its place, and the fight kept raging. He was tearing through all his enemies with insane speed. That's when a masked dude strolled onto the scene, complaining that he'd missed all the action. The hero was absolutely floored by what he was seeing and yelled out. Just then, the creepy monster teleported right behind our MC and started swinging. The kid's brain just couldn't process what he was witnessing. He was just wondering what was even happening. Turns out Heenbach was shielded by a massive magic hand. It completely obliterated the enemy that just popped out of nowhere. It was the same skeletal dragon that had appeared before to protect its master. At that moment, our protagonist walked over to the kid and explained that this dragon was a skeleton, and it was still pretty weak compared to a real one. But he told him to remember it, because it was definitely going to get a whole lot stronger. Then Nidhogg let out a massive roar, and Himbok just told it to enjoy its meal. Nidhogg kept its grip on the terrifying monster as it screamed, and Himbok walked over to the kid. He pointed out that he could see Nidhogg needed a boost just like him, so he proposed they help each other out. The kid just stared at him, totally confused, and asked him to repeat that. Himbok was clear he was offering a deal and wanted to know what he could get in return. The guy yelled out that he'd give him anything he could possibly want. Himbok just replied, "Bruh, what kind of nonsense is that?" He said he wasn't asking for a lot. The guy's soul would be more than enough. After a short pause, the deal was struck. Later, the crew was gathered around a computer checking out their business offers. They found an ad for spell cards. It was for all the players who had been scammed before. Getting fake or low-quality cards could literally get you killed, but these were made with original tech. The guarantee was that the site's admins had already verified all the card effects, so sales kicked off. They were waiting for a sale, and Christina complained that it was taking forever. She wondered why it was taking them months to get this going. After all, she sent them the instructions. Himbok told her not to get mad, explaining they weren't on her level just yet. They'd only just discovered magic after all. That's when he remembered his conversation with the injured hero. He had offered to give his arm back if he agreed to a contract. The other hero standing by couldn't believe it and asked, "Wait, you can really give him his arm back?" Our protagonist confirmed that it was totally possible. He knew it sounded hard to believe, but he said he'd do it right then. The boy was shocked and asked, "What?" That's when Himbok unleashed his magic. He channeled it all into restoring the kid's arm. A magic circle flared up around him, and piece by piece his arm started to regenerate. The kid was absolutely stunned. Moments later, looking at his own trembling hand, he started crying with joy. It was actually real. He asked who Himbok was. Himbok figured he had already said enough, and just introduced himself as Heo. The kid repeated the name, still in shock. Himbok then changed the subject, asking, "So, about that contract?" At that moment, a bunch of people raised their hands and yelled that they were in. That day, he sealed 21 soul contracts. He had two simple rules. First, they couldn't tell a single soul about him. And second, they had to cough up any mana crystals they found during raids. He gave them a book packed with info on spell cards. And in the end, he got a cut from every single card they sold. Basically, he played the situation like a fiddle. Kai asked if this meant he was now getting paid for doing nothing, just pure profit. Himbok admitted it was true, and Kai was shocked that he'd actually signed that kind of deal. Castle pointed out that he had once said he didn't want to use his power that way, and Himbok confirmed he did say that. But he explained that things are different now. To protect himself, he's got to power up his defenses and evolve. Besides, soul contracts are way more powerful than simple mana contracts. Not only could he summon them whenever he wanted, but a key condition was total confidentiality, meaning their connection had to be kept on the down low. Kai thought this whole secrecy thing was low-key interesting, like they were the puppet masters pulling the strings of this world. Himbok just shot his friends a look of pure surprise, but then he started blushing like crazy and yelled that they had it all wrong. Castle immediately called him out, asking if he was getting embarrassed. 'Cause let's be real, he was thinking the exact same thing. Himbok told them to cut the laughing, and right then a new notification pinged on his phone. It was a new quest alert. He saw it and couldn't help but mention how much time had gone by. He wondered out loud if this time would actually hit different. Castle told him not to jinx it just as the system dropped the new quest info. Turns out the dungeon was level 13. Our boy had basically solo cleared 2 dungeons already, but this wasn't the time to get cocky. He needed to chill for a hot second, or this dungeon would absolutely clap him. The instance was packed with 90 participants. They had 500 days left on the clock, and the reward for clearing it was a sweet 5 million won plus 1 E-class item of his choice. Christina pointed out that even if this dungeon was built different from all the others, it wouldn't be a problem. They could totally handle it, and if it was easier, they'd just speedrun the whole thing. A bit later, Costella popped up in his full knight getup. He was already muttering about how boring it was and that he couldn't take it anymore. Dude had zero chill asking where all the monsters were. They had been wandering for 30 minutes straight with nothing to show for it. Our MC tried to calm him down, but Costella just kept on shouting. He was itching to try out his new gear. Suddenly, Himbok's danger sense went into overdrive, and he told everyone to stop and get ready. At that, Castle spun around, a huge grin on his face. "Finally," he yelled. "Where are they? Are we talking orcs or werewolves?" But Himbok dropped a bomb. "Neither," he replied. "It's other dungeon explorers, humans." Christina immediately asked how far out they were. He reported a party of 5 about a 19-minute walk from their position. One of them was rocking a crossbow, and the others were definitely armed. Kai wanted to know what the game plan was. The MC laid it out they'd observe, but they couldn't relax for a second. They had to be ready for an attack, and all communication had to go through him. After a little while, the other group kept moving through the dungeon, just casually chatting, like it was a walk in the park. When the squad of guys finally reached them, their leader stepped forward to say hi, introducing himself as Jin Hyuk. Kim Bok greeted him back using a fake name. Jin Hyuk said it was great to meet him, and then asked if he was rolling solo. Our boy just said yep, even with his knight standing right there. Jin Hyuk was visibly confused, giving him a questioning look. He then pointed and asked what those things behind him were. Kim Bok coolly explained that they were undead he patched up back in the first dungeon, and now they were his personal crew. This clearly surprised Jin Hyuk, who frowned for a sec, before asking, by the way, didn't he want to team up with them? He said. Kim Bok looked like a mage. Our protagonist didn't say a word to this suggestion. So Jin Hyuk continued his sales pitch, going on about how mages are clutch for teamwork. He added that knights and warriors are obviously important too, guessing that's why Kim Bok had his skeleton entourage. But then he threw a little shade, questioning if that would really cut it in an E-class dungeon. The MC just processed the whole interaction. Jin Hyuk asked him again if he was in. He finally agreed, and Jin Hyuk threw a friendly arm around his shoulder. He told him it was an excellent choice, and that they should get going so he could introduce him to the rest of the team. Himbok just offered a simple thanks. As they started the introductions, Castle was practically radiating disapproval, adding that the new guy seemed super shady, and a seriously suspicious person. Sometime later, a system message announced that the number of dungeon participants had changed. In just one day, the count dropped to 74. The protagonist quickly realized 16 people had been wiped out. He then noticed Castle approaching him. Castle told him to check their skills, acting like this was totally expected. Himbok had to admit that no cap, as some of these so-called explorers were completely useless. He couldn't figure out how they even survived this long, especially with how reckless they were. His own team hadn't even needed to get involved. Christina then remarked that she felt kinda sorry for the people just now checking the quest info, especially for anyone who was in the same clan as the people who just died. At that moment, Castle just smirked. He snatched a card out of nowhere and said at least they had this, so they should hurry up. It was their new acquaintance's business card. Christina asked what they were going to do since Jin Hyuk was currently online. Himbok just looked down at his own hands. He then asked when the heck she managed to yoink his phone. Castle cut in, saying they couldn't just ignore the guy because if the rest of the players decided to team up, their numbers would be pretty stacked. Christina had to agree. You couldn't really argue with that logic. Kai then said that, frankly, he wasn't a fan of this Jin Hyuk guy. Castle just shouted that he was a good man. Then he clarified his opinion. He was a good man to absolutely hate. After dropping that line, he just burst out laughing like a maniac. Himbok asked him what his deal was, and Castle went on a rant saying he hated the guy's face, his gaze, his whole demeanor. And his whole vibe, the way he talked, everything about him was just wrong. The dude was sketchy as hell. Kai added that his clan also gave off some seriously bad juju. He was busy chatting with Jin Hyuk and probably didn't catch on, but all his so-called comrades were dead silent. And if you asked them about their clan and their leader, they'd only say good things, but their eyes were screaming a whole different story. You could just see the hatred simmering in there. At least that's the vibe Kai was getting. Christina shot back that it all sounded like a hunch, and that's not nearly enough to go on. But Kai insisted he couldn't just ignore his gut, because sometimes beef starts over the dumbest things, like someone swiping the last cookie. Still, they had zero proof. Costel turned to Christina and asked her straight up if she actually trusted the guy. She was like, nah, and said she'd ditch him in a heartbeat. Those words definitely got the other guys on edge. But then she clarified that they had to be absolutely sure first. She said this because she knew they shouldn't be messing with him, but then she glanced at her phone and mentioned there was a solid reason. Hanbok pressed her again, asking what the reason was. He listened to what Christina had to say and was completely floored. He had no choice but to admit she was right. It was settled. They absolutely had to get rid of Jin Hyuk before things got any worse. Just then, a notification from Jin himself popped up on his phone. It was a message for all the dungeon explorers. He said hi and figured a lot of them had probably already checked out the quest info and saw that 16 people had already kicked the bucket in a single day. Now everyone gets how different E-class dungeons are from the F-class ones. He thinks they all need to squad up and work together to bring down the number of potential casualties. He's also scouted out a good spot for everyone to link up. If they're down, they should head over there to talk about their next move. He laid it on thick, saying they're all on the brink of death, so they better show up. The meeting was set for 3 days from now, and he dropped all the coordinates below. He told them to hit him up if they couldn't find the spot. Christina immediately suggested that it looked like their golden opportunity had just arrived. He literally just posted the announcement, and she wasted no time showing her phone to the others. After they read it, Hanbok realized it was all going down in just 3 days. Christina said this was perfect, and it gave them plenty of time. All they had to do was prep properly. At that moment, our MC noticed the look in her eyes and thought even though she's acting normal, he can tell she's got zero chill right now. Honestly, seeing her like this makes him want to fix this whole mess. Costel stated that they didn't need allies like that, and Kai chimed in that they sure as hell didn't need more enemies. 3 days later, Lord Jin Hyuk's clan was gathered around him right inside the dungeon. He stood in the middle of them all and asked if they could hear him loud and clear. After getting their attention, he went on saying that since it looked like everyone was there, he could get started. First off, he thanked everyone for coming, knowing they had other stuff to do, so he promised to cut to the chase. He figured everyone had already gotten a taste of how E-class dungeons were a whole different ballgame from F-class. They had already lost 16 people on the very first day. His own squad came in fully prepared, but even they were shocked by just how brutal it was. Luckily, they had numbers on their side, so no one got seriously hurt, but the dungeon is still a crazy, dangerous place. If they lose focus for even a second, they can kiss their lives goodbye. But that doesn't mean the dungeons are impossible to clear. There are tons of threads on the dungeon website where people are bragging about already beating them. He was like, "We're no worse than them, so what's holding us back?" Sure, all of their skills are completely different, but if they combine their forces, they'll have a legit chance of winning. He promised to tell them later how to level up their skills, but told them not to get it twisted. Their reality is harsh, and they're going to have money problems. Since they make their cash by killing monsters, splitting the profits among so many people is bound to slash their earnings. And what happens if beef starts between the members? A situation like that could easily spiral out of control. And that's exactly what leads to a new pecking order. So, to prevent all those problems before they even start, he wanted to create a guild right here, right now. The dungeon website has info about an upcoming update to the guild system. It says that being in a guild jacks up the profits from killing monsters by 30% on top of a bunch of other perks. Hanbok immediately got it. This was him showing his true colors. Jin Hyuk kept on talking, saying this was the exact reason he was so insistent on making a guild, and he was nominating himself to be the guild master. As he said it, his eyes flashed with this insane power-hungry gleam, and the people around him immediately started whispering to each other. He then lays it on them, saying, there's a damn good reason he should be the one calling the shots as guild master. Turns out he's got some next-level powers, all thanks to a talent he's been grinding to develop. The crowd starts murmuring like, wait, a superpower from an awakened talent. What kind of ability are we even talking about? Someone shouts out asking if he's for real and what the power even is. He calmly explains that he's got a B-class talent called domination. This OP skill lets him straight up control anyone who's a lower level than him. But he admits there's a catch. It doesn't work on people with some serious willpower, and it's a total no-go on anyone who's a higher level than him. Still, he swears he's going to level up this skill like crazy, and with his help, they can build a clan that's absolutely cracked. He promises he can even juice up the skills of every single member. Hearing this, the crowd goes wild. They start yelling, asking if he can really boost their skills, and if that's even possible. He tells them he calls his power a blessing specifically for the people under him, because when he uses it, he can make them stronger too, as long as they make a pact. He figures showing them is way better than just telling them. He asks for a volunteer to come up on stage and just say they're in. Instantly, one of the guys shoots his hand up, saying he's down. He hops on stage next to Jin Hyuk, who smirks. With a bit of a condescending tone, he says the guy is now officially his subordinate and offers to show them what his skill can do. He then activates his magic. And just like that, the dude's rank shoots up from a C to a B. The guy is absolutely losing his mind. He's yelling that he actually got stronger, that it's completely insane. In just a few seconds, all his stats got a massive boost. The crowd can't believe their eyes. With power like that, clearing dungeons would be a total cakewalk. Jin Hyuk keeps the hype train going, telling them the further they go, the more their skills will grow, which is exactly why he's the only choice for Guildmaster. He says they can all level up together and crush this dungeon as a team. Anyone who makes a contract with him gets an instant power-up. And to prove he's not capping, he's ready to swear the mana oath right here, right now. He thumps his chest to make his point. The mana oath is no joke. It's a binding contract. And if you break it, you don't just lose your mana, you straight up die. As he speaks, glowing blue energy starts pulsing from his chest. Jin Hyuk bellows that he swears he will never lead the guild members on pointless or impossible missions. The crowd erupts and cheers. They're freaking out, saying he even swore the mana oath. No cap, this guy is totally worthy of being their leader. They're all in on conquering the dungeon with him. Jin Hyuk gives them a grateful nod, but then he gets this sinister smile, thinking to himself that he played them like a fiddle. Just then, Himbok starts clapping slowly, saying it was a magnificent show. He knew Jin Hyuk wanted his own guild, but this ability of his is seriously something else. Jin Hyuk thanks him, saying that getting a compliment from a legendary mage like him is a huge honor. Himbok's tone suddenly turns icy as he asks if Jin Hyuk would be willing to answer a little question for him. Jin Hyuk, a bit surprised, says of course. The whole room goes quiet, holding their breath. Himbok points out that Jin Hyuk's skill strengthens his subordinates. But doesn't that also mean his influence over them gets stronger too? Jin Hyuk admits that's true, but they could fight it off if they were higher level, or if they just had a really strong will. Himbok slowly repeats that last part, letting it hang in the air for a moment. Then he drops an absolute bombshell. And that's precisely why those 16 people had to die, isn't it? The crowd is stunned into silence, and a terrified Jin Hyuk stammers. He asks what Himbok is even talking about, demanding to know if he is actually accusing him of murder. Himbok just tells him to drop the act. He says they tried to resist his control, but they ended up dead because of his orders. Or he asks, was there someone else in that dungeon with that kind of mind control power? Jin Hyuk completely loses his cool, realizing he's been cornered. He starts screaming in a mix of rage and panic. He pleads to the old mage, "What are you saying? I didn't kill anyone. If you don't believe me, I'll swear the mana oath again." He screams that he didn't kill the other explorers and swears on his mana that it's the truth. Hearing this, the crowd starts to get confused. They start muttering among themselves that the mana oath can't lie, so maybe this old mage just made a mistake. Our boy Castle is so pissed off he can barely stand it. He whispers that he just wants to lop the guy's head off right now. Kai puts a hand on his shoulder, telling him to chill out because the show's almost over. Himbok says, "All right, let me be more specific. You didn't kill them with your own hands. You just ordered them to kill each other. All 16 of them. That was your command." Jin Hyuk grits his teeth so hard they might crack, totally speechless and caught red-handed. See, in the last dungeon, Jin Hyuk was just one of 28 random explorers, nothing special. But he was desperate to climb the ranks and make his dream a reality, and he finally awakened his superpower. The only problem is, he's a garbage human being. By using those sneaky mana oaths, he managed to get everyone under his thumb. But right as they were about to clear the dungeon, his true twisted nature finally came out to play. So, get this, one guy orders a bunch of explorers to kill each other, but when he gets called out, he claims he technically didn't kill anyone. He just, gave the orders. Jin Hyuk immediately starts screaming that this is all a bunch of BS. He's yelling, "You've got zero proof. You're too scared to even show your face. Are you just trying to use me to get some clout?" But our boy Hyun Bak just calmly claps back, saying he's got all the proof he needs, though Jin Hyuk is definitely not gonna like it. Hearing this, Jin Hyuk starts trembling and laughing like a maniac, calling it complete nonsense. In his head, he's sure the guy is bluffing, since all the bodies vanished inside the dungeon. He's got the other survivors totally under his thumb. At that moment, one of the girls he's controlling tells Hyun Bak to stop talking trash about her savior. She's all, "We're only alive because of him, so you better watch what you say." Another person adds on, saying how they're all just poor victims. Jin Hyuk puts on a big show, telling them to just wait and he'll help them all. Then he dramatically casts a resurrection spell. And just like that, a ton of people rise up from the dungeon floor. Hyun Bak then drops the bomb, revealing his new name and introducing himself as a necromancer. Everyone's completely baffled, like, "Oh, what now?" Our MC Hyun Bak just confirms it. "Yeah, you heard me right." He explains that mages with his class have a pretty wild skill set, from summoning and raising the dead to creating golems. They can even mess with poisons and curses. But his personal specialty is the undead no cap. That's why he can summon beings that you don't normally get to see. Honestly, he couldn't care less what Jin Hyuk does. The dude isn't even a blip on his radar, but his crew was constantly in his face and getting on his nerves, so he finally decided to step in. Jin Hyuk completely loses it, screaming at him to stop talking nonsense. He's like, "What ghosts? This is just a cheap illusion, a trick of the light." But then one of the resurrected spirits speaks up totally over it, saying he's heard enough. He demands, "You need to release my brother, right now." The crowd is absolutely stunned by this, and that same girl's spirit appears before them sobbing. She's trembling, and Jin Hyuk starts panicking, yelling at everyone not to believe their eyes, and that this whole thing is absurd. He claims they're just jealous because they couldn't become guildmasters. His own subordinate even chimes in, confirming that Jin Hyuk is innocent. He tells everyone to believe him. This just makes the crowd even more furious. They start shouting, "How dare you bring him here to lie to us? Are you planning on turning us into those things too?" Jin Hyuk is completely cornered, and the crowd just keeps screaming. They're all yelling for him to free their friends, shouting that he'll never be their guildmaster. Jin Hyuk's entire body is shaking with rage. He was so close, but this one guy just tanked his entire plan. All he can think is that this bastard ruined everything for him. With that thought, he grabs his sword and lunges straight at Hyunbak, ready to end him. But Hyunbak just looks on completely unfazed while his golem castle steps in. The clash is so intense that Jin Hyuk gets thrown back hard. He's absolutely enraged, screaming that Hyunbak is an idiot, and that these people are just his puppets. "Why are you getting in my way?" he yells. Just then, Castle decides to charge his opponent, and a terrified Jin Hyuk screams at his subordinates to stop the golem. They follow his command, and Jin Hyuk starts shouting again, trying to fend for himself with his dinky little sword. He keeps yelling for them to protect him as his minions rush forward. Castle knows he needs to stop them. He can see a massacre is about to go down, but Kai stops him, saying, "The people are innocent pawns." He tells Castle not to harm them. A second later, Kai parries an attack from one of the controlled girls. Kai notes that they're surprisingly strong. Even he's having a tough time holding back against them. It seems this is the secret behind Jin Hyuk's power. Jin Hyuk starts shouting like a madman, gloating that a couple of skeletons can't possibly handle his army. At that moment, one of his followers gets sent flying. Christina had stepped in, hitting her with a magic seal that slammed the girl to the ground. Jin Hyuk goes ballistic, screaming that he's had enough of these games. He's about to show them the real might of his submission power. He summons a red magic circle that zaps the girl, making her cough, and then let out a piercing scream. All his other subordinates start screaming too. This is his berserker mode. It jacks up their stats in exchange for draining their health. He dares Hyunbak to try and defeat them now. It looks like things are about to get bloody as the powered-up crew rushes in to attack. Castle and Kai are immediately on the defensive. Christina launches an ice arrow, but one of the girls just deflects it to protect her friend. Hyunbak realizes they're seriously cracked now, but then he sees Jin Hyuk making a beeline straight for him. The guy is shouting that he's going to steal all of Hyunbak's toys and make them fight for him. He swings his sword, aiming for our MC. He tries to land a hit, but our protagonist knows this dude seriously picked the wrong opponent. In that same instant, Hyunbak unleashes Nidhoger's magical hand. The massive hand immediately snatches Jin Hyuk out of the air, causing him to choke violently. He has absolutely no clue what just hit him. That is, until he whipped around and saw a freaking bone dragon looming right over him, and he absolutely lost it, screaming his head off. Right on cue, our MC summons a whole squad of skeletons that just swarm his subordinate, grabbing her and delivering a clean chop to her neck. She was out cold in a second. Jin Hyuk finally gets it. He's totally on his own now, and Hyunbak tells him victory is basically in the bag. Our boy thinks to himself that if he hadn't seen this whole scheme coming a mile away, the dude's plan would have actually worked. Jin Yak just starts yelling at him. He's like, "You can't do this. What do you think you're doing?" But Hyunbak just strolls toward him, ready to swing his sword and end it all. Jin Hyuk just screams, "Enough. Okay, you win. You don't have to do this. Just let me go." He swears it'll never happen again, begging that Hyunbak isn't some cold-blooded killer. So, Hyunbak asks him if he ever spared the poor souls who begged him for their lives. The guy yells back that he did, but that's when our MC just stops him cold, saying that bruh, lying is not a good look on him. And with that, he unleashes an absolutely devastating hit on his enemy, sending a spray of blood splashing directly onto his mask. A while later, Hyunbak is back home, hunched over a toilet and feeling like he's about to hurl his guts out. He's breaking out in a cold sweat, feeling sick to his stomach, because no cap, he actually just took a human life. The image of it all just wouldn't leave him alone. He'd caved the guy's skull in, and the sight of the blood, and everything else was just on a loop in his mind. That memory was burned onto the back of his eyelids, the smell, the sound, the sight. He knew he'd never be able to unsee it. Just then, Christina chimes in, telling him he's a good person. He took out a monster, and if he hadn't, that psycho would have made way more people suffer. He did what needed to be done, but Himbok just asks again, "You really think so? Couldn't there have been another way, a way for him to stay alive?" That's when Jin Hyuk's voice pipes up, asking him what the big deal is. After all, they were his pawns too, so why was he siding against him? Himbok was speechless, because Loki the guy had a point. Castle Kai and Christina were only with him because he was their master. They had to ask if he'd seriously forgotten that they're only acting this way because of the mana spell controlling them. If he hadn't killed Jin Hyuk, the dude would have built a massive guild, and countless innocent people would have died. That includes them. It wasn't his fault they insisted, because there was literally no other option. Himbok just snapped and said that's enough. He tells them to just drop it. He doesn't want to hear another word. He just needed to be by himself, at least for one night. A super awkward silence hangs in the air as his companions just sort of glance at each other, not knowing what to do. We see our protagonist all alone in his room, either buried in a pillow or just lying face down on the bed. He was completely wrecked by what he had done. He knew deep down that it was the only real choice they had if they wanted to survive. But murder is still murder. You can't just brush that off, and he knew he never would. He had to make a promise to himself right then and there. He would never forget a single life he took, even if it was done just to stay alive. He'd carry the weight of every last one. Because by remembering, he felt like he could at least begin to pay for what he'd done. As he made this vow, some magical rays of light suddenly burst from his chest and back. And after a while, a new day finally dawns. Our protagonist opens his eyes to see his friends cheering like crazy, totally gassing him up for reaching Circle 4. He shoots up in bed, completely confused, asking what's going on and what they're even talking about. Christina breaks the news to him. She says he's officially a Circle 4 mage, now telling him they always knew he could do it, and that he's a great man. Himbok, still baffled, is like, what does that even mean? His friends explain that they knew it the moment it happened. His intense determination from last night actually leveled up his skills, making him a Circle 4 mage just like that. Himbok is stunned, asking, wait, for real? He scrambles for his phone and pulls up the system window, and there it was in black and white. He was now level 41. He realized it was true. Could he really become a better person by owning up to his sins? This whole powering up through trauma thing didn't exactly sit right with him, but before he could dwell on it, Kai shouts that he got stronger, and that's all that matters. Asley chimes in, adding, and that he should be proud of his resolve. Then Christina grabs his hand and tells him something. She says he shouldn't think he only hit Circle 4 because of what happened. It was totally natural for a mage of his caliber to advance. Himbok just looks down, a little disappointed, and thanks her. Then he says this probably means they're all going to have a lot more to worry about. But Christina reassures him it's all good. A ton has happened recently, and what they all really need is to just chill and get some rest. Our MC asks her again what she's talking about, saying this laid-back attitude is super unlike her. She explains, apparently the dungeons are an absolute disaster right now. After they bounced, the leftover players tried to start their own guild. But without a real leader, and thanks to the whole mess with Jin Hyuk, they're all just at each other's throats, suspecting everyone of being a traitor. They're even posting on message boards trying to find him. A smirk crosses Himbok's face as he says, of course, I did solve their little problem quite spectacularly after all. A little while later, an article drops online, and it's got everyone debating whether our guy is a hero or a total menace, because tons of people saw a wizard in action. To them, a sea-level necromancer was looking like a legit savior, but then word got out that he'd been capping other players, making him look like a total psycho obsessed with murder. People who saw it were terrified, hoping they'd never have to cross his path again. Meanwhile, Mike is chopping it up with his boss, bringing up the topic again. He's like a necromancer with a skeletal dragon, but who's going to believe a story that Wild Richard admits that he was thinking the exact same thing? But he points out that those dragons were no joke, and even their top-tier guild members would have a hell of a time trying to take one down. And this all went down in an E-class dungeon, which is insane. Mike confirms, saying, that's a Circle 6 monster, at least right. Mike's point was that only a necromancer who is built different, someone with insane talent and power, could ever pull that off. Richard agrees that a player like that could totally exist. This throws Mike for a loop, and he's like, wait, I thought you said you didn't believe it. Richard explains that there are just way too many reports online about the guy with tons of people all saying they saw the same thing. Plus, he adds Skibis Circle 5 and Circle 6. Hearing this just fries Mike's brain, and Richard asks him why he's so shocked by it all. He just reminds him that the world is full of crazy stuff. Mike agrees, but says Richard better not forget about his own dungeon runs. He's just trying to do his job right. Richard just laughs it off and thanks him for being so on top of things. With that, Mike decides to get back to it, giving a quick bow as the director thanks him for all his hard work. A bit later, Castle decides to get some training in right inside the apartment, and a sparring session breaks out between him and our MC. Our protagonist tells him he can't just be on the defensive forever. With a confident look, he perfectly tracks every single one of Castle's moves. He's thinking to himself how after hitting level 4 as a mage, his memory and reaction speed have gotten a serious glow up. He can now see Castle's attacks coming, letting him actually keep up. No cap, he feels like a completely different person. In that instant, he dodges to the side, and Castle just stands there stunned. He sees his sword get knocked away and just says, "Whoa," amazed at how much the MC changed in just a couple of days. Our MC replies that Christina always said a mage's greatest weapon is their mind. Castle just repeats mind. He asks if a mage doesn't need muscles. Kai chimes in saying, "You can't just beat someone with brute force alone." Castle whips his head around to him, asking if he's trying to call him brainless. Kai is just like, "Of course not." But that was the wrong thing to say. Castle gets pissed and yells at him to come over and see who's really stronger. Our protagonist steps in trying to de-escalate. He tells Castle he didn't mean anything by it, and that he needs to chill, wrapping his arms around him to hold him back. Then he turns to Kai and yells at him, asking why he's got to provoke the guy. Kai stands up with some serious news. He announces that another 13 people have died in the dungeon. Everyone just stares at him completely stunned. Those guys actually went and made a guild. They even came up with a name and everything, but they were way too reckless. Kai adds that they still need a leader, then yells in shock, "What?" He insists he's not getting mixed up with them. Castle agrees, pointing out that our MC is already a level 4 mage. He doesn't need a bunch of newbies dragging him down since he's way stronger than those weaklings. Our boy says he just really wants to clear dungeons as fast as possible. To get stronger, you know? Just then, Christina pops up behind him with a terrifying "no." She reminds him that he needs to focus on his skills, just like she said. She tells him that even if he wants to go, he's got to suck it up and wait for now. Her sudden appearance spooks him so bad he actually stumbles back. He stammers that he gets it and doesn't want to go, but asks what they're supposed to do now since training's over. She agrees that they're done and claps her hands, announcing that it's time to cook up a new plan. Meanwhile, the girl who used to be one of Jin Hyuk's subordinates is trapped in a nightmare. She's groaning in her sleep, dreaming of the moment she attacked and killed her opponent, screaming in pure terror as the blood sprays everywhere. Suddenly, she jolts awake, panting heavily. Hannah clutches her head, realizing it was that same awful nightmare again. She can't figure out why it keeps happening since Jin Hyuk is already dead. The memory of Castle knocking her out flashes in her mind. She remembers hitting the floor and blacking out, then later waking up to our protagonist apologizing for killing Jin Hyuk. But he told her not to worry, because that was just the beginning of Jin Hyuk's real suffering. Hannah's jaw just drops in complete shock. At that very moment, Jin Hyuk starts screaming his head off, begging them to let him go. Kim Bok just smirks. He tells the spirits of the other dead players to have at him. They all swarm Jin Hyuk, screaming that it's his fault they died and that he deserves this. Seeing all this, Hannah is just bewildered, wondering what the hell is happening. She looks down at her hands and realizes she can move again. It's finally over. Just then, her dead sister reaches a hand out to her, telling her that she's finally free now. She asks her if it hurt a lot and promises that everything's going to be okay. The moment Hannah sees her sister, she just breaks down in tears. She collapses at her feet, sobbing and apologizing over and over, blaming herself for her sister's death. But her sister just calmly tells her that it's all okay. And it wasn't even her fault. She could have held her own, but right at that moment, her sister just smiled and told her she had to survive. For the both of them, she said, and with those final words, she just blinked out of existence. Hannah completely lost it, screaming for her to wait, as tears streamed down her face, and that memory hits different right now. She realized she couldn't just sit around her house and cry about it, so she clenched her fist, knowing she had to get way stronger. This couldn't ever happen again. From now on, she was taking the fight to the monsters in the dungeons, and she immediately got to work charging the approaching goblins. Screaming that their time was up, a moment later blood was everywhere as she totally wiped them out. Meanwhile, our MC turns to Christina. He tells her he still doesn't get why they even need a base. She shoots back that she kind of figured he already knew the deal. There are tons of dungeons in this world, she explained, but they can't possibly clear every last one. And if they mess up an exploration, all the other explorers would just become nameless randos, and even worse, every single monster they fought would get a free pass into the real world. It suddenly hit Kim Bok that she was dead serious, and he flashed back to what the taxi driver said. People like him, normal everyday folks, could get wiped out by these creatures. Christina added that building these bases was the only way to increase the number of survivors. The base would basically be a safe zone for anyone who needed it. Our protagonist was sold. "All right, Bet," he said, "when do we start construction?" Christina replied that they had another pretty big problem they had to think about. Our MC asked what else could there possibly be. She explained that they needed a mountain of cash for construction, and their cards just weren't selling like they used to. Kim Bok was confused, asking why not. After all, they made sure the cards were a hot item. Christina clarified that the quality of the knockoffs was getting better and fast. Who taught these people how to do that? Our hero clutched his head, wondering if they should just flood the market. Maybe they could just double or even triple the number of products they were putting out. But right then, Christina dropped a genius idea: they should start selling magical artifacts. Our MC was completely stunned and looked super tense. He asked Christina to hold up, wanting to know if she was serious. What happens if other people figure out how they're made? But again, Christina told him not to sweat it. She said she was only making cards to get paid, and it barely used any of her real talent. Artifacts, though, were a whole different ballgame. This time, she was going all in, and that was her final answer. She was so confident it was insane, and the guys were just floored by what they heard. She asked them again, did they really believe anyone could possibly compare to her? Our protagonist shouted that the plan was absolutely cracked. He said they should get right on it and start raking in the cash so they'd be busy with him for a bit, and she was positive he was going to enjoy it. Kim Bok was bewildered, asking if he had to participate too. She yelled back, "Of course," and said the sooner they get started, the sooner they'll be done. The protagonist was shaking with fear, and with a trembling voice he agreed that she was right. The next day, the lessons on how to create magical artifacts began, and Christina was both patient and incredibly skilled. She walked him through all the complex details. She helped him with anything he didn't understand. And thanks to her, he picked it all up pretty quickly, but she also punished him for the tiniest mistake. The punishment was a magical medicine that was great for the body, but tasted like actual death. This drink was somehow salty bitter, sweet and spicy all at once. It felt like they had blended blue cheese, spicy tofu, and a bag of candy together. This went on for 3 straight months, and then completely exhausted, he finally crawled out of his room. He declared that he had finished everything, but then Christina said he'd forgotten one little thing and served him that cursed drink again. He was horrified just looking at it and screamed at her to get it away, telling her she might as well just kill him instead. He actually started running away with tears in his eyes when Kai suddenly appeared right in front of him, letting his master know that it was time. The boss of the E-Class dungeon had finally spawned. The team of guys all gathered inside the dungeon. They all looked at their phones, which showed the time was 11:33. One of the guys was talking about his last failure, and another dude confirmed that this was going to be tough, no cap, especially with him gone. That's when Hannah stepped up. She told everyone to stop waiting around for anybody else because they could totally handle this themselves. She was radiating confidence and shouted for them to get ready. They were going in soon, and they could do this, so she told them to move out. The people around her started cheering, getting super hyped up. Loudly and full of confidence and joy, they suddenly turned their attention to the side as one of the guys yelled for the others to look. Someone was definitely coming. It was a massive horde of monsters being led by Kim Bok, and behind them was a huge army of skeletons. The system announced that this was Dungeon 1313 E-Class, with 392 days remaining until the quest failed. Turns out Kim Bok had started exploring this dungeon 108 days ago. And with that grim reality check, the showdown with the first floor boss kicks off. Our boy waltzes back and greeting everyone with a casual, "Hey, it's been a minute." Everyone was totally floored. He just grins and says he's glad to see them too, while they're all staring at his skeleton crew wondering what the hell was going on and if he was their leader. Hana finally snaps out of it and says the feeling is mutual, admitting they didn't really get a chance for a proper introduction last time. She introduces herself as Yoon Hana, the guildmaster for the normals, and thanks him for saving her sister, promising she'll definitely repay the favor one day. But Himbok just brushes it off, saying she doesn't owe him anything. His only goal was to put that scumbag Jin Hyuk on blast. She gives him a knowing smile, saying she gets it, then asks if he's planning on joining their raid against the monster. He asks if she's proposing a team-up for their mutual gain, and she's like, yeah, you could put it that way. She admits that he's totally cracked, and could probably handle it solo, but before she can finish her Hanbok cuts her off mid-sentence, saying she's totally misunderstood the whole situation. He makes it clear that they're the ones who desperately need his help right now. She's completely stunned by his comeback and can't help but ask, so what about the reward for helping Hanbok pressed? At the mention of a reward, she whips open a treasure chest. She reveals the contents, a cool 1 million won in cash plus 5 mana crystals. And she promises there's an even bigger bonus waiting for them after they win. The protagonist's guide, Christina, chimes in, noting that those mana crystals are seriously useful. Still, 1 million won feels kinda low for the risk involved. He asks her straight up how the loot is getting split, and she says it's an even cut for everyone involved. She assures him that she and 5 of her core guild members are ready to swear a mana oath to get his full cooperation. He locks eyes with her, gives it some serious thought, and then agrees to team up, not just for this raid, but for future jobs too. Hannah is totally relieved, thanks him, and immediately starts breaking down their game plan for him. The strategy is pretty simple. The melee fighters will act as a human wall. Meanwhile, the ranged attackers will be their heavy artillery. Since they're going in blind against the boss, she figures a basic but effective tactic is their best bet. But that plan gets thrown out the window almost immediately. The boss turns out to be a gigantic snarling werewolf that's absolutely jacked. And to make things worse, he brought about 100 of his smaller buddies with him. Hannah is so shook she can't even form a sentence. But Hanbok, with zero chill, just tells her not to sweat it, claiming there's always a way out, and flashes her a calm smile. They quickly cook up a new plan on the spot, and after prepping, they charge into the boss's chamber, only to be surrounded by a massive horde of monsters. The guild members start freaking out, whispering that this is way scarier than they ever imagined. As they get closer to the main wolf, they find themselves facing down a mob of monstrous bears and bulls, all of them letting out some seriously loud roars. The whole room starts charging, and get this, even the mice are juiced up monsters. Hannah, who's at the front, screams for the shield wall to form up. As the tanks brace for impact, she orders the first and second squads to open fire. They immediately start launching vials of some weird liquid. The monster mice, looking confused, just block the attack with their own shields. That's when the third and fourth squads get the signal. They were ordered to unleash the fireballs, which instantly shattered all over the ground. The room erupts into a raging inferno that just keeps growing. The monsters just roar, walking right through the flames like it's nothing, and keep on coming. She screams over the noise to Lord Onehio, telling him that the charging bull is all his to handle. Of course, he replies coolly, unleashing his skeletons and casting a bone spear spell. A whole barrage of these deadly spears starts raining down from the ceiling, slamming into Hannah yells at everyone else to keep firing. For a second, the monsters actually stagger back, roaring in pain, and one of the guild members wonders if this is going to be an easy clear after all. It really seemed like they might actually clutch this. But then a single axe comes flying out of the chaos. It completely shatters their shield wall in one hit. Hannah realizes these things are built different. Their strength is off the charts. The tanks scream that they're under attack again. The orders fly. Hold your ground. Nobody move from this spot. Let the range do their work. Even more spears slam into the monsters, but they just keep roaring and fighting back, batting the attacks away with their weapons. A second later, a fiery explosion erupts right above the guild members. They realize with pure horror that the monster used a corpse bomb. Panic sets in as they start screaming. Their defensive line is completely broken, and the monsters are pouring through the gap. "Everyone get out of here," Hannah screams, but then immediately shouts for them not to give up. "It's 2-on-1. We can do this." But even as she says it, she knows they can't win this way. It's a total slaughter. Maybe they should just surrender. What can they even do? That's when the protagonist's voice cuts through the noise, telling everyone to fall back. But amidst the chaos, Hannah screams back that his few skeletons aren't going to be enough to cover their retreat. She's sure they're about to be overrun, but Hanbok roars that it isn't over yet and unleashes his full magical power. He summons a massive army of skeletons that completely surrounds the monsters. Hannah stares in horrified disbelief, wondering how he summoned so many out of nowhere. Then a colossal bone dragon Nidhogg materializes right over their head. Hanbok gives the command, Dark Breath. A moment later, Nidhogg dives down on the remaining monsters, screaming as it obliterates them with its insane power. The magic is on another level, wiping out monster after monster. Hannah starts screaming in sheer terror. The boss and every last one of his minions had vanished, completely erased from existence. She's trembling uncontrollably, her mind totally unable to process what just happened. All that was left was the chilling silence following the bone dragon. Hannah screamed that it was gone, just vanished. And there he was back again, barely able to stand on his own 2 feet. He grunted that he was fine, but this was far from over. A whole new horde of monsters poured out from a wall of smoke and immediately started charging at them. Hannah yelled for everyone to stack up and get ready for a fight as a squad of archers started raining arrows down on the rats. Right then, the minotaurs slammed into the shield line, but the tanks were doing their best to hold them back. One of the guys totally freaked out, stammered, "Bruh, what kind of power is this?" That's when our MC's skeletons jumped to the minotaurs. He told Hannah he'd handle the bulls while she focused on the massive rats. Hannah shouted back, worried that his mana would bottom out fast. Just then, a werewolf materialized right behind him. It was about to pounce, but his skeletons moving at lightning speed intercepted it. The MC then unleashed his lightning strike skill. The blast sent the werewolf flying, but the monster just got up totally enraged as all its wounds healed instantly. He noted that their regeneration was seriously cracked, but that didn't mean they were out of options. The protagonist remembered that the corrupted breath skill had used the dragon's mana, not his own. This gave him a big brain idea. He could bait the werewolf into thinking his mana was almost gone. He yelled, "Let Kai and Castle finish them." His skeletons immediately charged into the fray and the werewolf tried to swat them away. But they were too slick, easily distracting it while landing a flurry of hits. Castle managed to land a heavy blow with his sword. He thought to himself, "You really think you're getting off that easy?" The werewolf just tanked the hit. It started regenerating like crazy and shoved him back. He was stunned, wondering if it had already recovered. That's when Kai started circling around to its flank. Kai thought, should I just go for the neck? The MC signaled he'd keep it busy, and to go for the cut, unleashing a storm of attacks as a distraction. But it was no good. The werewolf's healing was just too OP. Castle screamed for everyone to get back and stay clear while he went for the finishing blow. But the beast was too quick, dodging clean out of the way and making a beeline for Christina. She was like, "Don't worry, I've got this." Then one of the skeletons used its chain skill. It shackled the monster tight. Castle leaped into the air, swinging his massive sword, and roared, "Quit your howling!" The execution is about to begin. He brought his blade down in a powerful arc, slicing its head clean off. The werewolf's body crumpled to the ground, and after the monster faded, a mana crystal appeared on the floor. Our protagonist picked it up, and Christina explained it was a special mana crystal that held the power of the moon. Apparently, an item like this was incredibly valuable and would definitely come in handy down the road. At the same time, Hannah was busy shield bashing a bull out of her way before finishing it off with her sword. She then ordered her team to focus fire on the werewolves and keep the defensive line strong. They had to stop these monsters. They couldn't let a single one of them get away. Kai casually walked up to the swarm of rats and annihilated them in an instant. Our protagonist went over to her. He told her she did a great job. With that, the dungeon was finally cleared, and he congratulated everyone. The other adventurers looked around completely stunned. Did we actually beat them? We won. We're alive. We cleared the dungeon," they shouted in disbelief. Seeing her warriors so relieved and happy, Hannah broke down in tears. She turned to him and said this was all thanks to him. She admitted that without him, they would have all been wiped out. Bowing her head, she genuinely thanked him. The MC just replied that he was holding up his end of the bargain. The girl then asked what his plans were now. He said he might team up with people. It would all depend on the situation, but for now he was going his own way. He wished them good luck, then turned and started to leave. Hannah called out that they were attempting the second floor in 3 days and told him to come if he wanted to join. Our protagonist just said he'd think it over. A system window then appeared, confirming the completion of Dungeon 1313. It was a Class E clear on day 108, with the first floor boss defeated. Afterward, one of the adventurers approached Hannah. He said, "No cap, that guy's even stronger than we thought. He had a freaking skeleton dragon, and those undead that fought the werewolves. He's on a whole other level. another guy added with a smile, saying how he wished they could. They'd keep clearing the dungeon with him. He then joked that if Jin Hyuk were still alive, he and this Hyun Bak guy would totally be rivals. The first adventurer replied that he didn't even want to think about that. Hannah just called out to them with a smile. She announced that it was time for them to go home. A little while later, the protagonist went up to Christina and asked if that crystal was really such a big deal. After all, it was the only piece of loot they took from the boss. She explained that in her world, the moon was called the Eye of God. It illuminates the darkness, she said, but when the moon glows red, every single monster on the continent goes absolutely berserk. But when it glows blue, they all become calm. Because of that, she explained, a moon crystal could be used in a bunch of different ways. Model. He's totally forgetting that Wolf gives you some insane regeneration, even better than what trolls have. The bad guy realized that's why the healing was so cracked this time. Castle was like, so that means, we've got to hit him twice as hard just to put him down for good. He just nodded, adding that this victory felt a little too easy. He was a solid dude, but now the real question was how they were going to use the moon crystal. Christina just said that. She figured it'd be best to use it as a power core for one of them. The MC knew they had to pick someone, and Castle immediately yelled that the choice was obvious. Both skeletons were pointing at Christina, saying she should take it. She was kind of shocked, asking if they were for real. He was like, yep. He then admitted it was pretty clear he couldn't handle that kind of power. Kai started nudging him, saying he was on the same page, and that it definitely wasn't his vibe either. So, our MC declared it settled. The crystal would be a perfect match for her. Christina gave them a genuine thanks and promised she absolutely wouldn't let them down. She said she was going to be busy installing the new core, so they should probably bounce for a bit. With that, the skeleton zipped off and slammed the door shut. Our boy just smiled, saying it looked like they wouldn't be seeing her for a while. Then 3 days after Team Hunbok snagged the moon crystal, the Normals Guild, right on schedule, started their dive into the second floor. Deep inside the dungeon, one of the adventurers pointed out that this place just seemed to go on forever. Hannah reminded them that everyone knew the second floor was a whole different beast compared to the first, so they needed to stay sharp and have each other's backs. They had to remember one thing. Their main goal was to make it out alive and get back home. After her pep talk, they started making their way down to the dungeon's second level. Hannah spotted a light up ahead and shouted that she could see the exit, telling them it was just a little further. She had no idea what was waiting for them, so she ordered everyone to hold formation as they got closer to the exit. But when they stepped through a massive forest under a bright blue sky spread out before them, they all just yelled out in total disbelief. "How is there a legit sky inside a dungeon?" one girl asked, completely baffled. At that exact moment, our MC got a notification on his phone with the full scoop on the new floor. Castle, peeking over his shoulder, asked if it was for real, if there was actually a forest in the dungeon. Our boy just shrugged. He was like, what's the point in lying about something this wild? Kai pointed out that dungeons ranked higher than E-class sometimes have these open areas. He wondered out loud if they should go bother Christina about it. Next thing you know, they're in her room showing her the info on the floor. The MC asked her what she made of it. She just casually replied that it wasn't a huge deal. Stuff like this happened all the time on the Idea continent. He asked if that meant it was possible in normal dungeons too. The skeleton explained that there is a catch. See, the monsters that spawn in these open-world type spaces are usually twice as strong as normal. She added that of course it's no biggie for him, but this basically confirmed the dungeon was a field type. Unlike your standard dungeon crawl, this was a massive open space with its own living ecosystem. Our protagonist started putting the pieces together. So the whole dungeon is basically one massive floor. Castle shouted that he nailed it, explaining that the floors are laid out horizontally, next to each other, not stacked vertically like they were used to. Christina handed the phone back. She confirmed he was right, and since all the floors are connected, the scale of this place is just mind-bogglingly huge. On top of that, there are no dedicated boss rooms in these zones, which means the bosses are just out there roaming around, not just sitting in a room waiting for players. The MC was shook, saying, "Wait, but that's crazy dangerous. Unfamiliar territory, with bosses just wandering around." Christina just pointed out that low-key nothing's changed. You still just have to hunt down the bosses and clear the dungeon. That's it, no big secret. She then said she was going back to her room. After she left, Castle asked what the game plan was. Our protagonist just grinned, saying they were going to do what they always do. Like Christina said, the goal's the same. He announced he was going to go train. They had to be ready for anything. The skeleton just commented that his confidence was kinda infectious. It made him feel like they were gonna win no cap. Kai agreed, adding that there was no way they'd lose, and went back to his book. Castle announced he was off to binge-watch that haunted house series, so they all went back to their usual routines. A few days later, they cooked up a new strategy and reached out to the normal guild. Hannah's phone buzzed. She told her crew that Himbok just messaged her. One of the warriors asked what he wanted. She explained that he wasn't asking to team up, but was giving them a heads up about the dungeon. It looked like he sent over some kind of offer with a few conditions. A little while later, the MC's team rolled up and linked with them, and all the adventurers started getting ready. Castle started barking orders. "All right, get 'em moving." He yelled that they needed to hustle, so tell 'em to get digging. "You guys get it right. If that wall comes down, you're the first ones to get squashed." He finished with, "If you don't want to end up as a bony boy like me, then get to work." One of the adventurers just stammered back that he understood. Sure, but weren't they just being exploited? Another guy shot back that they were desperate for protection. Castle stormed over, absolutely livid, asking why they were just standing around like decorations. He didn't think they were that hard up for help. Our MC casually walks up to him, explaining that thanks to the Normals Guild pitching in, the work is going way smoother and faster. He was just dropping by to check on the progress and to charge up his mana. After all, mana regeneration hits different in the dungeon. We're talking 3 times faster. Anna spots him and yells out that he showed up at the perfect time. Kai was there too, so our MC just told him he was in charge and dipped. Later, he made the Normals Guild an offer he'd teach them magic and train them up, and in exchange they'd help build the shelter on the 2nd floor. They totally agreed, and now everything is running like a well-oiled machine. Kai and Castle are the ones running the show. They've got the skills and the experience for it. Castle handles all the internal camp business, while Kai manages everything outside. This skeleton was a legit knight in his past life, and he's already trained a bunch of scouts because he gets how serious the situation is. Afterwards, our MC came over and told him he'd done a killer job, then asked if his scouts found anything new. Kai reported back that on top of the great ape they already knew about, they'd now spotted red monkey and rhinoceros beetle monsters. These rhinoceros beetles are no joke. They're the size of a human head, they can fly, and they're rocking a massive sharp horn. And yeah, that horn is exactly what makes them so dangerous. The protagonist asked if they were carnivores, which the skeleton confirmed, adding that for now, that's all the intel they had on the monsters near their camp. He admitted info was still scarce, which was fine by our MC. He told Kai he'd wait for more news, but warned him not to push his luck. In the meantime, Castle was busy whipping the adventurers into shape. He was shouting that their stances needed to be strong and confident, drilling it into them, that their skills would never betray them. This intense training went on for quite a while. Our MC reflected on how he was constantly teaching people magic, always remembering what Christina said, a wizard has to give back as much as he takes. While schooling everyone, he also picked up some new tricks that helped him power up his 4th magic circle. Everyone was getting used to camp life, and a lot of them even started crashing in the dungeon overnight for that sweet mana boost. As night fell, one of the adventurers pointed up at something huge in the sky. It was a massive bone dragon. He muttered that if it attacked, they'd all be toast. But another guy just laughed it off, saying Lord Hinbok was with them. To a guy like him, that dragon's probably just a bug. The first adventurer agreed their leader was cracked no cap, but he still seemed a little on edge. He argued that they could probably handle it themselves anyway. That's what all this training was for. At the same time, the protagonist was thinking about how more and more people kept reporting sightings of incredible creatures, though he hadn't seen any himself. He just kept his head down, stacking up mana and practicing his magic. And just like that, 80 days flew by. Then one day, Kai Hana and another adventurer came tearing into camp, screaming for everyone to run for their lives. They'd been ambushed by a swarm of enormous monkeys. The monkeys had gathered together and formed a literal army. The adventurer was freaking out, wondering how they'd been spotted when they were being so careful. Without missing a beat, Kai drew his sword. He ordered the others to report everything to the master, saying that's a scout's #1 job. Then he charged straight into the fight. He was a blur, cutting down multiple enemies at once. The monkeys furiously started chucking spears at him, but Kai was built different, dodging every single one. But then another monster blindsided him, landing a heavy blow from behind that completely shattered his helmet. The skeleton went flying, crashing hard into a rock. As the monkey lunged in for the finishing blow at the very last second, Hana appeared between them, blocking the hit with her shield and holding her ground. An adventurer on the sidelines yelled for her to fall back, and then fired a crossbow bolt that knocked the monkey clean off its feet. Kai stood up, thanking them for the save. She said they needed to team up and defend their position. The kid just smiled, saying this is exactly what he had been training them for all this time. He was sure there was no way they'd lose. Just then, the wounded monkey pulled the arrow out and roared for the others to attack. Immediately, a horde of monsters swarmed them. The group went into a defensive formation, firing crossbows and bashing with their shields. At the same time, Kai was putting on a swordsmanship clinic, taking down 3 enemies in one fluid motion. Suddenly, a giant fireball lit up the sky. He yelled that they had incoming fire and to be careful. After dodging the blast, the skeleton realized something was off. These monkeys were attacking and moving in a completely different way. They had managed to split their group up and were still advancing. Trying to figure out their game plan, he decided to go straight for the lead monkey. He unleashed a barrage of lightning-fast strikes, and after the intense beatdown, the monster collapsed to the ground. Kai turned to check if everyone was okay now that the red monkey was down. But right then, a massive white ape, the wandering boss, snuck up behind him. With a single devastating swing, the monster took out all the other adventurers in one hit. As Kai went in for another swing sword in hand, he prayed his master would forgive him for this. He knew he'd have to handle things on his own from here on out, but then out of nowhere, our MC just appeared. He hit Kai with a telepathic message telling him to duck, and Kai did what he was told just as the white monkey's fist sailed right past him. It slammed right into the stone golem belonging to the 4th Circle Master Necromancer, and the golem clapped back with a massive punch. The blow sent the monkey absolutely flying. Our MC was like, "Did you forget we always finish what we start? We don't just tap out early." He was low-key surprised to see the monster get right back up. The white monkey strolled up to the golem with a nasty grin, prompting Castle to arm up and yell, "Careful, there's no telling what he's gonna pull." That's when the white monkey let out a deafening shriek that stunned them all, and in that moment, blood wolves started moving in on the monster. One of them was a freaky 2-headed beast. Christina noticed our MC was dazed and shot him a telepathic message to snap out of it. She warned him that all those monsters were gunning for them. Then she popped her heal skill to revive Hannah. The skeleton immediately asked the girl if she was okay. The girl jumped up all excited, asking what in the world happened. Our MC appeared beside her, admitting he'd put way too much on her shoulders. He asked for her forgiveness and told her they just needed to take down these bosses so they could all get back home safe. Right on cue, the blood wolves charged. The golem tried to smash one of them in the head, but the creature was built different. It instantly liquefied into a bloody mess that swarmed all over him. Meanwhile, Castle found himself facing down several more wolves. He just scoffed, calling them fools and bragging that he could deal with these small fry even faster as he sliced into one of the monsters. But it didn't even die. Its blood just morphed into another thick, gooey blob. Kai couldn't believe it, shouting that they were basically slimes. Just then, the white gorilla started yeeting huge rocks at them, and our protagonist had to yell for Castle to get back. The white gorilla zeroed in on the pile of bloody goop. It figured they were trapped inside and leaped in for the kill. But then our MC made his move, summoning a wall of bone spikes and then a massive earth golem. That new summon immediately knocked the white gorilla right off its feet, leaving Castle completely shook. He couldn't believe it, asking if he could really summon such a huge monster with the golem's heart. Our MC replied his mana was running low, and he only had about 20 minutes left. He shot back that it'd be enough time to handle them. Just then, Hannah yelled out to him, warning him to watch his step. Something was moving under them. All of a sudden, blood wolves started bursting out of the earth golem's body. Our protagonist realized the remnants of the exploded wolves were reforming. He knew they had to get on defense, and fast. Christina stepped up, exclaiming that she'd show them the power of the core, as she summoned a squad of enraged magi skeletons. These new skeletons also started clawing their way out of the earth golem, which absolutely shocked our MC since she's no necromancer. But she could summon mages. This had to be the power of the moonstone. He decided to hand over command of the skeletons to Kai. Kai was like, "Bet, trust me," and ordered the skeletons to push back their attacks. The undead army didn't hesitate and rushed to defend them. Using a combo of magic and swords, they started taking down the blood wolves one by one. Seeing this, the white gorilla got seriously ticked off. It got so furious that it cooked up a boulder of insane proportions. It was just about to hurl it at them when the earth golem jumped in the way, completely shattering the massive rock. Suddenly, the 2-headed blood wolf appeared directly above them, charging up its magical breath. It fired a blast straight at them. Our MC threw up his bone prison skill, but the attack was so cracked it still sent them flying. He shouted for the skeletons to cover them, while Christina and Castle quickly grabbed the other adventurers. In that critical moment, our protagonist summoned Nidhogg. The two-headed blood wolf immediately fired another magical breath attack, aiming it straight at the bone dragon. Nidhogg was pissed, telepathically roaring about how these scrubs dared to copy his style, but our protagonist cut him off. He told Nidhogg to chill, warning him that these weren't just your average monsters. He told him not to waste his breath for no good reason, but the bone dragon had zero chill and ignored him, blasting his own magical breath anyway. Their powers clashed head-on, creating an explosion that actually knocked Nidhogg backwards. Our MC could see they were getting pushed back, but if he jumped in, his mana would be completely drained. Their only move was to dodge. Nidhogg shot back telepathically, telling him to shut up. He was a dragon, and dragons never lose. No cap, our MC was feeling the exact same way. He couldn't believe this enemy actually had the power to push him back. Having no other options, the protagonist pulled out his staff. He announced there was only one thing left to do. He was going to pour all his remaining mana into Nidhogg and let him show them what real draconic might look like. Nidhogg instantly unleashed his vicious breath skill. The attack he let loose was so powerful, it completely obliterated the two-headed blood wolf, all because our MC had transferred every last drop of his mana. Our boy completely collapses, and it doesn't take long for his entire skeleton squad to swarm him, desperately yelling for him to wake up. They haul his body back home and get him into bed. After what feels like forever, his eyes finally flutter open, and Castle is the first to shout that he's back. Kai immediately asks if he even recognizes them and how he's feeling. Christina, with tears streaming down her face, just cries out about how terrified she was. Completely lost, our MC just asks what the hell happened. Kai points out that his mana bar is basically in the red, and he desperately needs to rest. Castle doubles down, telling him not to even dream of getting out of that bed. Pushing himself up just a little, he immediately asks how Hannah and her guild are holding up. Kai reassures him that everyone made it out safe, and it's all thanks to him. After they head back to their own places, our MC lets out a huge sigh, admitting he's glad he went all out instead of playing it safe with his mana. He knows he burned through every last drop, but if he hadn't, things could have gotten way uglier. One of the skeletons chimes in, saying that his sacrifice was the only reason. They were able to clap those bosses. No cap, without his mana to back them up, they would have been totally useless. Christina jumps in, agreeing, and adding that the monsters are going completely feral lately. That means they've got to take them down as fast as possible. Our MC knows she's right, but there's another massive headache: Nidhogg's ego. That dragon's pride just landed them in some seriously hot water. Kai confirms they have got the full rundown on the situation, but there's still one more piece to the puzzle. Turns out a scouting run with Master Hana uncovered a brand new type of monster. It's a giant. Now it's a low-class beast, only a little bigger than that white ape they fought, so they're calling it a lesser giant. Castle scoffs, figuring that if it's a low-class enemy, it shouldn't be a big deal. But Kai is quick to shut that idea down. He warns everyone not to sleep on this thing. Sure, it might be the runt of the giant litter, but it's still way stronger than any troll. The real kicker is that it's a huge threat to him and the lady because it's straight up immune to magic. And to top it all off, these things are wicked smart. Kai figures this might just be the most dangerous beast they've ever had to face. And right on cue, a freaking magic portal rips open overhead. Nidhogg's voice booms out, saying this fight actually sounds interesting. He declares that he's going to kill this thing. He orders the rest of them to stay back and watch, warning them not to interfere like last time and waste his precious time. He's convinced he can handle this solo. Castle is absolutely livid, yelling that even though they're technically enemies, how dare Nidhogg act with so much disrespect? Christina chimes in, saying they can't just let his zero-chill attitude slide. She insists our MC needs to put him in his place. He agrees, but for now he's got to rest. Meanwhile, in some other shadowy corner of the world, a new villain, Gloria, scratches out a picture of the two-headed blood wolf, annoyed she wasted her time on it. She seriously can't believe they got stomped so easily. Talk about boring. She's just now realizing that a tiny country like Korea has some surprisingly cracked players. They blew through her creatures way too fast. Sending 20 wasn't even a challenge. Deciding it's time to get serious, she gives her villainous wheel of misfortune a good spin. And what do you know, the wheel lands right on our protagonist's portrait. Gloria just lets out a wicked smile. She said she was saving him for dessert, but oh well. Looks like they're just gonna have to start their meal with something sweet. A little while later, back with our crew, everyone is getting prepped for the big showdown with the giant. Our MC is busy harvesting a monster core when Hannah walks over looking surprised and commenting, "So that's what a goblin's heart looks like." He explains that the core sucks up mana from everything around it, which makes it perfect for summoning golems. How long you can use it just depends on the type of golem you bring out. They had tried for ages to find a good use for it, but now everything was finally clicking. With that, he hands the core over to her. He catches her strange expression and asks if something's on her mind. The girl finally admits that the Normals Guild wants to talk about their contract. The bottom line is, any battle with him is a guaranteed win. But without him, they're pretty sure they'd get wiped every single time. That last battle really hammered the point home. Even with all their training and recon, they gave it their all, but opponents on this level are just built different. She's convinced that even if her whole guild teamed up, they couldn't take down a single one of these bosses. She's seen firsthand how absolutely cracked he is as a mage, so she's made a choice. The normals are officially pulling out of this dungeon. Continuing this would just be a suicide mission, a total waste of life. They need a major power-up if they ever hope to survive in a place like this. Hannah bows her head low, asking for his forgiveness for ending their contract so suddenly. But our MC just tells her he totally gets it and asks her to raise her head, saying he knows it must have been a tough call to make. He agrees to end the contract right then and there, but he also tells her that of course they can keep and use everything they've built up together. Completely shocked, Hannah asks if he's for real. He just nods and says that, hey, they built it all as a team. He wished them all good luck and all that, and after their short time working together, the girl shook his hand with a word of thanks. From there, they all went their separate ways, since everyone had different objectives and ways to get things done. But they were all still about that survival life. They just had different methods, you know? After that whole exchange, a system window popped up, warning that only 273 days were left before the quest was a total failure. It turns out Hunbok started exploring this dungeon a whole 227 days ago, right after he split from the Normals Guild. Sometime later, our boy and his skeleton squad roll up to the next spot. They approached a dungeon that had a giant castle inside, and he was kinda shook, realizing it was basically Dungeonception, a dungeon inside of another dungeon. Kai told everyone to keep it down, whispering that they were way too close to the sleeping boss and didn't want to wake the big guy up. A bunch of weaker mobs were just chilling around him, so Nidhogg declared they needed to move in right now. The MC was like, "Bruh, are you seriously gonna fight him by yourself?" Nidhogg shot back that the boss was just a low-class giant, and that the rest of them would only slow him down. Hearing that Castle got heated, asking, did he just say we'd get in the way? Our protagonist just sighed and told him to get ready. With absolutely zero chill, Nidhogg teleported right next to the mobs, waking up the boss, and immediately started throwing hands. While he was swatting away the smaller fries with his tail, the giant swung at him, but the dragon was quick biting its arm and yeeting him to the side. Castle couldn't believe his eyes, yelling out that the dragon must have lost his damn mind, because this was way too reckless. But Nidhogg just told them all to back off. He boasted that he could handle this dude alone, and that this giant had the nerve to look down on him. Just then the boss charged forward, and then boom, it landed a massive hit that sent the dragon flying backward. Nidhogg got pissed, unleashing his magic breath and screaming for it to die. But the giant just calmly walked right through the attack like it was nothing, and clocked him square in the head. Christina yelled that they had to jump in. Castle agreed, saying it was their turn now as he started wailing on the smaller monsters. At that very moment, the giant started laying a merciless beatdown on the dragon. Nidhogg, absolutely furious, struggled to get up, screaming that a punk like that couldn't possibly defeat him. In response, the monster just gave him a powerful kick to the face and smirked, calling him a weakling. The bone dragon roared back that he was a dragon, damn it. He shouted that he was part of the greatest race ever, and there was no way he could lose to this thing. That's when our protagonist asked him if he finally gets it. Now he wasn't a real dragon. He was just a fake and imitation made to look like one. Nidhogg snapped back, screaming, "Shut up, that's not true!" But the giant just called him a weakling again, and unleashed a brutal combo of attacks. The MC yelled that deep down Nidhogg already knew the truth. He told him to stop playing himself, and finally swallow that massive pride of his. You can't just wish your way into becoming a true dragon, and the beating got so bad that the giant literally ripped off several of his bones before calling him weak, yet again as he lay broken on the ground. Nidhogg cried out that Hinbok had promised him. He swore he'd make him even stronger than a real dragon, but now look at him, he lost. He yelled that our MC couldn't keep his promise that he'd lied, but the protagonist replied that he absolutely intended to keep his promise. But Nidhogg hadn't held up his end of the deal either. He explained he couldn't move forward with a creature whose mind was totally clouded by ego. He admitted that Nidhogg was his strongest asset, but that was in the past. If he kept on thinking only about himself, then he was never going to get any stronger. While this was happening, the other skeletons were still locked in combat with the smaller mobs. Their teamwork was on point, and they were quickly taking out every single enemy. Nidhogg saw this unfold, and he said that he finally understood. While they were all training and getting better, he'd been doing nothing. So, he asked his master to teach him. He wanted more power. A smile crept across the MC's face as he said, those were the words he'd been waiting for, and he started pouring his mana into the dragon. This caused the bone dragon to get a whole new body and rise up again. The protagonist then yelled for him to attack, saying they needed to get rid of this thing for good. He activated a ton of skills like Ghost Armor, Negative Energy, and Unholy Weapon, giving the dragon a massive power-up. Our MC pointed out that the magic he was casting should be something Nidhogg could use too. He told him to learn it right here and now. If he did that, he'd become way stronger. Nidhogg simply replied, "Say less." He then let out a surprise smile and roared that it was finally time for them to kill this enemy. With that, the bone dragon shot forward, soaring high into the air. After throwing the giant out of its little den, he unleashed the skill bone spear of death, and tons of bone shards started flying from his wings. One of them pinned the monster straight to the ground. Seeing this, Nidhogg declared that this was the end. Instantly, all the bone shards began to explode. They merged into a single massive blast. Castle, watching the whole thing, commented that no cap, he really did look like a proper dragon now. But then he saw a silhouette in the smoke and screamed, "Watch out!" A giant's body, now covered in a magic barrier, came crashing down from the sky, landing directly on Nidhogg. The impact sent them both collapsing to the ground. The skeletons rushed over, but when they saw the giant, they were totally confused, exclaiming that they had already killed him. So what the hell was going on? The MC got up and told them to be careful, saying he didn't like the atmosphere at all. He felt like someone else was there, like they were being watched. And just then Gloria appeared right behind them. She claps her hands, admitting he won, but honestly she was kinda bored. She straight up says this whole fight was a huge letdown, and asks if they want to run it back, but our boy suddenly feels a power level that's off the charts. He blasts a telepathic message to his crew. "Freeze! Whatever you do, don't piss her off." The girl just tilts her head like, "Really? You're not gonna do anything." He shoots back, wondering if she'd even bother to answer if he asked anything, and she just smiles, confirming she totally wouldn't. So the MC's like, then what's the point? This is just a one-way street where you get everything you want. That gets a laugh out of Gloria. She says now she finally gets what he's all about, and he's not wrong, only the strong get to call the shots. That actually hits different for her, since she was planning on just killing him. But now she's gonna let him walk. She low-key vibes with his confidence, even if he's totally clueless about the bigger picture. Still, she says she can't stand guys who don't have a clue, and our MC can't help but wonder if she's throwing shade at Nidhogg. Gloria then gets all dramatic, wondering what she should do now. I mean, she came all this way and just leaving would be super lame. With a literal snap of her fingers, she instantly heals their entire party. Our protagonist is shook, feeling his body completely, like it was factory reset. A massive surge of mana flows through him. Gloria's just like, "So, we all good." She floats into the air and announces that it's time for round 2. He asks if he's supposed to fight her, and she just grins. "Don't sweat it," she says. "I'll hold back. Just try to survive. I'll give you, 5 minutes. Christina hits up the mental group chat saying something's not right. Her words and actions are totally out of sync. She thinks it might be a test, and our MC agrees there's not much they can do but play along with whatever crazy game she's got planned. He forms a plan. If things go south, he's dumping all his mana into Nidhogg for one massive attack while Castle and Kai stay shielded. Gloria just grins like a maniac and yells, "Quit stalling, let's go!" basically daring them to make a move. With that, our boy gives the signal for the dragon to go all out. Nidhogg immediately starts charging up his gnarly magic breath, and the MC tells Christina to transfer all her mana to him's stat. The skeleton knight does as she's told, juicing up the dragon to unleash its vicious breath skill. But Gloria just scoffs her arm instantly, growing to a massive size. Is that seriously all you've got? How boring, she says effortlessly, smacking the attack aside and countering in the same breath. The blow is so powerful it shatters Nidhogg into a million pieces. Our MC is in total shock, wondering how she just did that with a single hand. The girl mockingly asks if she should just change her mind and end him right there. Castle is freaking out, yelling that it's impossible. Who even is she? She's like some cosmic horror. How are we supposed to fight that? But then it clicks for our MC. He remembers her saying she came from somewhere and realizes he has to bet everything on Nidhogg, pouring all his remaining mana into the dragon. He commands Nidhogg to capture the giant trapped in a sphere. The dragon takes off, immediately beelining for the monster. "I need a magical explosion," he yells. Christina gets the message and helps him channel the energy for a massive arcane detonation. After the dust settles, the containment dome shatters and the giant inside begins to stir. We have to destroy that shield before it fully revives. Our Castle grips his sword, all business. "Don't worry, I've got this," he says, lunging forward and stabbing the protective dome, causing it to splinter even more. In that split second, Kai infuses his weapon with a boatload of mana and yeets it directly at the giant. The impact is dead on, and the dome completely shatters. Our protagonist watches it happen, thinking, "Let's see if I was right." Gloria just chuckles. "Did you really just burn through all your energy on that little guy, and you were actually planning to beat me?" But our boy hits her back. "A being as cracked as you couldn't have just stumbled into this world. No way. You needed a guide, a beacon to get here. That's why you were shielding that dying giant, wasn't it?" The girl's smile is something else. Well, well, you really are different," she admits. "Coming here with that piece of intel, I'm impressed. You passed my test. I'll let you live. You even get a reward for making me laugh. I won't take him." The MC is confused, asking what she means. "Simple," Gloria replies. "I'm going to make you my apprentice. Or maybe my burst. My servant, will see. Time to go, but you definitely earned a bonus." She finally introduces herself. "The name's Gloria. I'm the demon dragon of misfortune, blessed by darkness itself. We should play again sometime, my future apprentice." And with that, Gloria vanishes without a trace. A system window pops up, a stark reminder: 258 days remain until the quest fails. A flashback shows them exploring the dungeon 242 days ago, with the narrator stating their recent battle was a victory. Sometime after the insane showdown, they finally make it home. Our protagonist lets out a heavy sigh, muttering, "She was dead serious about taking me with her." Christina looks grim, saying this is seriously bad news for them. The next time they cross paths, she's probably going to make good on her plans. He started to think that maybe this dungeon was hiding some seriously cracked monsters. There could even be threats out there that make Gloria look like a complete amateur. It was totally possible that the same beings who trashed Christina's home world were now making moves on Earth. It looked like they were either trying to delete potential threats or just make them their personal puppets. Castle asked him what the game plan was. Our MC tossed the question right back, wanting their take. Castle's reply: they had to fight. He said she was their enemy, period. If she'd gotten any closer, they would have been totally wiped out. Taking her on right now was like asking for a death sentence. He pointed out that they cared for him, and besides, they were already dead. Out of all of them, he's the only one still breathing. He wanted to fight her, no doubt, but it was just way too dangerous. Even if he caved and joined her, he wanted the whole squad to be ride or die till the very end. Kai piped up, saying he felt the exact same way. It didn't matter who their master chose as an ally, whether it was a god or a devil, or even something way worse. He declared that like a loyal knight, he'd follow his master into the abyss no matter what was waiting for them there. Christina was on board with them too. The protagonist was a bit surprised, asking if she was really down to fight side by side with her mortal enemy. She shot back that as she'd already told him, her personal goals were on a whole other level. She absolutely wanted revenge, but if that fell through, she was still confident they could accomplish way more as a team. Our protagonist just said he understood where she was coming from. He then asked Nidhogg for his 2 cents. The dragon was blunt, saying his only goal was to get stronger, so he couldn't care less who was helping him do it. Castle grumbled in annoyance. What is this nonsense? He was the only one who felt differently and demanded to know what the MC thought. Our MC admitted he didn't know. When your life is hanging by a thread, making the right call isn't exactly easy. But he was dead certain they'd never know peace with her on their side. Castle caught his drift, immediately asking, "So, you want to fight? He confirmed it, adding that he wasn't her student. This was just a warning shot. They had a choice: run away or stand and fight. He figured they just needed to power up until they were on her level. The skeleton got hyped, yelling that he was a real one for that. He was all in to fight such a dangerous foe and promised to have his back. Christina then reminded them that Gloria was built different from everyone else. She was ready to stick by him until the end. But if their lives were just going to be one desperate escape after another, she hinted that she might just dip. Our MC processed this thinking. In other words, if she figures out we're outgunned, days she'll turn on me too. Well, damn. Even in a moment like this, it looked like he'd have to use a bit of force to guarantee their loyalty. He was going to have to play his cards right. They had come this far by trusting each other, and he needed to do everything in his power to keep that trust from shattering. All of a sudden, a doorbell chimed. The protagonist was confused, asking if that was their doorbell that just went off. Christina figured that the door was probably connected to the outside world, now that they'd cleared the last battle. He wondered if they were really connected already, but who on earth would be visiting them? He definitely wasn't expecting any company. After that, the MC walked over to the door and checked the security camera. He asked who was there. A woman named Kong Hiemi from the Operations Bureau flashed her badge, introduced herself, and asked if they could chat. He glanced back at the skeletons who were freaking out and told them to chill out. It was someone from the dungeon website. It obviously wasn't some random civilian. The entire crew, including Nidhogg, completely lost their minds. They couldn't believe there was a legit corporation running the dungeons. The protagonist just wondered why they were looking for him. A little while earlier, a manager was absolutely fuming, slamming his fist on the table and yelling, "How is this even possible? Where did monsters like that pop up in an E-class dungeon?" They had already lost 16 people. An employee replied that there were survivors, though. For instance, there was a young man with an A-class talent. The manager said his name is Hunbach, and that he'd send an agent to investigate the dungeons where people had died. He ordered them to first contact that promising researcher he mentioned and have him get in touch with Hunbach immediately. Back in the present, Hiemi entered the house. She bowed her head deeply and thanked them before introducing herself again. Our MC bowed back and gave his name in return. He commented that he had no idea there was anyone actually behind the dungeon website. The girl explained that they're the ones who manage the site and ship out items using technology from what they call higher beings. They also assist researchers with money transfers. Christina immediately asked which higher beings and if their organization could just hit them up whenever they wanted. Hiemi was low-key freaking out, thinking a skeleton was talking business with her, but she kept her cool. After all, she was on the clock. She put on a professional smile and said she didn't know every single detail, but the general idea is that they're both gods and demons. Our MC cut straight to the point and asked why she came to see him. The girl didn't beat around the bush, telling him they can view player information. They do it through the dungeon app, and they keep an especially close eye on explorers who have A-class talents. They were monitoring things when they suddenly noticed 16 people had died inside an E-class dungeon. The protagonist realized what this meant, saying, "So that's how you found me?" To get his hands on some intel, Jaime agreed, saying they really needed the scoop. They had to know what was going down in Dungeon E, but they also wanted to pitch him a partnership. He shot back, asking what they could possibly offer him. Information doesn't come cheap, and as far as they knew, he was already rolling in cash. The girl replied that if he'd be willing to share what he knows, they'd hook him up with their private stash of mana crystals. They're constantly refreshing the listings on the site, so they get their hands on some seriously rare gems. The protagonist had to think, what's the play here? Getting those crystals would unlock a whole new level of possibilities for them. Christina hit him with a telepathic DM, pointing out they were probably holding back something even better that wasn't on the official site. They had to suss it out. He told Jaime her offer wasn't going to cut it, and asked if she had anything else up her sleeve. Jaime questioned if he was really that confident in his info's value. With a smirk, our MC said he'd bet his life on it, no cap. All of a sudden, her phone started blowing up. The girl apologized, stepped aside, and took the call. A second later, she mentioned they had a little situation. She then passed him the phone, explaining it was the director. The big boss wanted to speak with him directly. Our MC took the phone and said hello. The director greeted him and got straight to the point. He told him they were ready to sell him medicinal herbs and metals at a steep discount on top of the mana crystals, of course. Our boy replied that he'd be down for it, but only if they gave him a 50% discount. The guy on the other end balked. He insisted he couldn't possibly go below 90% of the cost. Our protagonist, smooth as ever, came back with an offer of 55%. The manager, clearly stressed, shot back with 85%, swearing that was his absolute final offer. MC countered with 60. They finally met in the middle at 75%. MC agreed, but added that their contract would have to be for 3 years. The manager just about lost it. He yelled that 3 years was insane and asked if he even realized how much a 25% discount was actually worth. Our boy calmly promised that for those 3 years, he wouldn't even think about leaving the country. The director was like, "What kind of nonsense is that?" The protagonist explained that one day researchers would clear out all the dungeons. He asked the director if he wouldn't want to snatch up the best of the best for his organization, pointing out that he himself was a prime candidate. He finished by saying if the director didn't agree, it was no skin off his back. He'd just find a better deal in another country. The manager, sweating bullets, finally agreed. He then tacked on that he wanted MC to work for the government during those 3 years. Our hero's response was a hard pass. The director, getting pissed, demanded to know why. MC laid it out plain and simple: he doesn't work for the government. They'd always have their own rules and strings attached, and he had zero interest in taking orders from anyone. The director said he got the picture. He then proposed a new deal, a 2-year contract, and he'd bump the discount up to 70% if he'd work for them on a freelance basis. The protagonist asked him to clarify, wanting to know if that meant he was an employee and what the conditions were. The director confirmed, warning him this was a one-time offer. MC told him to lay out all the details, making it clear he wouldn't agree to do any dumb busy work. The director grumpily agreed. He muttered to himself, wondering if the kid was really so simple and had no idea how long their partnership would actually last. MC said they'd get a contract drafted. He told them to send the terms through Jaime. Kai was totally hyped, exclaiming that he had absolutely crushed the negotiation. Christina chimed in happily, saying they were about to get a ton of useful gear. Castle added that the new items would definitely be a huge help, but the leader had a warning. He told them they'd need to run a test. Since they were a government organization, he had a lot of perks, but other groups would definitely raise hell. If he just personally signed the contract, they'd riot. The leader knew MC was cracked, but if his team showed any sign of weakness, other organizations would try to muscle in. They'd try to take his spot and get control over the researchers. The protagonist thought about it. Was this guy for real? The idea that a bunch of regular people could control researchers really didn't sit right with him, especially after the whole mess with Gloria. He needed a minute to think. The leader told him what he had to do: complete a dungeon, specifically a sealed dungeon. It was one that other researchers had tried and failed to clear. These types of dungeons are connected to their world, and they're sealed to stop monsters from spilling over. The protagonist realized this meant monsters were actually showing up in reality. That's why they were so desperate to hire researchers like him. The leader mentioned that the dungeon was F level, but it was way tougher than a normal one. He asked if our MC would take the test. Using telepathy, the protagonist hit up his team, asking what they thought. He asked if they should do the test and sign the deal. Kai said he didn't see the point in fighting it. He figured it would just make things messy for everyone. Castle agreed, saying he didn't care if they were mercenaries or not, but having some connections with the top brass would be pretty sweet. Christina added that their main goal was to get stronger. Plus, they had bigger fish to fry, like the whole Gloria situation. With everyone on board, the protagonist told the leader they'd pass his test. Hunbok was on a mission to get some critical intel about a new dungeon. Their chopper touched down at the designated coordinates, where Colonel Kim Jun-yi was already on the ground waiting for them. Out stepped Hunbok, his crew, and Kang Hee-mi. The colonel immediately eyed Hunbok and asked Hee-mi if this was their guy. She gave a nod, introducing him as their dungeon exploration assistant researcher, Kim Hunbok. But Kim Jun-yi wasn't impressed, frowning as he said it. He flat out stated that there was no way in hell this scrawny-looking dude could take on the kind of monsters they were. Our MC, built different, just kept his mouth shut. Hee-mi jumped in, explaining that while he might look like a regular guy, he's got a solid record. She told the colonel that he's already aced several dungeon clears, and this wasn't just talk. The higher-ups had already given him the green light. The colonel shot back that he's the one in charge of personnel here. He wasn't about to let just anybody waltz in, but Hee-mi stood her ground, reminding him that her authority came straight from the chief of staff. She basically told him that ignoring that order was a direct violation of military law. The colonel clammed up because, well, she had him there. He turned back to his soldiers completely salty. He told his men that if Hunbok bailed, it wouldn't be on them. Castle was getting heated, muttering about how full of himself the colonel was. He was like, "Bruh, why is this dude blocking us from the dungeon? What kind of test is this? Kai, ever the chill one, just told him to roll with it. He said to just think of it as their special welcome party. With that, the team headed deeper into the military compound. As they walked, the soldiers started clowning on them, snickering that they looked like a bunch of cosplayers in masks and cheap superhero get-ups. Hunbok didn't even flinch, totally unbothered, while Castle just let out a heavy sigh. The colonel led them over to a giant warehouse and told them to sit tight. He barked an order for a soldier to get the doors. As they rumbled open, they revealed what looked like the ruins of a house with a massive dungeon gate right in the middle of it. Kim Jun-yi smugly told Hunbok it was his time to shine. The second the gate activated, a horde of monsters poured out a full-on squad of armored-up goblins. The moment they spotted the humans, they charged. The colonel immediately yelled for his soldiers to form a perimeter and wipe them out. But then in a classic oops moment, the warehouse door jammed. With no other choice, he ordered his entire squad to push forward, making sure not a single monster got out. The soldiers scrambled to the entrance. They opened fire, laying down a wall of lead to keep the goblins contained. But the game changed when a goblin mage showed up and launched a massive fire spell that sent the soldiers scattering. Several of them were hit, their uniforms catching fire in an instant. Seeing his men go down in flames, the colonel screamed for medics to get over there. But then something absolutely wild happened. All the flames suddenly started moving, pulling together into a single spot. This, of course, was Hunbok's doing. He called out for Nidhogg, and a swirling vortex of pure darkness ripped open the air behind him. From its depths, the massive head of a dragon emerged. The colonel's jaw hit the floor. He clearly was not ready for this. Hunbok gave Nidhogg a single command: wreck them. The dragon slammed its huge paw down on the goblins. The impact was insane, sending chunks of debris flying everywhere. Some of the shrapnel slammed into the dungeon gate, but Hunbok's barrier held strong, absorbing the damage. The colonel could only stare, completely stunned. Hunbok just calmly told him, "I'm going in now." 30 hours later, the test was officially in the bag. Hunbok couldn't help but remember how tough F-rank dungeons used to be for them. It really hits different when you realize how much you've leveled up. After that, he officially signed the contract with the dungeon company. He handed over the intel about Gloria, and the company leader looked like he was about to have a panic attack. He couldn't believe this was a problem they were expected to solve. He said this was an apocalypse-level threat that the entire world needed to team up against. He immediately told his subordinate to get this information to a neighboring country, but he stressed it had to be kept on the absolute down low to prevent a massive panic. Then he gave the guy a note for a separate top-secret delivery. As his guy scurried off to handle business, Hunbok went to find Christina, who was busy checking out the company's inventory. He walked up and asked her if there was any decent loot on their list. She said they had some low and mid-level crystals plus some mana alloys. So, yeah, there was definitely stuff worth buying. He wondered if it'd be too pricey, saying that even with a 30% discount, he didn't want to spend over 25 million. She told him that according to He-Me, the prices were actually set by some kind of higher beings, so they were non-negotiable. When he asked what she had her eye on, her face lit up. She declared that if it were up to her, she'd buy absolutely everything. She was dying to see what would happen if she used it all at once. Hunbok had to be the dad of the group, explaining that that was a terrible idea. He said that even with their cash flow, they couldn't just blow it all in one go. Just then, a huge crash echoed from the floor above, as if something heavy just smashed into the ceiling. Debris rained down, and a massive hole appeared right above them. A second later, a super guilty-looking Castle peeked his head through. He looked down and sheepishly apologized to his master, explaining he was just trying to find a good spot for the magic circle, like he'd been asked. His logic was, well, we can't exactly set up a magic circle on the ground floor, right? We don't want to put holes in the floor. Our MC just let out a nervous laugh and asked him to maybe try and be a little more careful. Turns out their break involved way more than just the dungeon company's test. They also upgraded their whole operation, moving into a brand new spot. The first floor is the lobby, while the second floor is all Christina's high-tech lab. The third floor is split between his own lab and training areas for Nidhogg, Kai, and Castle. It's basically their new fortress now, plus the lobby entrance still has a direct link to the dungeon. To beef up security, Christina decided she's going to etch magic circles all over the building. These circles will also have a sick side effect. They'll let them gather data on what's actually happening inside the dungeons, which means they might finally get some answers to their biggest questions. Meanwhile, Kai was busy with Nidhogg, showing him how to set up the magic circles. He demonstrated how to carve one using a sword, and Nidhogg thought, bet, and decided to copy him. The dragon just drew a perfect magic circle with his claw, and Kai was seriously impressed, telling him he was so cracked he didn't even need a sword. Nidhogg was totally vibing with the praise. Just then Hayami showed up to Kimbok, telling them their new house was looking real nice. She then announced they were all moving in immediately, which completely blindsided him. He was like, why didn't you give me a heads up? I mean, it was his last day off, but she just told him he could spend it however he wanted, and that's exactly why she was there. He already knew the door was about to connect to the dungeon, but he wasn't picking up what she was putting down. She finally spilled the beans, saying that players don't get to choose their dungeons. The company already knew exactly which one he was being sent to. He'd be going in with 35 other explorers handpicked by the company, their mission to explore a D-class dungeon together. It's called the Cave of Doubt. Kimbok immediately hit the brakes, saying there's no way he's strong enough. He argued that trying to protect 35 people in a D-class dungeon was a suicide mission. If she sent him in with them, they'd all just assume that the main office has zero faith in them, which would definitely cause some serious beef between the groups. She just gave this awkward smile and said she understood completely, so she switched gears and asked if he'd just go in to gather intel about the dungeon instead. He agreed to that, so she handed over a flash drive loaded with files. It contained all the info about a big system reorganization. Now there won't just be main quests, but bonus ones too. Completing any quest would now earn him community points. She told him it'd be better to just look through the files himself. Our MC pointed out that she could have just, emailed the files instead of showing up in person. But she claims she prefers face-to-face meetings. After that, she gave him a bow, wished him luck in the dungeon, and dipped. He just said his goodbyes, adding that he'll see her again if he doesn't get wiped out. With that, the whole crew stepped into the dungeon. Checking the info on his phone, he noticed that D-class dungeons now have actual names. Christina piped up, saying there are only 300 explorers. This should be easy, right? He told her. They'll see about that. Castle, however, said he's not a fan of the dungeon's name. What if it's designed to make the explorers start getting paranoid and pointing fingers at each other? Kimbok paused, thinking that's probably exactly why they called it the Cave of Doubts. A second later, lost in thought, he walked right into a stalactite he didn't see in the dark. The skeletons freaked out and rushed over to him. He grabbed his head and asked Kai to light the way, since it was pitch black in there. Castle pointed out that for undead like them, seeing in the dark is a piece of cake. Maybe our boy should work on his night vision skill. He did say he wanted to learn something new, right? Our MC had to admit it was crazy dark, so it couldn't hurt, but he didn't know how. Castle got into a low stance and explained that it's nothing complicated. He just needs to lower his center of gravity and pay close attention to how the air is moving. The humidity would make it a little tricky, but he'd get used to it. He could also use his magic to compensate for his other senses. So, Kimbok did exactly what he was told. After that, he focused his mana, letting it spread out through the entire dungeon. As it brushed against the walls, it started sending back ripples of information. This let him sense everything his mana touched. He decided to dial it up, increasing his mana usage to get a sharper picture, but for some wild reason. The image that formed in his head was of an absolutely furious Christina. She was glaring daggers at her phone screen, screaming that everyone at the company was a liar. He snapped out of it excitedly, asking her what happened. She shoved the phone in his face and yelled that you can buy 24 hours of freedom with community points, but it's capped at only 30 people per month. If they'd just been told about this ahead of time, they could have saved up their points and bought a ticket, but now they were totally sold out. Kimbok told her to calm down. They'd just buy one next time. She finally agreed, realizing that with the points they had left, they could buy materials and upgrade their cores. She added that they'd also need to take some materials from Nidhogg, so they needed to get everything ready beforehand. Our MC asked what she had in mind for him, and she explained that after analyzing his body, she found out his bones are literally held together by magic. He's missing the key ingredient. They had the actual organ that acts as the on-off switch for a mana circle. Nidhogg pops out of the fog like, "Bruh, what does that even mean?" And she hits him with the hard truth he doesn't have a dragon heart. To actually become a dragon, you need the right kind of magic, and for that he needs a core. He's like, "Bet hook me up." But she warns him that this upgrade comes with some serious downsides. As it stands, his body is just a meat suit for his soul. So even if his body gets wrecked, his soul is Gucci. But if he gets a core and it gets shattered, that's game over for good. They can whip up a knockoff dragon heart, but it's never going to be as good as the real thing. He just tells her he couldn't care less since he's been a fake from the get-go anyway. If this core can get him even a little bit closer to a real dragon's power level, then he's 100% in. Humbok can't help but crack a smile. She thinks to herself that meeting Gloria really did a number on him. His desire to become a real dragon is no joke now, so she decides to roll with it. So Christina tells Nidhogg that since he's all in, she's going to drop some knowledge on him. To put it simply, a dragon's heart is really just a massive souped-up mana crystal. The only thing that makes it feel so special is the legendary creature it belongs to. It's all about the dragon itself. He says he totally gets it and will keep that in mind. Kaslo is all hyped up, declaring Nidhogg is officially part of the squad now, and turns to Kai for a high five, like, "I'm right, aren't I?" But when he looks, Kai is completely gone. Kaslo immediately starts bugging out, frantically scanning the area for him. His mind starts racing, imagining Kai got jumped or snatched, but then a voice from right behind him asks, "You looking for me?" Kaslo nearly jumps out of his skin, scrambling backward on the ground, and yelling that he scared the crap out of him, demanding to know where he was. Kai just shrugs, saying they were yapping for so long that he figured he'd go scout ahead. Our MC immediately asks if he found anything, and boy did he. Kai tells them he found signs of a planned ambush. Our MC asks if it's like that last mess at the E-rank dungeon entrance. Kai shakes his head, saying this time the setup is way more sophisticated and well planned. He gets the vibe that the monsters are waging some kind of guerrilla war against the researchers. Humbok is stunned. There are blood splatters all over the cave walls. The bloody trail leads them toward a light at the end of the tunnel, revealing the researchers' base camp, set up on an island in the middle of a massive abyss. And right now, two of the top dogs are going at it, clashing swords. Kim Jin-ho, the guildmaster for Strong Jin, is absolutely livid, screaming and asking what in the hell they were thinking. Kim Dae-han, the master of the Dae-han Guild, which is run by the central office, is just as heated. He snaps back, telling Jin-ho to shut his mouth, arguing it wasn't their fault they got attacked. But Jin-ho is having none of it, accusing them of being the ones who lured them all into this trap. Just then, Park Ju-kan, the Tamer Guildmaster, rushes over. With the rest of his crew behind him, he shouts for them to stop, saying they can't afford to be fighting amongst themselves. They've got way bigger problems, a point proven when Jin-wan, the Himo-su Guildmaster, shows up dragging a wounded soldier. Jo Kan adds that while he can't prove it yet, he's getting a weird feeling that some highly intelligent monster is pulling the strings, making them turn on each other. As if on cue, two women drop down from above and launch an attack. Choi Mi-young, the master of the Survivors Guild, shouts that this disgusting troll is finally in her grasp. She yells that there's no escape for him this time, as she lands on the troll and unleashes a furious combo of strikes. The beast collapses almost instantly. Ju-kan absolutely loses it, screaming, "What are you doing? That's our monster!" He's furious, yelling that the troll is under their control. He demands to know why they'd act without his permission, but she just stares at him completely confused and says that monster literally just attacked her guild members. Jin-ho starts to sweat, thinking that if monsters are actually capable of this level of scheming, then they are well and truly screwed. All the guildmasters are gathered in one place like lambs to the slaughter, and right then the whole cave begins to shake violently. Dae-han immediately shouts for his deputy Lee Seori, who bolts up the nearest observation tower. From her vantage point, she can see the entire area, and her face turns deathly pale. She waves her arm frantically, warning everyone to brace for battle, because at that very moment, a tidal wave of monsters is pouring in from all sides, heading straight for their base. The second they get in range, the frontline fighters start hacking into a wave of skeletons that are bizarrely covered in slime. But because of the slime, their weapons start to literally melt in their hands, and anyone who gets a drop on their skin feels an agonizing burning pain. Dae-han puts it together in an instant, realizing the slime's blood is basically pure acid. He screams a warning to the others, telling them not to cut the skeletons, but to burn them instead. Jin-wan just grins. He boasts that his guild can handle this easy. He and his subordinates grab a bunch of fuel barrels and strap dynamite to them. They then just start yeeting the explosive barrels into the monster horde. As soon as the timers run out, the entire area is engulfed in a fiery explosion. The shockwave is so powerful that several buildings can't handle the strain and begin to collapse, forcing people to scatter to avoid getting crushed by the falling debris. Out of nowhere, Noah's soul gets summoned, dropping a legit ice bonza of fog across the area to chill out the inferno. It was a 2-for-1 deal, also boxing in all the flying debris. Myong hops onto Noah's shoulder, telling them to not even think about looking back. They needed to keep up the pressure and just let everyone burn. Jinwan and his crew were already on it, basically saying, "Bet we were just about to do that." Their goal was to herd all the monsters into one spot, and Jokin started shouting at his own beasts. He ordered them to round every last one of them up, and they got straight to work. The troll started going absolute beast mode, slamming his club into the ground. He was keeping the slimes in check, while the wolf hyped them up from the rear. The monsters then made a break for a clear alley. But plot twist, a couple of swordsmen were already camped out waiting for them. By now, Jinwan had already shot a warning to everyone about the incoming attack. After that, they dropped their barrels, and a bunch more explosions rocked the area. Sori was just watching this whole thing go down, completely shocked. She was thinking, damn, these guys are built different. I need to take some notes. Suddenly, a roar rips through the air from behind her. She spins around to see these humanoid monsters riding lizards and pouring out of a cave. Dahan started getting super antsy. He was bugging out, wondering if they seriously just blew all their best weapons on the very first wave. Like, how were they supposed to keep this fight going? Ma Young then rallied her guild, telling them to pour every last drop of their mana into Noah. As soon as they did, she summoned a storm of ice spears and just started raining hell down on the approaching monsters. At the same time, the melee fighters created a choke point on the bridge to block any that got through. Dahan clenched his fists, yelling that they weren't going down that easy. He screamed that they hadn't clawed their way here just for it to end like this. He and his squad then charged into the fray, shouting that they would never give up. Their enemies just started yeeting spears back at them. A few of them actually slammed right into the troll's chest. This had its master freaking out and worried about his big guy. Meanwhile, the bad guys managed to punch right through their defensive line. They flooded into the base, and you could just see the morale of the warriors tanking. I mean, how are you supposed to fight properly when you're disarmed, right? Then, a dark, creepy haze started to form in the sky right above them. A split second later, a massive column of energy just deletes one of the monsters. Hanbok, riding a freaking dragon, flies over the base, blocking the enemy's path. He tells the guildmasters to focus on protecting the injured, shouting that he'd take care of the rest. Skeletons immediately swarmed into the battle, and Dahan, seeing this absolutely insane sight, just yells, "Bruh, he's got skeletons and a dragon, no cap. Could that actually be the necromancer Wan Yo?" At the same time, another group of monsters was watching the whole thing from a cliff. Their leader took one look, turned back to the cave, and gave the signal to bounce. After that, every other enemy in the base instantly dipped. Seeing the monsters retreat, everyone started cheering and hyping up Hanbok like crazy. After the party, they started cleaning up the mess from the battle. Myong tried to hit the quick return button, but the system shot back an error message. It said there were too many monsters nearby for her to use the service, which left her totally confused. She was thinking, what monsters? Because there wasn't a single one in sight. While everyone else was thanking the MC, a couple of dudes ran up in a panic. They shouted that something happened to one of their guildmates, but again there were zero signs of any monsters. Dehan was completely baffled, asking if this was happening all over again. Gino suggested a new plan. They needed to beef up the number of people on guard duty at all their posts. They couldn't just sit around and wait for the next attack, and Hanbok added that the monster might just be hiding in plain sight, disguised as one of them. Myung's eyes went wide as it all clicked. She said, "Oh my god, now I get why we can't go home. The monster is right here with us." Dewan turned to Hanbok, asking him how on earth they're supposed to tell a person from a monster. Hanbok told him it's tough. He said if they could get their hands on a body, they might be able to figure it out, but he couldn't promise anything. That's when Jinwan chimed in, saying he thought he had a solid plan. He explained that the return function only fails when monsters are close by or when you're in active combat, so they could send people home in small squads. If the return portal suddenly stops working for a specific group, they'll know instantly. They'll know that someone in that group is the imposter. Jinho immediately pointed out the flaw, asking, "So the last group is basically just a bunch of monsters and a few unlucky researchers. That group would be in some serious danger. Who in their right mind would agree to that?" Daehan jumped in with a suggestion. He said they should at least leave a few people they can actually trust behind for protection. They could even use this spot as a forward base later on. The guys all agreed it was a good idea, and Myung urged them to get on with it immediately. They needed to figure out who was going to stay on duty. Dehan thought it would be smarter to spread the shifts out based on the time of day. And then Juhan, with zero chill, suggested they just play rock, paper, scissors to decide. Jin Won thought this was a legendary idea. He asked if they were doing best 2 out of 3, or if they were settling it all in one go. As they were talking, Castle's patience started running on fumes until he finally blew up, calling them all a bunch of fools. He yelled, asking if they thought this was some kind of game, which made Jinho immediately turn to our MC to see if he was going to say something. Looking seriously ticked off, Castle crossed his arms and shot back that it wasn't his master who needed to speak. It was him, so they better listen up. He warned them that if they kept LARPing in this game, they'd be dead by tomorrow, maybe even today. Jinwan got super defensive, asking if he seriously thought they were just some weak scrubs. After all, they clawed their way here all by themselves. Castle admitted they were strong, no cap, but being built different wasn't everything. He said they were all lacking focus observation and that killer instinct, and they knew damn well the boss of this dungeon wasn't some mindless AI. It was a thinking enemy, and if it weren't for his master, they'd all be pushing up daisies by now. Mayung fired back, totally indignant. So what's the plan? Just lay down and die? Or hide in some house crying? Castle was like, yep, and told them to go home and take a nap. He said they'd figure it out themselves. Hunbok just stared at him, completely shook, wondering what kind of nonsense he was spouting. Why was he being so stubborn? Christina touched his shoulder and hit him up on telepathy, asking if he didn't trust them, thinking Castle wouldn't say this stuff for no reason. Castle laid it out. He and his master would handle it with 0 casualties, and the only one who might get hurt was the master himself. He asked if that was such a bad deal for them, especially since it was free. That got everyone to shut up and think for a second. After a minute, Daehan turned his attention to our MC. He asked if our boy could really pull this off solo. Himbok took a deep breath and said with total confidence that it wasn't a choice. He'd either get it done or die trying. They still had 748 days left to clear the dungeon. And right now there were 279 people inside. Himbok had started scoping the place out 2 days ago and made up his mind to go it alone. After that, they hunkered down in a small house to prep for their next move. Castle immediately went to Himbok to apologize. He said sorry for deciding to act solo, and Himbok asked why he wasn't included in the discussion. Castle replied that he's always hunting for the best solution. But the world doesn't always play ball with what he wants. He wasn't about to waste time on a pointless attack, and besides, there was a good chance the guild members would just turn on their own masters. He said it's better than working for free since a bigger wallet opens bigger doors. Castle then jumped in with his 2 cents. He said ever since becoming a mage, Himbok spends way too much time strategizing. But sometimes the best way out of a jam is to just wing it. He pointed out that even if his intentions were pure gold, a lot of people could get the wrong idea, especially if his moves looked too calculated. Christina added that this was actually a huge chance for him. Everyone agreed with Castle's point, but she felt bad they hadn't given him a heads up. Kai also said sorry for his part in the whole thing, and our MC, letting out a deep sigh, accepted their apology. At the end of the day, they were doing it for him, so he decided to turn a blind eye to it. But he made it crystal clear this was a one-time thing. They couldn't pull any more stunts without his say-so, and they all swore on it. Castle swore too, but he added a little asterisk in situations that need a split-second decision. He's going to do his own thing if he gets stronger. His logic was, if he levels up, so does the master. Our MC, with that settled, he told them to get ready for a fight. Meanwhile, the enemies were scheming, deciding to jump him when he was by himself. Their whole genius plan was to wait for him to walk, and then the entire cave started shaking. They ran outside just in time to see their base get blown sky high. Castle just started cracking up. He yelled that he'd been itching to use that explosive barrel, and Kai shouted that he had too. Right then, another massive boom went off behind them. This one was smack dab in the middle of their base. And the guildmasters, seeing the absolute carnage, couldn't believe their eyes, asking if this was even real. They wondered if they were really going to nuke every single base. Just then, Himbok and Christina casually strolled out of the smoke. Himbok explained, there's no better way to drain the D-class boss's mana, since he'd have to use it to rebuild the dungeon. So, now they could all have some real fun. Daehoon let out a nervous chuckle, and right on cue the ground began to quake. And the giant golem that was sleeping underground finally woke up. One of the guildmasters immediately whipped his head towards Hunbok. He demanded to know if Himbok summoned it, but our boy said it wasn't him. He guessed this monster was basically a living fortress for them. The golem rose up screaming with rage and raising its colossal fists over its head. Then it slammed them straight into the ground, leaving behind massive craters. Luckily, everyone managed to scatter just in time. Meanwhile, Kai yelled over to Kazlan, telling him to get a load of this huge golem. He was totally hyped and ready to fight it. But he had zero time for that now. My dude was nervously staring at the cave entrance, exclaiming, "Isn't this spot way more dangerous?" A few seconds later, the enemies pour out of the cave on Lizardback, and Castle gives his comrade the signal. He slams the detonator, and glowing magic circles instantly erupt right under the monster's feet. What followed was a series of massive explosions. Jinwan turned to the roaring inferno and declared with a grin that their trap worked perfectly. Their guild, he boasted, was just built different for this kind of work, while Daehan was in the middle of fighting some other monster. Daehan yelled back, "Does that even matter right now? We've got to take down this golem." The dungeon mobs caught in the blast were toast, but their commander actually managed to survive and was trying to push himself up. He was muttering that he didn't realize they had this kind of firepower, and at that exact moment our MC shows up on a dragon shouting that they were completely finished. Nidhogg unleashes his corrupted breath, just blasting the commander with raw power, but the enemy just scoffed. "You really think you can kill me with this?" he sneered, then ordered his comrades to rise as their bodies began to literally melt. They dissolved into slime before gathering into one big puddle. Seeing this freaky sight, Kai excitedly yelled to Kasla that they couldn't let them pull a fast one and escape. The entire slime wave surged toward the dragon, but he easily held it back with his breath, as all the little slimes began to merge together. Hyunbak was just thinking that he never imagined seeing so many monsters that could coordinate and act like actual people. It was a slime doppelganger of the cave's boss. It cocked its fist back to attack and roared that it was about to turn them all into dust. As our MC told Nidhogg to focus, he knew they were in for a rough fight. The enemy already had its fist aimed right at them. Nidhogg conjured a magic circle and shot a vicious flash at it, but the slime monster just powered right through the attack. It slammed its fist into the dragon's head, which immediately made our MC think of Gloria. He thought to himself that this thing was a cakewalk compared to her. Fired up, he suddenly charged forward, shattering the slime with his own body. But nasty chunks of it were now stuck all over him. Hyunbak screamed a warning, telling him he had to get that stuff off him now. He then leaped right off the dragon and shouted to Kai and Castle that it was their turn now. The two of them drew their spears, telling him not to sweat it. Everything was going just like he planned. The moment he gave the signal, they launched their spears straight at the enemy, burying them deep inside its body. But for some reason, nothing happened at all, leaving Castle totally baffled. Kai shouted that he had no clue what just happened, but they absolutely needed to book it. The monster immediately locked onto them, and it started charging them down, which is when the spears finally activated, setting off a massive explosion from within. At that very moment, Christina zapped the golem with paralysis magic, and as it toppled over, the guildmasters all jumped on it. Another explosion went off, and they saw a ton of red slime blobs. They came flying towards the group, but miraculously landed without hitting anyone. Daehan crept closer to the slime to check it out. But when it started to move, Christina shouted a warning, saying they had to get rid of it immediately. He asked what it even was, and she explained that it was the slime's leftover pieces. They needed to team up and destroy every last bit. The slime began to morph into all sorts of different monsters and surrounded them before they could even finish forming. The guildmasters rushed in to attack. Yu-hoon and his wolf pounced on one slime, as another monster landed a heavy blow on one of their own. It shrieked that it was going to destroy them all. Jinho was caught in the attack, his entire body getting covered in the gross slime. He was screaming in agony, but our MC showed up just in time and shattered the slime with a bone spear, telling everyone else to grab the wounded and run. He declared that he could handle all of them by himself. The monster screeched back that he was going to be the next to die and swarmed him from all sides, so he just summoned his skeleton knights. He ordered them to wipe the floor with them, and Castle and Kai jumped into the fray, rushing in to defend their master. The slimes started flailing their arms furiously. Castle blocked a huge hit and yelled for Kai to destroy the creature. Kai then unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, taking down the monster. He shouted over to Christina, saying he was leaving the other one to her. Just then, a monster flew right over her head, splashing slime everywhere, as it landed before it began swinging its arms wildly. It started knocking the skeletons down left and right. Hyunbak thought to himself that he was about ready to just destroy the whole dungeon. To do that, he'd have to flood the place with his mana. Besides, the slimes were way stronger than his skeletons, but he had no doubt he'd still win. He summoned his skeletons again, and the monster immediately started crushing them, but no matter how furiously it swung its arms, they just kept getting back up and hitting back. After they had chopped off a ton of slime from its body, it actually started shrinking. Panicking, it screamed, asking how this was even possible. Our MC walked up to it and coolly asked why it ever thought they would lose in the first place. Our guy knows that humans run on a pretty tight mana budget, which is why he decided to launch his attack. But plot twist, he's been building his own private mana battery on the side. Let's be real though, the whole process of setting it up and the crazy long cooldown to get the mana back makes it kinda inefficient. Just then another monster tries to jump him from behind, basically yelling that he shouldn't get cocky and think some little toy could trap them. But the castle's defenses kick in, blocking the hit. And our MC, with absolutely zero chill, tells the creature he plans on absorbing it to become a perfect copy. It was a pretty cracked plan, no cap. But sometimes the best W's come from just turning your brain off and going for it. He's basically convinced he's gonna win, and the monster gets totally triggered, telling him to stop making a joke out of him. The beast thinks he's finished saying that even if he wrecks the dungeon, our boy's mana will just scatter, but our MC just smirks back, asking if he's really sure about that. And in that exact instant, the monster suddenly felt a world of pain. It let out a massive scream as a swarm of ghosts burst from its body, all of them flying straight back to their true master, which left the other monsters completely shook.